fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Cold wind blows.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Great
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Vanish. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They wanted to have that kind of pressure anyway, at least we already expected it. Oh, and this is the StarLadder.
There's the StarLadder.
Yeah. Nine Pasha plays it, but Lil as well. Very open, very versatile, very strong.
And seeing Luna picked by IG, interestingly enough, Luna and Shadow Demon were picked 17 times in the group stage, and Luna itself had 70% win rate in the group stage with that particular hero. So do keep your eyes on that. And Batrider as well, another common presence in the draft.
Yeah.
Just gives you both these give you a heavy laning presence and just a great mid game. So that's like pretty much what they're going for here. So they're, they recognize what they really need to be doing in this game versus VP.
I mean, admittedly, aren't they usually paired together, Luna and Shadow Demon? Now they've been on either sides of the battlefield.
Yeah.
To see that one.
Get to see that one indeed. And so far, both of the openings don't really give too much away about what the teams are going for, or at least not really anything like out of the ordinary. It's kind of straight to the point, very straightforward here. So I'm curious to see what we're gonna see from the offlaners most of all. As for in July, he has already got the Batrider secured. But how does Batrider pair up against the Shadow Demon lane? Do you wanna Pog, do you want to go for the Shadow Demon +1 and go that up against the Bat Rider, or are you going to rotate and have the StarLadder against the Bat Rider if he's for 9 Pasha?
Shadow Demon can zone pretty decently with one other hero. Obviously, you have like, if the Bat Rider like plays over aggressive, you just get disrupted, and you don't know if another hero is just going to rotate and kill you. So that's always like the kind of hard thing about playing the Bat Rider versus Shadow Demon. And of course, like into like later stages, if someone gets lassoed, you're always able to disrupt.
Yeah.
And I mean, what's so interesting, and I think needs to be reiterated here, is that Bat Rider has, you know, he's been hit by the nerf bat on multiple occasions, right? Like, he's undergone so many changes, and he's still present in the draft. He's just so intimidating.
That's what Blitz was saying. We were talking about this with the DC coach,
Oh, yeah.
William Blitz Lee,
Wow.
and he said that, you know, you need to change the hero fundamentally to really remove him, because everything that he does is so good.
Right.
So you'd need to change him a lot for him to not be like a god tier pick.
He's just frustrating as well. Like, you get sticky on you, you just can't turn around. You know, that could tilt you.
Yep. Yeah, that can tilt you.
But we already know that they can be prone to tilting on the IG side, so it's probably a good job that they've got Bat Rider. Of course, that was according to Sakata, or him personally can tilt.
He seemed pretty confident.
Yeah, he's chill, man.
10 seconds.
So they ban out the Weed, they ban out the Sniper. I mean, both of them obviously make a lot of sense versus VP's lineup, or versus VP, just because, you know, they even pick Sniper like in very like random scenarios. And it's not really like versus an OD or anything.
I know that
So
guy.
that's cool. You know that guy? Cool.
That was Suns fan. That was a picture of Suns fan. I know that guy.
They still ban out the Juggernaut, even though Paparazzi will probably play the Luna, but Sakata has played a couple of games with Jugger as well, so want to avoid that in the mid lane. Does it give anything away about what they're going for mid? Because basically they're banning out 2 heroes that they don't want to go up against mid. I'm thinking a Dragonite. No one's Dragonite is very strong. It's
They
probably
used
one...
it a lot in
Yep.
the qualifying.
Yeah?
They were happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
they-
the Weaver ban makes sense from IG, because God knows you don't want to give that to VP, but
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Like, point out that the DK, like VP isn't usually like that afraid anyway. Like, no one actually just like kind of plays versus any, but giving him the best game is definitely like the opportune thing. So like looking at VP's lineup, the things that stand out to me at least is like they're probably gonna go for like their Darkseer, their Dragon Knight, get the mech timing, have probably the support StarLadder. Still not obviously like put out there, but
Sure.
that's what their comfort is for the most part that they like to do.
it's early for pro players. You know, it's early morning. Take it nice and easy. Get a nice
Absolutely.
straightforward lineup. You don't want to do anything too crazy. This is early in the day. They need a good few hours to warm up.
Well, while they are thinking about it, I do want to kind of regurgitate some information regarding VP. And they came in with this kind of hyper-aggressive tag attached to them. You've seen them play in the group stage. Admittedly, it was quite brief, considering how quickly they glided through it. But did we still see them? Do they still deserve this hyper-aggressive tag, or have they got more diversity to their game now? I mean, surely they don't just have one playstyle, Fog.
No, I mean they've recognized like a lot of what they've like what their old mistakes used to be. They always pick like this lineup that's very good in the laning phase. Maybe not like super strong lane phase, but strong, like pretty strong in the laning phase. Very good mid game, very good late game. Always making sure that they have like different types of damage instances, making sure they can take objectives very easily, high damage burst as well. Like Shadow Demon StarLadder opens up a lot for yourself. Obviously with Amplify and Soul Catcher, any hero can get bursted down.
Right. I'm actually very intrigued that Lifestealer has been picked here. Out of the 12 games he was picked in the group stage, he won 4 of them. One of the least successful picks we saw in the group stage.
What were those 4 wins when they were on Virtus Pro? Is the question.
Probably a good question to ask.
Ramsey's Lifestealer is something to definitely
Yes.
fear, and when it's paired up with the StarLadder as well, it's a whole nother monster. So,
Yeah,
they
I
go for
really love the
Darkseer.
Tree and Protector. That is the savior of lanes. I think we talked about it a little bit on a panel during the group stages where Tree and Protector was picked, and it kind of removes the aspect of single outplay, or at least doesn't really remove it, but it makes it a lot more difficult for a player to get a single kill on someone that, you know, by purely outplaying them. It requires more of the rotation coming out from the teams, and it helps them just keep the lanes more stable, which we have been talking about is very important for IG Vitality this game. And
Complexity put it to good use.
that
didn't it?
was it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they did.
yeah.
I think it's, you know, they picked it, but, you know, VP picks the Darkseer. Obviously, Ion Shell very good at removing the tree refractions and able to, like, it's a hero that forces your team to group up with the Darkseer. So you want to group up and you want to take a tower in one push. So it's kind of it's a very good hero in most stages versus the Tree Protector.
Do you think VP are maybe lacking some push right here?
I think the DK was the one that stood out for me like super heavily. I would be very surprised if they didn't pick it. It fits their lineup perfectly. It gives them more lockdown, which they kind of lack right now. It's just the StarLadder pretty much there, and I mean that's just VP, right? It fits everything that they need.
Yep. A lot of melee though, if they go down that road. I guess you've
It's a
got
lot
the,
of melee.
the range form with the dragon is fine, but that is a 4 melee heroes. There
Whoa,
it is.
that was quick as
Yeah,
well.
VP. Yeah, this is cookie cutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
VP for the most part. I thought maybe they might get the Lifestealer 4th and the Darkseer 3rd, but they just kind of left it a little bit more open-ended. They probably thought that Pasha, you know, leaving the StarLadder to kind of have an option of either being support or off lane, letting it be more ambiguous was a better choice by them. But yeah,
Timbersaw is in the pool, isn't he?
yes.
I'm wondering if they could take that and maybe run in mid or push him to the offlane and put the bat mid maybe.
They could definitely
It'll be
do
pretty
that.
good Timber in this game, I think.
The last pick.
We'll see what runs against the Dragonite that is really good against the Dragonite. I mean, Dragonite is not going to really lose his lane regardless, but what could do well? Punked.
That was Mamamoo, wasn't it?
That was Mamamoo.
That was Mamamoo and Papamoo. Yeah. I mean, Timber looks pretty decent. I don't remember actually if Sakata plays it that much though, right? I know Paparazzi's played it a few times.
A lot of Queen of Pain, Templar Assassin, Shadow Fiend, Evoker OD.
Please not Queen of Pain.
It's a good job winning is not.
Okay, yeah, they do go for
It
the
is the Timber.
Yeah.
There
It's
you
very
go.
good verse line.
Okay.
Interesting.
Seeing as closing thoughts then, IG going up against a very scary Virtus Pro, but the draft hasn't completely changed your mind. No. just clarifying. All right, well, we'll leave it there for us here at the desk because our casters are ready. We're going to let them talk it through. On the menu tonight for your casting dish, it's none other than Toby and Malini. I call them Tobini.
Well, I know we're a bunch of dishes, but Tobini, I don't know if I really want to have that one.
You can quote anyone. Well, we've got a happy crowd behind us.
That we do. It's a wonderful early morning to start a great day of Dota. Virtus Pro going up against IG Vitality. I know a lot of people are looking at VP to be the #1 team, even to win the entire major. If IG Vitality have enough to knock them off. This is a best of 3, though.
Well, this is a draft that they should surely be expected to face up against. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I was actually wondering like how the draft would unfold. She was calling it perfectly that we'll look to see like the DK coming in from VP for that mid lane play. I was waiting for the live stealer as well. This is VP in a nutshell. Nothing changes, nothing is different. And IGV, Fogged was asking for really strong lanes, and it appears through that draft they've actually got that. Tree Protector always going to be there to lend that lending hand or living armor.
And the Witch Doctor and Timbersaw. It's very, very good versus 3 strength, 4 melee lineup that they're running.
You were wondering though if there was going to be enough magical damage. I know we're talking about this during the drafting phase. Does IGV have enough of that? Does the Timbersaw actually help provide enough of that burst that VP should be at least more focused on killing the Timber?
Definitely. I saw some strange bans though. I think they banned out Ember.
Yeah, Ember was the final ban.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think I've seen that hero in a long time.
No, it would have been a very odd lane as well. But maybe they're just wondering, like, what would be a bit of a problem matchup. That is the upside about the lineup for IGV. The fact that Batrider, there's no, like, Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, which would have, like, messed around with him at all. So we can actually initiate properly on almost every single core. The SD, not as great a counter as he used to be up against the Batrider just because of the range.
And looking at Ramsey's items, I wonder what's going on through his mind. He only started off with 2 tangos, and perhaps wondering if he needs to Iron Talon at the start, maybe get some boots.
He's going to head down to bottom lane, and IG actually do what they're doing, which is the Iron Talon abandoning Batrider. He's gone straight into the Dire jungle. Like, can you rush up something else? If you're only going to have the tangos, can you go for maybe even that early hand of Midas and get a big injection into the mid game?
I think he'd rather probably get an armlet very, very early on. And Lil, they don't have an Ogre. That was first ban, but he's kind of playing like one.
This is the way all the CIS teams love playing their StarLadder. Normally it's actually done in combination with the Iron Shell of Pasha, but you kind of need to get him up to level 3 to have that level 2 before it becomes really effective. So both of the off lanes very absent from heroes, the VP and IGV. They're both just sticking to the neutral camps for the moment.
And it looks like Tree Protector is going to head down to their bottom lane. Was wondering what Q was going to do on that. Sometimes we see the level 1 Nature's guys so that he can go for a chicken snipe, but looks like he just wants to soak out some experience.
Well, as long as he doesn't get caught out. With the rotation of Solo as well as Lil, you can find Q hovering around that bottom rune area. Not the easiest kill in the world. Just because he's just innately tanky. And with Leech Seed, it's a very difficult kill as well. This will be a very passive early start to the game until everyone starts to build into their primary items. The only lane which you could potentially see some big pop kills is this combo we've seen multiple times during the group stage, and that's the Timber versus the Dragon Knight. But normally you wait until that level 6 on the Timber once you bring in the Chakram.
Yeah, the Timber doesn't have a Quelling Blade, so he's actually losing out a little bit in the CS department. Just a little bit behind, but very difficult versus the Breathe Fire. And in the bottom lane, this wave is pushed up all the way to the tower because IG Vitality have a very nice sentry ward that blocks a big camp. And VP expended a ward already, unable to de-ward, and Q will get some free XP. Much needed.
Actually really nice for Q to get so much of this. It may have been a little bit nicer for the Batrider to pick that up, but in July, okay, now he's going to TP down to the bottom. Ramses opens up, now with Rage of cooldown just a little bit of a second. In July, can harass Ramses down, but Zolo is there, so with the defensive disruption, he'll keep In July back. But IGV keep their tower alive, and VP understand that chipping away at a T1 tower when you're going up against a Treant Protector doesn't make a lot of sense, but this does if they can actually attack into the Luna. Burning, better stand by. IGV, really strong lanes. We called it before. It's just this Treant as well as Witch Doctor. They make sure IGV will survive.
And they're able to keep tabs on the StarLadder. StarLadder he's not the most tanky hero if he's around sprinting, so they can't tower dive too much. Need to wait for more items on the Lifestealer. And he's not getting absolute free farm on the bottom lane.
Lil's hoping for something, but he's not going to get it at the moment. This actually has to be one of the most passive starts the VP have been forced into in this entire tournament so far. They've always been looking for kills, always been looking for that hunt, that level of aggression, but their lineup is just a little bit slower than that. So it's a lot more patience we're seeing out from Virtus Pro.
And Injali is able to free farm wherever he wants. 4.5 on the Batrider, just constantly stacking.
And everything else just becomes a contest. That top little pool camp.
I don't really see any signs of VP trying to turn up the pressure anytime soon.
Well, they can wait, right? Like, until Lifestealer's level 6, he doesn't even have a combo hero. You've got the sprint that comes out from the StarLadder. Potentially with Surge from Darkseer, that initiation range is going to get better for Virtus Pro. But who do you initiate on? You still want to initiate into a Leech Seed, the troublesome Q, who got a lot of levels from the bottom lane, so having Overgrowth's also a problem. And Q is actually doing a nice little job. The crush will come from Lil, but with the Leech Seed already out burning, no reason for the Paralyzing Cast out just yet, but with Pasha moving over, this might be a better reason. In July, rotates in too. They go for another crush. Q is low, but the damage onto Lil is so high, the Living Armor won't protect him. Lil will get the bash in the first blood, loses his life to burning. But a kill is a kill. VP gets something on the board. ITV something straight back.
He all in for that end. Whew, that was a close one. But if they wait too long, then Batrider's just going to get his Blink Dagger, smoke up, get a couple of easy kills. They don't have the best supports to deal with the Batrider. Shadow Demon's like all right, I would say. Just not the best range on that disruption to save people. But as you mentioned before, who do they really gank? Top has Witch Doctor defending, and then all the lanes have Treant Protector defending.
It seemed to make more sense to go on that little insurgent mission of Lil. Like maybe you catch the Batrider when he's low doing that stack, because that's exactly what In July was doing. He was doing the big stacks he had inside the jungle, but had to be pulled off it to come over. So he only loses out in 2 skeleton minions. That's all he lost because of his movement. And he still gets the experience levels from killing off the StarLadder or being involved in that.
In the bottom lane, Q spots out Lil, trying to wrap around from behind. With the Blightstone, this tower should fall shortly, if not for the help of the Living Armor.
Maybe they actually bring in more support too to hold this tier 1 tower until they bring detection. They actually cannot kill off Q. You'll always have that Nature's Gaia to dive back into. So he's got to pull Ramses off the tower. Ramses, whenever he plays his Lifestealer, loves just to rage, have a TP scroll if he needs to get back out again, but he'll rage to protect and just beat the tower down. But Q will hold this. He just needs a little bit of help.
Yeah, just need to buy a little bit more time for the Batrider. And Luna, top of the CS charts right now. Pretty decent lead over everyone else, and in the mid lane, Timbersaw is slightly behind the Dragon Knight.
It's going to be our first soul smoke of the game, burning it in July. So in July, he did spend all of his money, didn't go directly in for a Blink Dagger. Instead, he's got those Tranquils, Raindrops, plus the Wind Lace for the movement speed. So trying to close the distance, and they're pinging out. I don't know if they actually want to head to the top or if mid is their goal. No one will be the nicer gank to have, because this will get Sakatara a little bit in front as Sharkram slows him down. Now the paralyzing cast does a quick stun, allowing for the lasso with the early points of a Maledict as well. Dragon are being dragged back in through the fire. Need a little bit more damage now. No one will definitely pop. IGV with successful smoke rotation kills off the VP mid.
That was a great angle for them to gank from. They came from the left side, and then Timbersaw covered his retreat path to the right so that he could get slowed down to the point. And this is the smart play, a big play from the Batrider to actually not straight farm for the blink. They'd expect maybe a timing around 9.5 minutes, I would say, at this pace for like a blink smoke. And so he thought he had a couple more minutes to farm, and that's a very difficult game to predict.
And so IGV ahead in the board. They're actually fairly ahead in CS too. One big thing is the fact that Paparazzi's got so much space on the top. He's managed to already crack that 60 CS mark, sitting just about 400 net worth in front of the lifesteal. Mid lane, the gank is on. SD is all there. Even the Darkseer committing that wall, so they want to attack into the tier 1 tower.
And you can see the effectiveness of Solo's kind of patented build, his Max Soul Catcher build with no Shadow Poison. That's kind of been the go-to for most Shadow Demons now, but the Timbersaw just dropped. There's no chance of a TV reaction, even with Living Armor. He's not going to survive.
We're going back into stall, however. There's no Sentry Ward, there's no detection again on Virtus Pro. This allows Q to freely walk up wherever he wants to. So Burning drags the creep wave back. Now they TP the Timber back into the mid lane. So all this chip damage you normally get from a DK, which will be capitalized on in a couple of minutes' time, it doesn't happen. Q's already got 3 points up in Living Armor. In July might be in a little bit of trouble with the open wounds on him, but Ramsey's, that rage won't last long enough. And with the Firefly down, he cannot pursue in July into the trees.
And VP just don't know where to attack right now. Mid tower is still very healthy. Bottom tower was at a 3rd HP, but now it's healed back up by the Living Armor, and they're just buying so much time. VP, this is the time where they attack all the lanes, get a couple of kills, and start to get their blink daggers and just keep the train rolling. But there is just nowhere for them to go, except for farm, and they don't want to farm.
You got to give props to IGV. They've read VP's timing perfectly. They understand how to counter against it. Farm up a huge core. It's going to be a very big Luna going into the mid game. Burning's still getting levels himself too. The fact is Treant was able to get so many early levels, that Living Armor, maybe the sort of chip push the VP was running was going to be more successful because they're chipping away at the tier 1 with the Lifestealer, the DK into the mid. Like all this is working nicely, but 3 points up in Living Armor is just so damn efficient.
They just have to limit the Slaughter's timing. They don't really have a good place for the Lifestealer to infest. Like, they can't really get quick picks like they want until he gets his Blink Dagger, but he's sitting at 300 gold right now, and with no towers coming anytime soon, and with in July getting free farm, it might be a tough task.
Everyone's going to moonwalk for just a moment. We'll pause up and get a little bit more stable. So we can always just laugh it off. But yeah, Q, maybe once that armor is there for Ramses, he can force the issue a lot harder. Force rotations out from IGV, because right now it feels like IGV are committing only just the bare minimum to hold the lane, to drag the lane back.
I think overall, though, this is going much better for IG Vitality. VP maybe not expecting such a staunch early game from IG.
That's a support player right there, everybody. That's Burning.
With this set,
it's a very, very nice set. Crafted in gold. Hi, everybody.
we're admiring the models.
Yeah, that's what it's like. We've got mood lighting down here in the theater. It's a beautiful theater as well. The atmosphere is nice to actually bring a Valve Major back into a theater environment after Ben and Royal Hall.
Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful.
It's cozy.
It is. It really is. It's a lot more intimate.
Yeah, I can almost touch crowd.
Almost. They're just there. They're just there. But man, like this game is a lot closer. Like when I woke up this morning, I'm like, okay, VP versus IGV. I'm not expecting it to be as close after IGV's performance during the group stage, but they really seem to have, in the last 2 days, because each team had a 2-day break coming into this, maybe even a little bit more if you played in the Group A. They've taken their time, they've looked at VP, and VP did exactly what we were expecting for them in the draft, and IGV, at least they've got their draft in position to help them win here.
But that's the thing about VP's draft. All 5 of their heroes you could have probably easily predicted, especially with the bans coming out in the first phase Luna from IG Vitality, and there's a couple differing theories on the draft. One is like pick if you win, just keep picking the same thing until someone breaks you, or just change it up every game so they never know what's coming. So it's kind of like Wing's philosophy versus VP's philosophy, and VP have yet to really be tested, especially in the group stage where they just steamrolled everyone. But I would say this Treant Protector pick is causing a lot of difficulties for VP, and it's just slowing them down a lot. Even faring over a Dust or a Sentry Wars can stall precious seconds, and all these towers still alive is a big problem.
And wasn't it Lil who said during an interview over at the summit, the fact like if they have to change up, like if someone does force them into a different position, like they would only have to reveal maybe 10% of their strats in order to get back on top. So we're back into the game now, so everything is smooth for the players, and we continue this battle where we left off. VP were trying to bring down the tier 1 tower and bottom lane, and IGV are in a good position to trade, so they're now pushing the tier 1 tower with the regeneration of Burning, that little babysitting of In July, and the damage that comes in from a Luna. It's a straight tier 1 for tier 1 tower trade-off, so eventually it was going to... But IGV managed to stall out long enough, they get themselves a good trade-off.
And bringing up the items, I see that IG Vitality have heavily committed to raindrops. They have 4 raindrops on their side right now, and only 1 on the side of VP, so they just do not want to... Look, there hasn't been any fights, really, so it's like, do you expect to be able to farm, or do you want to actually fight a lot? And judging by this and this smoke, they are ready to get some kills.
That smoke happened right underneath the Radiant Observer Ward, so Virtus Pro are very aware what IGV are doing. It was a ward that was placed down a long time ago by Solo.
Yep.
So all they wait for is the mid gank. So even if the smoke's going to fail, you want no one to reveal himself. You want someone to show themselves, because you just move around and run this with this Luna, just a straight pressure, tier 1 to tier 1, and you can't jump VP before they're willing to defend. The Dragon Knight form was already triggered. You do not have this. So instead it's going to have to be Lil combining up, and yeah, here comes VP. Coming in force, Solo can't get disruption off. He was moving to the front lines to try it. As all VP get is the amplification over on the Batrider.
They're also struggling for one of their ultimates. Shadow Demon is the only hero in this game that does not have his level 6, which could be a problem.
Not certain if IGV, with one person up the hill, they would have seen that smoke. So IGV now disappear into the trees, quite literally with the Treant Protector. And it's VP who are now going to attack, so they're going to attack into IGV.
There is very little way they can push into this. And nope, Blink Daggers on either side, so daytime means very little chance of actually getting a kill, but now that nighttime has descended upon us, might be time for them to make some more aggressive maneuvers. Now the DK has to be very, very scared when farming his jungle. They don't really have great vision on that bottom side of the map, which would be a great attacking angle for Vitality to come from. Shadow Demon kind of sitting behind.
Have we really turned this into 5-man Dota? Paparazzi was able to find a double damage rune in the bot river, so farming up the quick. Just a 1-8 stack for him.
I think this definitely favors Vitality. They have a much better team fight. And VP, which of their heroes are good at team fight? Just the Darkseer, really. I'm looking at the other 4, and they have a fair amount of damage, but a lot of it single target.
And until you get Blink Daggers, is it really that effective?
Yeah, they need maybe a big vacuum crush, but that's pretty hard to pull off in this. And the Lifestealer is always going to be hindered by the Treant Protector. And of course, they have to worry about the magic damage output from the Luna and the Timbersaw before any BKBs come out.
So as I said, VP just turned this into just a little bit more of a split game again. So the tier 1 tower on the top lane is being harassed down with the Dragon Knight triggering his form. Wants this kill because this will allow no one to finish up his armor. But IGV, again we go into it. A 1-for-1 trade, tit for tat. It'll be the tier 1 tower that IGV want in the mid.
They're doing a 3-man smoke though. And they're leaving the DK up on top, so IG Vitality may be a little bit wary.
He has the TP scroll available, so this can still be a fight. The tier 1 tower's already taken, and IGV now heading to the south.
They're pinging them out, but IG Vitality are sticking together as a ball, and most of them are just stacked behind the Luna just in case one of them gets caught out. They have a ward to drop their tracks behind. Will it pop the smoke? Yes, it will.
So Lil gets revealed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And he's only just close enough to do that too.
And IG Vitality head straight back to mid. They don't want to lose a tower.
Well, they're becoming a lot more confident to fight now. Luna's just completed a Commander style, flying out with a level 2 ultimate from her. You can still get in close thanks to Nature's Guise. The detection being that close to your own tower, not really possible. They know there's a sentry ward because their other one got de-warded.
It's much better for them to defend so they can heal the tower and then make a favorable trade later. This T1 tower, especially important for them because Luna wants to farm Ancients over and over again. As much as you can.
There's so little in this game. I got a smoke maneuver from IGV, but this network's really close. Like, not even 100 gold in it at the moment.
They saw Pasha TP bottom. That will be their target, but he is surged and he is gone.
Well, even if they don't kill Pasha, the Luna's going to force the lane out. With 4 points up in Glaive, she pushes really, really quickly. And July is searching in around the tower, so they realize that no one's there to defend. They even scanned just beforehand. No one to pick off, so this is just going to be a tier 1 tower. And Virtus Pro, for the first time, they're not in position to get a counter tower
Lil's
straight
getting
away.
a lot of space, though. Lil's just farming the top lane, sitting at 300, 400 gold maybe just a few minutes ago, but now closing in on his Blink Dagger halfway there. IG Vitality, do they want to defend this mid tower? I don't think that they're set up in position to do so, especially with that Observer Ward behind the T1 tower and Lil
Do
wrapping
they
around.
see him? They see him. The sentry ward's there. Q's going to be revealed. A quick crush and a quick kill. Very deep, the Observer and sentry, just to the southeast of the mid tier 1. So it's a kill and a tier 1 tower trade-off here from VP and IG.
Yeah, and 3 of their Observer Wards are set up in the mid lane. And they committed a lot. Just for a tree kill, lost a T1 tower in the process, but Lil still kind of just away from his team, doing his own thing.
Is that team fight timing you're talking about? Just build up to it, be patient. That's all VP need to do. If you take a really bad engagement here, which is also very possible, all you do is just you feed the Luna. And then you'll have no way to deal with her.
Especially before BKBs. And I think that's the sort of game where if you're the StarLadder, you kind of want to aim for a BKB going in late, or else the Timbersaw will just destroy you every time you go inside the fight. So I also think it's important for the StarLadder to stay alive so you can aim multiple people. They don't have a really good way to take it off aside from the Manta on the Luna right now. So I think Lil is a very important hero in this game.
As long as he doesn't die, Lil. Okay. Action Fake Crush. The bounty rune.
And despite all this farming, Timbersaw is actually pretty far behind. He is number 4 in net worth and has not gotten his Bloodstone yet.
In July, tried to slip over bottom lane. The pings already came out. I think he's asking for another invis. Solo started his TP. Lil's on the run out. So it's Virtus Pro understanding the movements here of IGV. They don't really have that many deep wards to find IGV's movements. They see Burning stacking thanks to the Observer Ward. That's right next to Sentry. That was what helped VP in the last fight. And the other one's sitting right in front of the tier 2 tower. So they don't see much more outside of the mid lane. The jungles are very, very dark for them.
But Luna's just been taking stack after stack after stack.
She's about to hit the 10,000 net worth. Nice little mark for her. Already with the Dragon Lance, already with the Mana Style. The range is good. The disengage and confusion from Manta is also good.
I think it's about time for VP to fight, though. They have the Blink Dagger on StarLadder. They have a DD in No One's Bottle. And Lifestealer has his Echo Saber. Most of his items are complete, aside from perhaps a Desolator.
It's also IG's time to fight. They're getting far enough away from that Observer Ward. In fact, Burning is de-warding it at the moment. That they can do something with the Blink Dagger, which is freshly onto In July.
I would say it's a fairly predictable smoke, though, because Batrider's not showing, and then they just de-warded and they're all grouped up around mid. So if they do it, I think VP will kind of expect it at this particular moment.
So what else do you try and attempt? Like, you just keep farming?
You can maybe make a Roach play, but VP already have Observer Wards in the area, and they have eyes on Burning, so...
Maybe even time for a gem, then get it up on the Batrider. Risky when you still want to run a Treant Protector.
So now they see In July. He thinks he's safe with the Nature's Guise, but Treant Protector had died there not too long ago, and with the Observer Ward Sentry combo, Blink Dagger will be revealed.
Kind of has to know. Like with the way the fight happened previously, unless I think it just timed out. Treant's walking around with a Sentry, but he's just dropped it.
Here
in the
they
bottom
go.
part of the river, so VP, smoke up, they're about to cross over with that observer ward that did see a lot, but in July, up on the cliffside, breaks it, the blind blink crush, won't work, Tree Protector gets a huge holding, 5 quad inside of it. With the Eclipse damage, need to do more, but the Darkseer, the back wall, it may be enough, or will it? It's a 1-for-1 trade up, the Death Ward is doing its work, but the Bat Rider, it's IG coming out on top. VP forced back. The Blink Rush into work. In July is not done just yet. He wants Pasha. They need to get closer. Sakata gets in behind Solo, and with the sticky napalm, he can't even turn fast enough. Paparazzi, a double kill for him. In July, kills up Pasha. It's a team wipe. The favorites Virtus Pro just lost everything to IGV.
That was phenomenal positioning from the Bat Rider. He hit in the trees, he popped the smoke on the back line, and overall their positioning was just great. It's up the hill on the Ancients, and VP, they wanted to fight on the Observer Ward, but IG Vitality, they didn't make the obvious play. Like, a lot of their plays have just been not by the books. Bat Rider fighting way before his Blink Dagger, not even going for the Blink Dagger first, not smoking as soon as they get the Blink Dagger, and VP, they're expecting all of these things to happen, and they're getting punished when they're like, okay, I guess we should do something because things aren't playing out the way that they wanted it to.
It's spiraling out of control. The drafts just plummet down. It's like right now it's only a 3,500 swing for the net worth, but let's actually have a quick look at it again. So there's Lil's initiation, and Q at this point roots the entire VP lineup.
And the Eclipse comes out, and everyone is just clumped up around. They're trying to get all the illusions from the Wall of Replica, but Embersol is just so good at cleaning up in this sort of situation, and what great positioning by the Treant Protector. Dodging the Blink Crush, getting a 5-man root, and staying alive.
And judging by that camera view is steaming up in the IGV box, they are looking good. They just need to keep that momentum going. There's your graph plummet. VP need to stabilize, but IGV are definitely the ones in the driver's seats.
They just, I think, need probably 1 Force Staff, maybe a 2, I guess, on top of the Bat Riders, just so they can save someone from the Blink Crush. If they can save someone from that, then they can kite the Lifestealer easily with Root, and then after that, most of their damage will be gone, because StarLadder is nowhere close to a BKB, and he is just going to perish, and after that, they don't really have too much control with the device. DK does not do that much damage. He's also forced to get a BKB because of this Timbersaw pick.
And with all of this, with no money for Monkey King bars, Paparazzi looks even better. Just walking around with casual evasion, but once this is a butterfly, they're still in trouble, and IGV, they're knocking on the bottom door. They want to come into the VP base, so it took 21 minutes and a bit. Burning's the first one to do damage to the tower, and now they're actually TPing out. They get VP to return home.
But look at the Observer Wards that they've set up. VP have been hailed as one of the best in this patch because of their ability to set up great vision. But now that they've lost fights, they've lost map control, that are losing out in the farm battle, I don't really know if they can keep up their network of vision.
Well, they're trying to. This is the reason why Solo smokes. Puts down 2 Observer Wards in the bottom river area.
Yeah, it's probably time for the Bat Rider to get a gem. Maybe if they secure the Aegis first, it's still a little bit risky to fight around the pit. I think DK's pretty good in the pit, as well as the Darkseer especially.
It seems like a risk that they just don't need to take, but it looks like in July they're going to hover around it.
They still want to fight.
You have the double damage rune on the Luna, and this may just be enough to encourage them to go in.
Yeah, but certainly know what's up, and they certainly will not let this go for free.
No, they have to fight. Fresh item of the Desolator over on the Lifestealer, so you'll have that for this fight, but they send illusions down from the SD to have a look towards the pit with the Observer Ward and the Sentries down. They're right on top of each other. IGV, they're pulling out of the pit. So VP got the information that Roshan's down to 50%.
Yeah, there's not that many blind spots for IG Vitality, but that is one of them. The northwest of the Roshan pit. And they have to wait for them to walk into that Observer Ward. If they push mid T2, I wonder how IG Vitality are going to react. Might just be time for them to work on the Roshan, but without the DD, it's not going to drop that quickly. Roshan,
they're going to 5-man smoke.
Yeah, he's at 50% HP, so now they're going to be scouting inside the pit with those solar illusions.
IGV's coming to fight. They're coming to fight. So it's just illusions. The body blocking of the illusions, it just pinged. It just pinged. Solo knew what was happening, so then they just jumped forward looking for the SD down to half-life. The factory, ball and run! VP! They hit the mud! Injuly has to force-stop himself away on low life. But the Luna and the Timber will drop. Timber won't be down for long, thanks to Bloodstone charges. The Solo's positioning, noticing the illusion not having clear pathing, allowed VP just to set up properly, but they're going to go in for Roshan. He's down low with the amplification. Shark causing some problems, but it's still Radiant. They get the kill on Roshan, and 2 pick up the Aegis. As we have ourselves a small little pause. This is actually a huge time to pause because that Flame Break's going to push a little onto the hill.
VP is just really smart about fighting, how they took that last engagement. If SD dies, not the worst thing in the world. It's not like he really has any items.
Oh, Lil gets down just in time, so the Flame Break doesn't push anybody around.
Yeah, and Luna just got blown up so quickly. And she might need a BKB herself to deal with the vacuum wall. Her illusion is going to hurt her team a lot if she gets vacuumed into it.
Which means more time that IGV have to stall up. So the fight was good, and with Roshan, they repair all the damage of gold as well as experience. So the game starts to level up more.
Yeah, the blink from Pasha really making the big difference in that last team fight. They need Timbersaw to be... He was out in front. He got a decent amount of damage on a Shadow Demon, but then he backed up immediately after. They need him to provide the vision for the team fights. He needs to be the big bad bruiser in front. So, if you go on him, you're going to lose the fight. But if he retreats, then Luna's left vulnerable to these blink initiations from VP.
Which is why Luna, even if you do have a BKB, you may not get it off in time. Satanic may be the other way, just have the strength to survive, and then just, yep, that'll work. The VP, they're already prepping to fight once more. Looking down that mid lane. And they're bringing everybody. They don't have the best momentum in the side lanes. It's going the way of IGV on the top, even with a catapult behind it.
You have to be careful though. The Luna is still very, very strong. She has Butterfly. She's way ahead in net worth at the moment. So can't be too reckless with this siege. And Sakata's still, very, very far back, just scared of immediately dying.
There goes the tier 2 tower.
Maybe once he gets his plate mail on the Timber, he can play more aggressively. But he's just very, very scared.
So that's the downside right about going for this Yule Scepter build. You can't just get that straight Shivas, but he can still PMS and he can pick up that plate mail now.
Yeah, he probably wants some way to get rid of the amplify damage. But as long as he doesn't die to the initial burst, he should be fine once he builds up some stacks. And Gem has been picked up in July, and we'll take this time to get rid of some of the VP vision. They have 3 observer wards around the middle. Again, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get them all.
Kind of a risky situation, right? The StarLadder could be there ready to blink on you. And they don't have vision of Lil at the moment. In fact, now with the Chakrams from Sakata, they will.
So that's 2 observer wards down. 2 more, a little bit away from the Roshan pit.
They didn't find the sentry. It's a little bit more covered up. Normally that wouldn't be as important, but the fact you're running a Treant Protector and they're trying to make the most out of that invis time. But now he's going to see it with the Firefly.
I'm not sure if he saw the one that Lil is standing on top of right now.
They pinged it. He got just close enough for it. But it's, again, it's the wrong side of the river that IGV just cannot move to unless they go in force.
And Luna, looks like signs of a BKB are coming out. Ogre Club in the stash.
Alright, so she'll go for the immunity. Fantastic thing during the fight. Already got ways to get rid of the amplification. Now, there's no extra stuns. Won't fear that Dark Seer initiation as much either.
Even more than that, there's the disruption on her, which her illusions do a lot of damage. You don't really want to give SD free damage, although I guess he can replicate a Manta illusion.
Yeah.
So it's not that big of a deal, but the Breathe Fire also limits a lot of her damage because she has so much agility at the moment.
Timber's pushing in the mid, so VP. They will get to claim this tier 2 tower, IGV. There's no reason to slow this down. May fortify so they can push in through the top lane and try and get a tier 2 tower of their own, but IGV are not committing to the push. They're moving back again, looking to farm, and looks like they don't want to fight until Luna has that BKB.
Or while Lifestealer has the Aegis. Losing the gem right now would be very costly, would set them back a good amount of time.
And they only have to wait 50 seconds, and then that Aegis is gone.
Yeah, Lifestealer does not have that much in his defense. He's going very heavy on the damage. Just really the armlet from the armor from the armlet to help him survive.
like going Yasha as opposed to something else like, well, Basher, or maybe even more defensive for his team with the AC.
He might be going Manta. It's a common pickup on strength heroes to deal with the root from the Treant Protector. You don't want to have to use your Infest, and you can't wait for a Rage, or else you might just get lassoed without your Rage up and just die. So this way he can be more self-sufficient, and he can't rely on the Shadow Demon this game because Shadow Demon is still very poor, but he is going for the Scepter. Great way to deal with the Luna in the late game. She might have to get a Hurricane Pike to not get kited in the fights later on.
Oh, Aegis has now been reclaimed. It's a long Roshan spawn timer, so 2.5 out of the 3 potential minutes that both these teams will have to wait. The BKB over on Luna. IGV is in a decent position to try and look for an engagement if they wish.
They need more on the supports of IG Vitality. The Treant Protector is just bare bones and his Arcane plus
They're literally,
support items.
literally the same items right now.
Yeah, Witch Doctor Scepter is also something that you probably want to aim for in the late game, similar to how the Shadow Demon is. That versus this many melee heroes, it would do a lot of damage.
Well, instead, they seem to be very much focusing on the Yule Scepter build. Yeah. Unless that's going to be...
He's going for a force.
It'll be a 4-stop, so it's just the movement speed with the lace.
Great at kiting a DK. I guess the Lotus would actually be pretty useful. I don't know who would farm it. I guess the Timber Psalm, but he definitely needs the armor from the Shivas first before he can think about a Lotus. And Shadow Demon lays some wards in mid.
Well, the Luna is the only one close enough to it at the moment. The rest of IGV are being put into nature's guise.
Yeah, they don't actually have too much protection on the Radiant side either. They could easily get caught out by a Batrider who's under nature's guise. But I like the way they move. They're like constantly seeking to get better position. Like if IG Vitality come to them, IG Vitality are going to lose the team fight because they'll be able to either kite her while she's BKB'd or pop her before her he is activated. And the only time that they've lost a big fight, really the only fight that one of the only 2 fights that they've taken was on IG's terms up onto their secret shop. But now this is a little bit of a compromising position. They're on flat ground. They don't have vision behind the towers, so this could be a maneuver for Batrider to Firefly through the top side, which they're actually maybe kind of expecting with Lifesteal's positioning.
Here it comes in July, jumping around the back. The Firefly vision sees Parch with a jump forward. He found the real DK. No one dragged in with the eclipse. No one solo. Gets his BKB up at the back wall. Space is being created now for Virtus Pro. The eclipse still doing work, but will it be enough? The BKB Luna now wears off. Ramsey, one more hit will do it. Burning looks for the body block. The force up, the crush from Lil won't do enough, but maybe with the elusive beam, StarLadder trapped inside the base. They're just chasing him in deeper. IGV down to just a few heroes, but it's VP who assault into that tier 3 tower. Lil has managed to go on for a long wander straight past the fountain, past the tier 4 towers, and out through the bottom of the base. He'll rejoin the rest of his teammates in a bit. The Virtus Pro making the most of the time they've got. Bring down the tier 3 tower, now into the melee racks as well. IGV, they just don't have the defense against it.
Wow, no one was so close to dying at the beginning of the fight, which would have been a completely different story. And again, they get a huge vacuum crush wall. Yeah, you have to admire VP's ability to team fight.
Also the patience. Like, we're seeing a very different game style. Fog was mentioning the fact that we've had a couple of CIS teams, Team Empire and VP, are normally the ones which go high up on the list of struggling at the Valve major events, but Virtus Pro, they're showing their depth, not just in their draft, because this is obviously not depth in their draft with what they've got here, in their play style. They're happy to go hyper aggressive. They can play the very stalled trade-off style of gameplay.
And they also have a lot of confidence plays. Like before that, it was pretty much zero net worth, which is very difficult, pushed into a T2 tower against a Batrider, and they were just confident that they'd be able to get their BKBs off and not die, and to pull off their teamfight combo. So now Darkseer is probably priority number 1, at least stopping his Blink Dagger so he doesn't get a great initiation.
That's rather difficult to do unless in July. Well, he could have actually not gone on no one. But at the same time, if that worked, you get no one with his BKB down. The Eclipse does solo effect damage onto a Dragon Knight, and they almost killed him with that alone. So maybe next time, like, yeah, this could actually work.
Yeah, it was really close to working. At the same time,
okay, maybe not anymore.
Shadow Demon, yeah, he has gone back for that.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger pickup over on the SD. Talked about the range at the very start of this game for SD, not the greatest instant counter to a Bat Rider.
They are smoked without the Timbersaw. Timbersaw does not have BOTs. He's on the far top side of the map, so this could be potentially a good opportunity for IG Vitality.
VP is smoking up. Could look to go into Roshan, which they may think is alive, but it's another 40 seconds or ish until Roshan is up and running, and they'll find a traitor in their midst, aka the Dire Catapult, which accidentally solo attacked, breaking his smoke. So it's IGV who are currently, I almost want to say smoked, but they're just nature's guys, hanging around that tier 2 tower.
And they're pinging on the T3, and Paparazzi does not have a TP scroll. Maybe he can exchange with one of the supports, but this could take some damage. There is an Infest Bomb waiting perhaps to be exploded on.
If they can't fight with their Luna, Luna's only just entering the base. VP didn't force the issue until now. No one will be the one man to the front lines. And once again, these TPs look for that Bat Rider initiation. No one's low, caught inside the chakra. As Luna molts up the rest of the wave. But all this chip damage doesn't mean that much if IGV can hold, because you've still got the living armor. So it's not a kill push here from Virtus Pro. They'll back up. Remember, they were still waiting for Roshan, and Roshan's alive, but because they didn't kill the catapult, IGV also have this information. And now the trader will die.
They finally seen the Lifestealer pop out, but this is not good positioning from them, and one Observer Ward, D-Ward, they still have another one, but it doesn't catch sight of any of IG Vitality.
IG's looking back into Roshan. Now, Injuly didn't go just far enough to the side to see the Observer Ward. Now with this flight, he will actually see the Obs Ward, so VP are going to have a very dark map. 2 wards that are unable to go through full duration. In fact, if you look at the map at the moment, all they've got is their illusions. So this turns into 5-man Dota just because of this.
And who's going to get the jump on whom?
At this point, no one. IGV's backing out. And the base to start with and stay as close as you can to Roshan.
You can't leave that long though. StarLadder with the Amplify, with the Lifestealer, and no way to scout inside the pit.
With the Manta Illusions, and they have a Dire Observer Ward on the hillside. Yeah. Now, there's no flying vision in that area. So while no one does actually have a gem, yeah, another traitor. There's plenty more where that came from.
And I see no smokes in either team's inventory.
Now, VP can wait. Look at top lane. IGV have to go back to defend this unless they want to lose tier 4 towers. The BTs really need to come on that Timbersaw. So he can be that defense, but instead we got an in July BKB flying out in the courier at the moment. So the Bat Rider's got a little bit more.
There's still the siege creep inside. They see all 4 of these heroes, and Lifestealer just popped his rage. It could be a good time for them to fight.
Q is close that his overgrowth will also be effective from outside that pit.
They also need Sakata over here. He was pushing out the lanes as you had mentioned.
They need BTs. They need something. Bottom lane's pushing in too far. The top lane continues to pressure, and VP will back out every single time there's no one from IGV defending the top lane.
They're very vigilant about constantly having something close to or inside the pit, in between the Manta Illusions and the HOD, knowing that any 10-second window could be VP's chance to take down that prized Roshan. But seeing how low it is, it could be very tempting for them to go inside themselves. And VP's also doing the same thing, constantly sending a barrage of illusions throughout the lanes and around the pit.
This time they're infested. VP still have not seen that Observer Ward up on the hillside. This is doing so much work for IGV. They know where VP is moving. They can reposition for it. So they send the Timbersaw in to start with. Living Arm was already up, so he tanked up a lot of that damage. Forced up out, now the back of 3-man wall. Overgrowth needs to create a little bit of space as DK locked in position with that lasso, but now he breaks free and does his damage to Q. Paparazzi can't attack fast enough. He'll go down, and without the Luna, IGV must be in full retreat, or will they? The Timbersaw isolated now. IGV, they've still got extra support, but the Blink Crush from Lil, it keeps the Witch Doctor out. Burning will get instantly evaporated, and in July, the last man left standing, but he will not stand for long as they surround him for the death parade. Team wipe in favor of Virtus Pro. Now they can take Roshan and maybe more.
now they are just so darn tanky that they're definitely able to pop their BKBs in time. And now with Solo as a backup with a Blink Dagger, there is very little chance of any of their strength heroes dying at the start. And Timbersaw, he's supposed to be the tankiest hero on the side of IG Vitality, but he almost got blown up in a matter of seconds. They had to blow so many cooldowns at the start. And Luna, she popped her Manta early, and she just got amped and focused down during her BKB. It doesn't even matter that Lifestealer does not have an MKB just yet. And also the Manta illusion from the Lifestealer also takes up those flips.
Sakatar thought he had it. Q jumps in, throws the ulti out. The DK's low, but he can just toggle through it. They lose another 2. Fighting before the Luna is back up and running. And this may be VP's ticket to actually gain Megas. And in fact, they just get the GG call. IGV had nothing else to defend with. Virtus Pro take game 1.
A very scary game for Virtus Pro. Showcase a little bit of the weakness, maybe a bit of predictability from the heroes that they run in the draft, and I think a lot of fortitude coming out from IG Vitality with the Xtreme Protector pick, the way they played the early game, and that one team fight that they took around the Secret Shop.
Yeah, that was the time when IGV was able to get ahead, but then Virtus Pro, they also caught a bit of a break. The illusion block, and then the SD in the right position. So Solo, he made it just work so perfectly. You lose your Luna, you lose your momentum, and Virtus Pro, they dodge a bullet. And they were definitely staring down the barrel a lot closer than a lot of people would have thought. In fact, you saw the predictions come out beforehand. It was 100% going the way of Virtus Pro on some of them. And you have to always understand every team has a chance in the game of Dota.
Their team fight prowess is unrivaled, I would say, by any team in this tournament. And this game showed exactly why.
Yep, but IGV, you got to give them props as well. Real solid strat. Very, very patient. Virtus Pro showed the same kind of thing too. And, well, if IGV can show that, if they can also get a really strong draft into game number 2, we could actually have a 3rd game. We could have a series. Of course, the analysts,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Blessings upon a
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. tower is under attack.
Serial killer. Great teamwork, you vicious thugs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Top tower is Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The cavalry has arrived.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire team pick.
I mean, it's not necessarily, it's something that he has kind of crafted, it's something that he's concocted himself. What is it that he does oh so right on this hero?
I mean, he's a very aggressive player,
Sure.
like, super aggressive player, and his team just enables him super hard with it. Like, they give him all the farm possible. They're just like, you do you. Like, in one of the games, I think this was at Summit as well, they gave him, he gets like a triple kill at level 1, he gets a bounty rune as well, he buys a level, like, medallion at 2 minutes.
As a position 4.
As a position 4. They just gave him pretty much everything, and he was carry, the core support, like we were saying.
So IG Vitality up against eHome, I believe it was, had Burning playing Silencer,
Okay.
and this was the game they won. This was Burning actually doing really well on that hero, and them having a strategy around it to go hard in very early on.
Interesting.
Already having like that, the combo, you know, Batrider Silencer. We used to see that a lot more.
Wow.
Oof. Okay.
Oh,
Centaur.
wow. Big Centaur fan out there. Someone says, yeah, Centaur!
That was Shannon, probably.
Oh.
Centaur.
It's a great hero versus like Batrider and Luna. I mean, this is of course like theorizing down the stages. Like if you get Aghanims, you reduce a lot of the damage potential. If somebody gets lassoed, you obviously get like 60% damage reduction. But even before you do it, your team is able to follow up with the counter initiation. Batrider lassos, you stampede in, everybody runs in, and you get your spells up. But versus a silencer, makes it a bit different.
Yeah, this does reveal that this Weaver probably. Would you say Ramses Weaver still is an option? I was gonna say this Weaver is a Lil Weaver then.
I think it still leaves it open, but it's more than likely Lil just because it's VP, but it's still open-ended for sure.
Forgetting that, I mean, IGV, they have got legendary names upon them, not forgetting Burning, of course, and Q joining the roster as well.
So Paparazzi already playing Luna. We're missing Sakata's hero. Mid-hero, there is still a chance of Dragon Knight still going to get picked up by Virtus Pro as they did ban out the same heroes.
I think they need some like lockdown. They don't really have much stun for the Weaver. I know they like Jakiro a good amount, and they like doing it with like these dual lanes like Batrider, Jakiro or something like that. It enables them more. But okay, so different form, not like straight lockdown, but he's very good versus Weaver at multiple stages. Gives you like more vision game as well. You know, Luna gives you nighttime, has better nighttime vision. Batrider, Firefly vision, and Night Stalker. If you get your Aghanims, you give like crazy amount of vision to your team. So IG playing that type of game, that type of approach.
Yeah, you got a spell to break the Lincolns, you got the Silence to follow up. After that, if Weaver indeed will get that Lincolns, depending on what build he goes for, because if it is a Lil Weaver, then he probably won't.
Beefy frontliner if they do the dual laner as well, like Night Stalker, Batrider.
I do like it when we keep calling it Lil Weaver. It does sound like a kind of a street name.
It sounds more like a kid's playset. The Lil Weaver playset.
I was thinking like a hip-hop artist.
Oh.
Like Lil Weaver. Lil Weaver in the house.
Okay.
You want to see that?
I think it does.
You call it lethal if you want.
No, it's not a beetle. It's clearly not a beetle. Goodness me.
When they pick so many like different things of being able to just like shut down the Weaver in a way, like Night Stalker, Batrider, Silencer, these things like really hurt a core Weaver, I would more assume that it's getting pushed more to the Lil's hero as well. So that makes sense.
Well, so you think the worse things get for a carry Weaver, the more you push him down the order?
Makes sense.
Then that means that their core so far is not countered yet at all. Or at least, you know, all the focus towards the Weaver. There's the Mirana. No one plays the Mirana for Virtus Pro more often than not. Whenever they pick up that hero, they do have the arrow the disruption to set up. Set up for the arrow.
The classic.
Yeah.
Gives them more wave clear, more burst damage potential as well with the Mirana.
If Night Stalker gets a gem though, and an Aghanims, Mirana's ultimate's gonna be useless. Weaver's Kushi's gonna be kind of not as powerful as it was before. I think that the vision game here is gonna be really strong for IG Vitality.
The cool thing, like, that's for sure. I think the nice thing for VP is that this is still very open-ended. Like, where do you can't really assume where any of these heroes are gonna go. Like, it could be a mid Mirana, it could be a support Weaver, it could be an off-lane more than likely off-lane Centaur. But it leaves like these two, like, you're like, okay, which one is which? Which one is Lil gonna be playing? Which one's Noah gonna be playing? We don't really know just yet.
And it's not necessarily like homework will help you, because you know you could have done your research to see who plays what most, but
they can just change it. Yeah, exactly.
That is scary to be one pick away from locked in, and they still don't know where everything's going.
They still think that these are it's a carry Weaver and support Mirana.
They've been at the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, no one Shadow Fiend is something definitely to fear, as we saw multiple times. What
needs to happen for IG Vitality to fit an Axe in their lineup? Because I feel like that's one of the Sakata's stronger heroes, let's put it that way.
I'm trying to think where you put him. It'd be kind of tricky.
Ban the Storm. They did that last time and they picked the DK right away, but...
Do you think they need more beef when you've got the Centaur?
They like picking very tanky heroes, and they don't really have a natural tower here. Like, Weaver's okay.
Yeah, once he gets a Deso, it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's decent at prodding towers, but they don't have any of those natural...
They want to sit there and just hit towers, guy. DK would be a good shout. He did well last time on the DK as well.
I wouldn't imagine that they do the same thing either. Like, sometimes they do, but no one's a very versatile player. He has, like, many different heroes that he does like to play.
You said before that, you know, now is the time to do the special strat. Now to pull the ace from your sleeve. Does this Night Stalker Silencer feel like that to you? I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
Is this enough? Enough to be that ace up the sleeve, to at least throw a bit of a spanner in the works of Virtus Pro.
Last time I saw Night Stalker was Wings playing it, and he went completely berserk at Summit with it. So that's
The difference is I like the way IG started off with the Luna Bat. So you didn't know that it was going to be something unusual, and then they follow it with 2 slightly different picks. If their 3rd pick is really unusual, then
oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
So
take the Lifestealer again. Yeah, why not?
That answers all of our questions.
so it is the Lil Weaver, and it's going to be the Noah and Marana, and yeah, I mean Ramsey's Lifestealer again,
I can't believe they made it all the way through the draft.
right?
Yeah.
It can get punished, obviously, because of like the lasso silencer combo, but maybe we'll see him go for like that Manta build that he did before to remove the global, something like he emphasized before.
Yeah.
Alchemist.
There's an
Okay,
Alchemist.
Alchemist. Very
Okay.
interesting draft. I'm liking IG's. IG's like different approach in this game for sure.
Well, I mean, you know you've had a different draft when there's an audible ooh from the crowd. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So IG, the odds are stacked against them, Shiva. But just closing thoughts. This is the ace we were looking for.
I think it might be. I still think Ramses' Lifestealer is. I mean, it's just looked like a very good draft from Virtus Pro. It just seems like something they're comfortable with, but.
Yeah, a comfortable Virtus Pro fogged.
I like IG's scaling potential though. It's definitely interesting. We'll see if they're able to really pull it off with the combos that they have too.
I think that's the best word we're going to use. Interesting
Yes.
is how we're going to frame this. IG VP, they already made VP sweat just a little in the first, and now they're on the ropes. If IG concede this, they will be the first team eliminated from the Boston Major, and your casters to guide you through the action are Merlini and Toby1.
Thanks a lot, Machine. Yes, you know what? Personally, Merlini, I hate using the word interesting because it's kind of like that throwaway. You know, it was an interesting movie of Aragon where dragons were cool.
There's an Urban Dictionary definition of interesting. It's not interesting.
Yes.
Makes sense.
That's exactly what I don't want to have for this game. This game, I prefer to have the game of the immortal. VP, insanely difficult lineup to kill, great rotations with the SD to move, and of course, Lil's Weaver is always the VP spice that you add to the pot. While IGV, they look like they're going to scale well. Is something different to the last game? Less lane presence? What do you think about IGV?
You know, they have Alchemist. Alchemist is sporting a 90% win rate.
Really?
Yep. He's the highest win rate at
That's
the Boston Major.
that's a
with
pretty
over 5
impressive
games
win rate.
played. Yep. He's been winning a ton, and a lot of teams just cannot stop him.
I wonder how many of those games that were over on Radiant, not on Dire. Like how many, like it's easy just to slip down when you're on the Radiant side and get that farm for the Alchemist. This time around though, IGV, gonna have to prepare a lot of farm with rotating supports of VP, throwing spanners in the works.
They are so scared, hiding behind their T1. They want to get a rune. They want to see where they are and then try and get a rune. So now they see a Shadow Demon, 4 heroes will run bottom. Q will stand up the hill to make sure no one's around. Nothing funny is going on. And
They protect the Alchemist.
or
They need the money. Keep Solo away from the rune and let the Alchemist get like his first like 3,000 gold or something from a rune. Obviously that's inflation.
But look at where they've placed the Observer Wards already on the Radiant side. Or Radiant Observer Wards. They've blocked out this camp and they blocked out the pool camp with 2 Observer Wards. So that's 6 spawns that will not spawn.
That's a lot down. But for the moment, with it just being no one versus the Alchemist, and with that high ground Observer Ward for Sakata, like he's gonna be able to see practically everything coming towards him in the mid lane, and with the Dire Observer Ward down the bottom lane, in a place where it doesn't block up anything, but it sees a hell of a lot. So the second SD leaves the lane, there'll also be information for IGV. So even if their laning phase isn't as regenerative as game 1, they definitely have the vision to allow them to prepare and potentially counter the movements of VP.
Yep, and there's no smokes on the side of VP and no sentries on the top lane for IG Vitality. So all in all, early game should be kind of as we expect. This Night Stalker Bat Rider lane is very, very strong. Shadow Demon as a solo support cannot really deal with a bat, let alone a bat +1, but maybe that's where the Weaver comes in.
Look how much damage Burning is able to do.
Yeah.
Like, you combine it with just the Lunar Aura, even if it's just level 1. Pasha, a lot of life, a stout shield as well, but with the early point up in Glaive, Burning's just trying to zone out a very, very tanky Centaur.
I haven't seen them run the Weaver too much without the Drow Ranger, so I wonder how well Lil will do without much of the solo kill potential that he usually has.
He's normally still very successful with it. I was actually looking at those stats before the group stage even began, and in the last month, before the Boston Major actually happened, there was only one game where they actually combined the Drow and the Weaver out of the 3 they played, and all 3 games were a success.
And
in July, that's a decent rune. With the pullover that's happening, he needs more support. Q doesn't really offer that as a level 1 Night Stalker during daytime.
they can kill the Shadow Demon. Oh, he's in a terrible position. They can actually... I thought he was going to try and block him on the cliff. But he has a Sentry Ward, so maybe has to be a little bit fearful.
At the moment, it's just leeching. The Saturn Blast actually hurting Solo, and you can see in July, he wants the SD. Lil's and Shikuchi his way through. Q's already TPing away. But with a Firefly down, maybe in July can steal just a little bit of what's left of this stack.
Very important to have a TP right there. This is a lane that you just do not want to feed. They haven't been able to block either spawn, so the supports would get a lot if any of those heroes died.
Pasha's already abandoned. He's just gone jungle now as this Centaur. This is all the free space. So again, IGV gonna have a very farmed up Luna. How's the timing actually work for this? So you've got a very different game to what you had previously. How do you run this? If you're IGV, what's the sweet spot for the Luna?
I think it's just the same thing, except they have a much different hero in the mid lane. It's very similar to last game, right, with the Bat and the Luna, but this time the Timbersaw doesn't have to go in and fight. Like VP are way more forced to come onto IG Vitality's side of the map because of this Alchemist. There is some unfortunate things for them though. The camp that Injuly is taking out right now was a troll camp, and the Night Circle was trying to stack it, but that camp is very hard to stack if it's a troll camp, if you're a melee hero. So they weren't able to get too many stacks up on him, and of course now running to the jungle and be like, okay, this camp is blocked, where do I actually stack now?
Yeah, can't stack anything. Middle lane, Sakatar's about to be attacked on, and he's come too far over the river. This is a simple destruction to Centaur Stomp, and should be the first blood for Virtus Pro. Arrow will fly in perfectly, they get the Starfall off, and it will be no one that claims the first blood in the mid.
Yep, and VP welcomes the invitation to come on their side of the map and destroy the Alchemist. And no stacks for the Alchemist, an early death before level 6, slowing him down a lot, especially right before the 4-minute spawn. So, no rune. At least he still has that Reservoir Ward up in mid, didn't get rewarded, but...
It's just hard to see when that smoke gang happens, but this Alchemist don't really care. Bottom lane, you probably care more about this. In July, being open wounds up, burning, has rotated down, but his timing for this is a little bit too late. So Solo just able to walk off. That's a very low Centaur. Pasha actually went down to 5 HP when he was doing his farming, so almost gets himself denied as well. That wasn't part of his plan.
I like the way that they round out the items on the Weaver. He's going for a Blightstone, so this saves Lifestealer another item. They always have a way to augment the Lifestealer's damage. Last game with the Amp, this game with a little bit of minus armor from the Weaver.
Still a little concern for VP just how much space this Luna's getting. Now attacking into the tier 1 tower. Once Pasha's healed up, okay, he's not even waiting to heal. He's got his Tranquil Boots anyway. But jumps straight to the top lane. This is good chip damage into the tier 1 tower, and when this happens, VP have to actually commit resources, or else the Alchemist just continues to free farm. Bottom lane, a little bit of chip.
They're not slowing down Lifestealer's farm at all. He's still well above 30 CS in his early game.
The only concern is just how much that CS really balances out with IGV, with the net worth.
Well, Alchemist isn't getting bounty runes, nor is he getting a lot of CS in the mid, and he's also not getting stacks. So I think it's going very, very well. This is not going to be a super hot Alchemist start. He doesn't even have any pieces of his armlet yet. Instead, going for the early raindrop on the Alchemist.
In July, what rune does... Okay, Lil's going to get himself an illusion rune. Not exactly what he wants for a kill, but it may just be enough anyway. The Beatles are down. Burning has to help get rid of that. So In July can survive, but no. Lifestealer moves over. Gets one, then open wounds into Q under the tier 1 tower. Virtus Pro currently flawless on the kill board at 4-0.
This offlane has just been a disaster for them. Q was trying to block the Lifestealer so he wouldn't have to, so he would try and save the Bat Rider, but then he just gave away his own life, and now the supports are really highly leveled. Like, I think Lil's Weaver has had a lot of success because his safe lane has just always gone their way. And he's almost level 5 as a support Weaver against a dual lane.
This kind of sacrifice makes more sense now from IGV. Just don't fully sack the offlane, let Burning pull it back, soak out some experience himself, get to his level 6, and let the Batrider have mid. Alchemist is still very happy to be inside the jungle. Now bottom lane, SD Disruption. Oh, okay. Well, it was nice until Burning gets initiated on. Solo doesn't die to the tower, just gets back to the other side of the tree line. And back to safety. But you're going to get more out of this laning phase without risking as much if you're IGV making this choice.
So what are IG Vitality going to do? They need to get some more gold and create some space for the Alchemist. So they can opt to push with the Luna. Seems to be their option at the moment.
They've got the tower. Attempted denial by Pasha. You don't want to be fighting this IGV. Support's coming in, but maybe if you got the Eclipse and an isolated Centaur, you actually find the kills before support can arrive from Virtus Pro. They TP'd into the tier 2 tower. That's why it took a little bit longer for both Lil and Solo to arrive.
That's a very greedy play from Pasha. He didn't have a Stampede. He used it to help the lifestealer out on getting those kills on the bottom rune. And doesn't really quite have the items yet to tank a full Eclipse.
So now you give money to a Luna who's already top of the net worth by giving her a kill. And Luna, without that tier 1 tower in the top lane for Virtus Pro, has pretty much free reign of her own jungle once the Alchemist leaves it. A nice Solarity hit in the middle, but it's nice stun, but no follow-up.
Yeah, they just need to be concerned about the stacks on both sides. IG Vitality, they definitely need more ancient stacks, definitely need more stacks for the Batrider. Just stack, stack, stack.
If they can get that farm up. Obviously, the Alchemist had to soak up so much, so that's why the Batrider can't get the big injection, but once Global Silence is up, VP is still concerned. And you said it yourself, right? VP, they're the ones who are forced to actually attack. They're the ones that have to go into IGV, while IGV are very happy to sit back and passively farm.
At the same time, IG Vitality do need to open up the map a little bit more, just so they have more places to farm. You don't see an Alk and a Luna pairing too often, just because they occupy a lot of the same camps and do a lot of the same duty in terms of their farming patterns and techniques. So,
well, can IGV start doing that once you have Global Silence? Is that the critical ability you're waiting for?
I would say it's actually more so nighttime that they need to wait for. Luna and Night Stalker both very, very strong. They're in nighttime. They need to be able to get like the jumps on the heroes before they pop their instant cast Sakuchi, instant cast Rage. These defensive abilities are just way more likely to actually be used during the daytime before they can get the jump on them. So I think nighttime is going to be really nice for them.
Burning again is forced just to mop up the pieces when Virtus Pro started harassing their tier 1 towers.
Moonlight Shadow's up. Looks like they're perhaps setting up for a move relatively soon. Last game, we were waiting on the StarLadder Blink Dagger. This game, not really too much to wait for, I suppose.
You go Stampede into Disruption with Catcher, and that's a very high Catcher as well from Solo. You went for a 2-3 build into this Shadow Demon.
And the same smoke around, and Sakata will retreat.
He's going down
south. Yeah.
It's the worst time, actually. A Bounty Rune gets scouted in the bottom river, so Sakata just goes down and grab it.
But they still get the ward, so at least getting something out of the smoke to perhaps gank a stack. But I think it's going to be very difficult for them to take a fight. They're wasting a lot of daytime. It's been 2.5 minutes of daytime and nothing really to show for it. While IG Vitality grouped up as a ball yet again, minus the Alchemist this time.
Here's the Moonlight Shadow. Does IGV realize what's going on? They're already in the way out with the Stampede forward. Darkness gets triggered out by Q. He will be disrupted up. The arrow's on the way in, and it actually misses. He walks to the side, but the Stomp from Pasha still does the work, so Night Stalker will die.
I still think that IG Vitality get way more out of this. Alchemist, he sees all those heroes on bottom, he's like, great, this is awesome.
That means I can farm up the mid lane. The Luna can TP up to the top lane in a second. That's a creep wave and a half, if not 2 full creep waves for her to farm.
And Burning got another stack off. Look at that large, juicy, ancient stack of double dragons.
Instead though, IGV, they hold on the bottom lane. VP are forcing into the tier 1 town. Fortifications up, this will stall up a little bit of time. And Parazzi just loose and beam harassing. They still have to get rid of all these illusions. Plus the catapult. And Ramsey's coming in close, going to get silenced up in July, looking for that opening just to get a little bit closer, but what's he really going to find? Ramsey's the primary target. Lasso, while he's inside the Rage Q, is able to get the distance as well, get rid of that bug. He's the lowest line for IGV, but it's Ramsey's in the tree line. They're surrounding him. Defensive disruption. The Firefly is still down. The silence of the Centaur. He can't stop, he can't control. Lifestealer's gone. Centaur will join him. Lil trying to pick up Burning in the back lines. Lil will be able to find the kill, but he's underneath the Sentry Ward. The damage! He's out of vision! So far away, 18 HP, no creep can't deny him, back into Invis, the Glaives won't bounce, Lil still hiding, looking to deny himself up to Roshan, but it will be the death of Solo, so 4 heroes from Virtus Pro will die here, 1 will be denied, and 3 will be probably killed. In fact, Lil actually still had a TP, he actually has a TP back to base. There's still a 3-for-1 trade-off.
Well, they were not able to save that lifesteal there. No Stampede used, and that's a fight that you do not want to lose. This is them pressuring 5-on-4. They really wanted the T1 tower, but IG with a staunch defense there, and that is pretty much just the way for Alchemist Radiance. And like, normally losing a fight is bad, but losing a fight like that while being outnumbered.
Yeah.
And
it's the 5th one you mentioned. When you can actually fight 5v4, hold your tier 1 tower, and you get better trade-offs.
that was even like pretty good play by Lil too. He tanked most of the clips and then time walked it off, or time lapse it off. But the Lifestealer dying too early in the fight, and I think Batrider came from the right angle.
This Alchemist are getting so fat. 9k net worth, the highest over on VP belongs to no one at 5.6.
Yeah, now it's nighttime. How do they actually get the jump? Now Lifestealer actually has to be scared because they jumped him first the last fight. And if he gets silenced, you're going to have to blow disruption early, and then he's going to be in a terrible position just waiting to get lassoed into IG's gripping hands.
It's kind of like that odd time right for VP. VP are normally used to pushing that tier 1 tower and bot with just the Lifestealer +1. Well, yeah, initiation with disruption, arrow flies over, is able to connect, global silence, the follow-up is there, so there's no starfall, there's no burst, but at the same time, Alchemist doesn't have his chemical TP supports on the way over, so the Alchemist will drop. Burning couldn't arrive in time.
That's a huge kill for them. And maybe just not expecting them to have sentry wards with that smoke. It's not really something that you expect from the Alchemist, especially when they took the fight on the bottom side of the map. You'd expect them to have more vision around there, maybe the one right next to Roshan.
You still lose the tier 1 tower on bot. Trade-off is Lil doing heavy damage to the top. Pasha's holding behind him with a little bit of extra support. Okay, and the trade-off will actually be a tier 1 tower in mid too.
I like this Hurricane Pike pickup from the Luna. Last game he went for a Yasha Mansa first, but this game he can just rely on the Alchemist to farm and do the majority of the damage, maybe even get pulled and ags later, and all they need to do is kite the Lifestealer. That's one thing that they did not do well last game at all, because the Force Staff came much, much later.
IGV have to protect this stack of theirs. Sakata's moving over right now. Uprise, he can sit on the hill and do his little thing. He's got 4 points up in Glaives. The dream timing for Luna, and it goes to normal build. But you want most of this to go into the Alchemist. That's just a huge injection of money. He finished up the Radiance flying on the Courier at the moment. But everybody just gets a little bit of experience from it. It's actually giving the rest to Luna. Okay, so Luna will take everything else straight.
Yeah, he already has the Radiance. He can power farm anywhere he wants, pretty much.
Okay, I take it all back. He's now taking almost every single one apart from one of the Black Dragons.
And on the flip side, we have no one who just completed his scepter.
I don't know if that was intentional, or if the Luna's just getting frustrated. The Alchemist was taking his last as he force-staffed him out, trying to get him away from the agents. Bottom lane rotation, Ramsey's very much isolated. The Stampede trying to get him into the tree lines so he can TP out under the cover of Rage. Lasso is the only thing in July, can't get there in time. So the Stampede movement speed gets them away from the initiation.
What a timely scan too. They scanned a little bit to the right of Observer Ward, kind of where Luna is right now, and it hit red. As soon as he did that, he trucked it to the right side. Only thing that can stop him is Lasso at the moment.
But Batrider just didn't have the speed. He went for the drums and tranquils, doesn't have the blink dagger up just yet. But IGV are going to start their push with a Radiance up. VP won't really want to be fighting into this.
Yeah, only 1,000 gold behind for VP. That's, I would say, a big victory for them, being up versus an Alchemist. I think like 4,000 is probably par at this point versus an Elk.
As long as they can keep him down. No one was able to find a lot of farm too. He jumped into the jungle for a short period of time and now sits at 7.5k.
Yeah, it's super important that Mirana has this amount of armor, is able to creep skip as much as she is doing right now, because Lifestealer, he can't get Kylie. He needs a secondary source of damage, a little bit from the Weaver, but mostly from the Mirana.
Interesting smoke maneuver. So IGV are already using the Alchemist as bait, solo, aiming close to Sakatara in the mid, but doesn't find his opening. And Ninjalai, Firefly, they forced off him, but the leap. Global Silence, he'd come out just a fraction of a second earlier there from Burning. Stop that escape from no one. So now with Global Silence down, IGV are the ones on the defense.
Ooh, that was close. If Global Silence maybe came out 1 second earlier, they would have gotten that kill, but VP now very willing to take a fight. Blink Dagger on Centaur. Infest.
They have to get out of the jungle.
Yeah, they got to get out. He has a TP scroll. He could haste over and maybe play a little bit greedy. Moonlight Shadow they're set up. Luna looks to be the target that they would want to kill, but they are positioned so well on the right side that it's very difficult to blink across that T2 tower.
Alchemist has already left. Like, he pinged down before VP started taking the tier 2, saying, I'm not involved in this. I'm going to go down, I'm going to farm bottom lane, going to farm up the Radiant jungle. This is not the time to fight.
Injuli's on the south side of the secret shop, just looking to get one of the backline supports. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so his angle of attack is very difficult. They also don't have Darkness up, which makes it much more difficult for a VP to be caught by surprise.
That's why they're using the Hurricane Pike. Like, Luna was the one that tried to push him in before. It's like, you're not going to get there in time. Let me give you a nudge. Now, Stampede, nice Hurricane Pike away from the Luna. Burning, going to be caught out. Nice little stomp. So Bat Rider as well as the Silencer will fall. Courier as well. Very low on life. It's got the BTs for the Alchemist. Was flying back down to him, so the BTs do reach the Alchemist.
That's not a fight that they should have been looking to take at all. Alchemist, as you mentioned, had already TP'd on the bottom lane. They don't have a couple of their ultis up, and maybe like just having one hero out that you can force stab just to waste a little bit more of their time. But ideally, Alchemist would be beating on towers, stealing some stacks, and not losing a T2 and 2 heroes on the side of IG.
And then actually gets to push the gold up the way of VP. As you see them getting the advantage in the trades, the biggest experience gain they've had. Advantage they've had so far in this matchup.
And Weaver's also transitioning very nicely into a core. So Lifestealer, Luna, these won't be the biggest players in the game perhaps when it gets late.
And IGV, they need a better answer. Straight up farming isn't going to do it for you at the moment. But how do you force a fight with what you've got? You got to find space for In July, but In July, I suppose he's forced down to the bottom lane to find this farm. But Alchemist is just soaking up so much on the map.
They might go for a kill on Lil.
Well, the Alchemist moves in first. You do have that little rotating Night Stalker. And a trigger up Darkness. Needs to get that instant silence. Doesn't have it. Sentry Ward's down, so they see where he runs, but into the trees. Alchemist will stun himself as Lil, even Armor bugs him up and tries to turn and do some damage. Support's rotating in for VP, but it's Q who's left behind trying to get rid of the bug and then start his TP. All of that took way too long. And the Night Stalker burns his darkness as well as his life.
And another big wasted rotation from IG Vitality.
Ramsey is going into the mid. If he really thinks he can kill off the Luna, but slips in behind the lines.
Now they just need to prioritize the blink on the Bat Rider. Like, these games are just way too sloppy, and Weaver, probably unbeknownst to IG Vitality, is not building a Lincolns, so he can be a prime lasso target.
For that diffusal, now Silencer doesn't really do that much to him.
Nor Night Stalker. So I actually do think you lasso him. You might have to lasso the Lifestealer, however, during the Rage, so your team doesn't get destroyed.
You talk about the issue that almost every single team has had with Virtus Pro. What do I do when Lil plays as Weaver? Easy damage to kill the Bat Rider. Like, do I really want to commit that many abilities for, like, Lil Weaver?
Probably. You have 4 stabs for the Lifestealer, but they just need their lanes to be pushed out a little bit more. It's super safe just farming out with the Alchemist Radiance Illusions. You're at very little risk of dying unless they smoke past them. But right now, it's just all of IG Vitality trying to farm as much as they can on the map.
Q's making his rotation. He's going to find a courier. That's actually got a Tome of Knowledge plus the Yasha on it. As he missed his time to attack, wasn't ready to see it, so all of this will be delivered. So VP will have the bottom tower.
So now Paparazzi is actually on the Radiant side of the map, farming the Radiant jungle. So they're still getting a decent amount of gold, but not enough to overcome this lead in VP. It
He
looks like they
needs
wanna
another
tap on
500.
it.
He needs his BKB before this fight begins, but VP are all ready to go.
No one's even there.
They have to start TPing back now. So the Luna will arrive. Quick glyph, but the tower's already down to 2/3 life, burning with a little quick curse over on Ramses. Doesn't have a way to break free. So they will force him back out the bot lane. And the Mana Style has managed to be farmed up on the Alchemist, so the split push is going to slowly begin for IGV. And that's something which VP doesn't have a very quick and easy answer to. They can get rid of the creep waves with the Mirana, of course.
Their cores are very efficient at farming, though. So I wouldn't worry about it too much over VP just yet.
Maybe once some BTs are picked up, VP will feel more comfortable with it.
Yep, but the net worth by the Batrider
found Pasha out of position, so In July runs in. Flame Break is going to keep him there. The lasso will be committed. Maybe they're worried about Stampede escape or something along those lines, but they get themselves a bit of a freebie thanks to the Observer Ward that saw everything just above the secret shop.
And finally, In July will have his Blink Dagger.
That took way too long, but it's still 22 minutes. He's just been so close to it for so long. Moonlight Shadow from VP. Looks like it's time for them to try and have a crack at Roshan. They look for the Ancients with an arrow. The Observe Ward will see burning as the Starfall. Well, it misses to start with, but burning still very fragile, so easy to kill, even with missed abilities. But now IGV understand that VP are looking down towards Roshan.
And a very underrated part about Weaver is that his bugs are very, very good against Roshan, just tanking a lot of hits and reducing his armor. He's a natural medallion carrier that certainly aids. And IG Vitality looks like they're trying to group up to take out this...
They're too late.
Rally them out of Roche, but yeah.
They're actually just too late.
They're scanning right inside the Roche pit, and of course it pings green because it doesn't...
Yeah, you can't scan Roshan. So the smoke arrives, but it's all too late. So the Alchemist SD illusions walk straight back through IGV.
And no one is the one that they're looking to gank, but he already has Aegis. This could be a disaster if they initiate on him.
And they can't initiate. Lasso was down. At the time Roshan died, it was still on cooldown for another 18 seconds. And when they had a small moment there to initiate a Mirana, it was still on cooldown for another 10.
That's a byproduct of them losing so many towers. All the T1s and the T2s on the bottom side of the map.
They have an opening for Ramses. They don't see him.
Small.
The Observer Ward does, but it's already too late. In July, turn to the right, so they're going to four-staff him down with a Blink Dagger. He still can't get in range. IGV, they're trying. They're trying, but they just can't find that opening against VP.
Just a tick too slow. In every mark. And wow, Mirana is very farmed. She had, I think, what, 16, 17-minute ags into a very quick blink and BKB.
At the same time, Lil completes up an entire Solar Crest. There's so much maneuverability coming out from Virtus Pro.
And the IG cores are also very hesitant about split pushing out lanes, knowing that an Infest Bomb could always await them.
There's still one major problem, which is there for VP. Pushing into the high ground is not the easiest thing in the world, but also keeping the Alchemist from gaining net worth.
Yeah.
Also quite difficult. If they shut down everyone else, that probably won't matter as much. But the Luna is still sitting at the second highest net worth on the field.
And In July looking to cut a creep wave. They want to be able to push with his Aegis, and they have no creeps. And if he cuts this wave, that's going to buy them a good few minutes of time. There is that one creep wave that's heading to them, but all they need to do is clear that out. But the last time they pushed, they used a glyph very, very late, so their T3 is still at half HP.
So maybe it is enough to chip it.
Yeah, this one wave has to die for IG Vitality.
Alchemist is already coming back. TP's very defensively, so he doesn't just get the Acid Spray down straight away, but able to send the Mantra Illusions in. No one. Double Starfall, almost enough to kill off the illusions. Now the creep wave is gone. As you said, there is no secondary wave. So VP, and they keep the attack going just long enough, keep that back door off. No, they can't.
Not if In July's there again. Nice. And a second TP will scare him away.
Hey, he didn't actually have his Firefly this time around, so the creep wave didn't follow or burn. But the top lane was pressured in. That's where the Alchemist continued to find his farm. Now 700 away from having the Octarine.
So that's a good half of the Aegis already wasted. By some clever creep cutting. Ooh, infest inside the Mirana.
That's a different target, but when she's got Blink and Leap, she's the best one to get to the front lines next to the Centaur.
And that's the same as that was placed last game. And will gain a lot of vision and no signs of a gem yet. And daytime they have to be very, very scared. And Angel Eye's not there to creep cut this time. Neither are the Alchemist Illusions. So this time, with what 2 minutes left on Aegis, looks like it's going to be a huge brawl. This T3 is too low for them to ignore.
Yeah, IGV's getting ready to fight. The arrow only hits on one of the illusions. With a flame break, they push no one in close. Starts taking that tick damage from the flame break. Watch that count timer on the Aegis. Not too much longer. As it sprays off cooldown in 2 seconds as well, so here starts your concoction. Destroys it out, ends up actually hitting the Mirana with the curse and the flame break. No one's dropping down low, but remember, it's as Aegis Immortal that will trigger. The Pasha initiates while the Mirana is down. They turn on the Eclipse, now disengage from Virtus Pro, trying to run away. The Centaur will of course die. They only lasso onto Ramses. His Infest is off cooldown, he needs a target. That's why no one's coming in close. He'll BKB and take him away. Solo with the disruption, keeping Q out. Paparazzi, a quick Hurricane Pike will dodge the arrow. But Centaur did drop pretty quickly, and that could be more disastrous for Virtus Pro if IGV could control and kill the Life Stealer.
And too much burn damage. Their lineup isn't really equipped to siege high ground. Normally, you either want like a really capable siege engine and with the Shadow Demon Illusions, but neither Life Stealer nor Mirana are really good targets. Maybe the Centaur, if you were more farmed, you could just send Return Illusions. Actually, you can't do that anymore. So, yeah, they don't have a real good way to siege high ground. Or you have Infinite Sustain with like a mech pipe, so you can tank these Alchemist Illusions. But the Alchemist is like almost double the net worth of most people in the game. So it's no easy task, especially with their heroes, to take these illusions down and just not get burned down before you even start the fight. Mirana had already lost her Aegis.
As this Alchemist starts to get closer, or they find an opening, it's Weaver. Q, the dust will come, but Lil is on the run away from this fight. Does the Alchemist get 6-slotted? Every single person from IGV, every time they get an Aegis, that's that new power spike. Maybe not so huge when you look at like a Batrider's lasso effect, but getting the vision out from the Night Stalker, the global silence upgrade, having Luna having so much more damage with that Eclipse without having to put herself at risk all the time. Bottom lane, oh, that's a very quick death of Burning. No one and Weaver teaming up together and Burning too far out. Maybe thought he was still one.
Very easy kill. I wonder what Mirana's going to transition into next. Whether it's going to be like a Dagon EB build is pretty common, but I don't think it's particularly great at dealing with the Alchemist illusions, or perhaps a right-click build with Chrysalis, Butterfly, Maelstrom, one of those.
Would you go that way, or do you almost prefer like Magical Nuke, get rid of those Alch Illusions nice and quick, keep your own up? Right now he's actually got the Void Stone on him.
Probably Magical Nuke, I think. I think even if he goes for a right-click build, they'll still lose out in the late game because of all the axe pulling. Alchemist actually going for a Blade Mail.
It works really nicely for this situation.
Yeah. They don't have the best burst. Maybe if they get an arrow on him, they can kill him, but...
he just turns on the Blade Mail. It's like, please fight me. Please Starfall.
I think the thing about the Alchemist too is he's like worried that they might lose the game right now. If they lose the game right now, then he can't save it for an AC, can't save it for a Shiva. So all he needs to do is, they scan out Ramses. He's around there.
There's a smoke gank. Someone's taking their Ancients. They want to stop it. IGV on the move.
They still know that he's around there. He does have an Infest up, but going up this hill...
They're out of vision of the Earth Lord. Blink Lasso. They catch out the Weaver with Elusive Beam. Hold him in position, actually committing the Global Silence. Kill off the support Weaver. And instantly transition into a mid-push. IGV now on the aggressive. 30 minutes in has taken them this long to start beating into a tier 2 tower, but they're very quick when they do it.
And Lil's a significant chunk of their net worth. 10,000.
Can buy back. This is available. But then Ramses. Okay, the question mark is here. Now, do VP actually have enough high ground defense? The Mirana's trying to build into a Lincoln Sphere, so right now she doesn't really have many stats, and with the stunts, Ramses has to rage and start the armlet toggle. This chip is working beautifully for IGV, and if they can bring down the tier 3 tower, Luna becomes so much more powerful. Look for these glaives to bounce around. You get a copy on the Alchemist, or at least you've got him. Pasha jumping in too. They push the Alchemist in deep, but with the Eclipse turning on, it's really only the illusions, but now the glaives will start doing their work as well. Fortification's been burnt, the arrow hits the Alchemist, pushing further away, can't armor toggle through it. IGV, they will be repelled, Burning will die. No one wants to get more kills, however, with the slow one in July. Is that Diffuser Blade charge going to work? IGV lose 3, and only one of them has buyback, and that is the Alchemist.
And they didn't even get the melee racks. Still sitting at around 30% HP, but surely to be regened up by the next time they go up that hill. And fortunately for IG Vitality, there is no Roshan respawn. It's about 10 minutes and 10-15 seconds, so another couple minutes left.
Yep, 1.5, that should do it. Q, quick TP out, Lil's gonna find him. But right now, VP want to attack into the mid lane. If they possibly can do it, or they rotate into the bottom. That tower is very, very low, so Ramsey can do it by himself. But the rest of VP will come. Fortification triggered with the tower at 17 HP. And IGV, they'll buy back now on the Alchemist. So the tower will fall.
That's what.
But VP...
20 seconds left on his buyback.
Yeah, they just want to make sure this Rax doesn't get hurt. And he can get a decent amount of the money back anyway through greed.
And now VP will control that secret shop area. They don't have that observer reward that they normally have to the north side of the shop.
So let's actually have a quick look back at this. So this is the Mirana defense. This is no one. Trying to keep everybody out. Hits the sweetest arrow possible. And then the chase is good. Realizing too he can go for that third.
Yeah, they just didn't have much left in the tank after that. So, good few minutes before nighttime is up. IG Vitality actually have not been making the best use of it. But at the same time, VP's just been pressuring them a lot during the daytime. But have to say, around the Roche pit, we see the Ags coming out on Pasha very, very soon. He still does not have a way to get out of the global, so it doesn't seem to be the biggest threat yet. But now with Roshan respawning with fairly high certainty, expect more action to be headed around there.
That's why IGV's already on the hunt, but most of Firefly was burnt out by In July, looking for someone in the tree line. The scan goes out from Virtus Pro on top of Roshan. Now Burning sees Roshan, actually starts the fight. Paparazzi's going to just push himself into the pit now. There's a lot of vision from Virtus Pro. They already had the Observer Ward watching over the mouth of the entrance to Roshan. And a TP up. The BT just got scouted out. He did it in, like, literally on top of the Radiant Creep Wave. So VP know if they want to slip into Roshan, they can do so.
Versus Bat.
Yeah.
Very, very tough.
Very dangerous.
But he's not using the Alchemist Illusions to really push out the lanes. So, despite having a very farmed Alchemist, the lanes are generally in VP's favor.
It's kind of surprised he didn't use it before. Like, you attack the top lane, you then trigger it, or push out. Instead, they smoke in the mid, they're behind the Luna. And Paparazzi becomes the bait, and are they actually making a play where Luna pushes the mid and then they turn this into a Rax trade-off? Is that what's actually coming out at the moment?
The creep wave is very, very far away. And they do have that in reserve reward. Doesn't see anyone yet. They could catch out Pasha, though.
Here's the creep wave.
Do they have
it
enough
arrives, they go in, they look, and they see Solo, so they initiate. They want that SD down. They're going to get it. Buyback is available, but the Rax starts to be assaulted. Moonlight Shadow's been triggered. Pasha jump in with the stun over on Luna. She didn't get a BKB off. Now with the global silence, the melee Rax is down. IGV, you want to get out of here with as few casualties as possible, but the Alchemist, he can't do it. He's perched up. He just can't run. The Eclipse will turn on. The damage with the Glaives is doing some work. 2 down for Virtus Pro without buybacks. But Paparazzi starts his TP. They can't get the arrow. No one can't turn. There's a lot of gunk in that system. So melee Rax claimed by IGV, and they lose the Alchemist without buyback.
Man, IGV really liked that play. Were you watching the China qualifiers, how they beat LGD? That's a very similar play. They were on Dire, they smoked up with the Rax down and just smoked straight into their base. A very unexpected play, and Solo took that.
He thought he could defend it. 1 point Shadow Poison, pull the creep wave back, couple of illusions. It would have been enough to stall them.
Yeah, if they got that Luna kill, it would have been VP would have been very happy with that. But this is why This is why Batrider is such a top pick. Like the simple napalm on the Mirana, look at her charge. She's like, oh, I can't.
Oh, and then the vision appears. Fraction of a second too late.
The napalm just makes it so much harder for you to turn and cast your spells like that, though. It's such a nuisance. It's kind of like getting mini stunned every time.
Gotta remember that vision range too. That was actually kind of disgusting.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you want to sacrifice your Alchemist life for that. That's the second consecutive fight that he's died, and Ramses will start on Roshan. They don't have the Weaver there for the minus armor, so it's going to go down a bit slower.
Are they anywhere nearby? Like IGV are a long way out.
They suspect it right now, but I think they're a little bit too far away. Weaver's already closing in, but Roshan's at 25% HP.
They have the smoke for extra movement speed, but it's too late. So the bugs will arrive, the arrow flies up, so they understand what's going on, and then instantly Stampede over the hills. They want to get a kill. Pasha missing on the stop. IGV, they got some distance. Pasha doing some chip damage to Burning, but it's still not enough to find the kill. Everyone is out for IGV, Courier included.
If you think Firefly is good.
Stampede balance, boys.
Wow, I'm surprised they just didn't lose everyone. That's just not something that you think, oh, Roshan said, oh wait, they're on top of our Ancients.
That's
already.
the 4 stamps you're talking about. You've got the 2 4 stamps plus the Hurricane Pike up and running. And you've got the Aghanims, which has been gifted to the Night Stalker. So now there's the extra vision. The first Ags has been gifted. So with this vision from Q, they can see the stampeding targets running at them.
Mm-hmm. Super important. I think they would have just lost the silencer immediately on the back of the fight. So who do you give Ags next to?
It's got to be the Lunar upgrade, right? Like you need more damage out of her.
Probably, but you also could use the control out from the Batrider.
The double lasso?
Yeah. That could be useful.
Well, for now, IGV will just take the useful kill of the tier 2 tower on bot. Creep wave's coming in a little bit late, so it may not matter. The mid lane keeps pushing in. VP trying to get some space. It's Lil who's taking care of the top. He's so close to that Aghanim Scepter. The 300 gold and he's got it, but IGV already starting the attack. Okay, he's going to actually sell up so he can get the Aghanim Scepter for this fight. Keep your eyes over on that Weaver. Bottom tier 3 tower still being chipped out. And they look for a target. They find one. Pasha in July blinks away. They get the concoctions on keeping the Centaur out. And now with the Blade Mail, they don't want to really fight into this, or do they? Rage expanded. BKB down for the Luna. Arrow again will fly astray. And Sakata attacking into the tier 3 tower.
Very dangerous without the BKB on the Luna. And they still have the Aegis on the side of VP, remember. Deciding to cut the wall. They could lose everyone here if they decided to press.
They want to fight from the high ground. They want to fight from a better position. They know the mid lane's going to push in anyway. The arrow goes for a bit of a scout. They see a little bit of the back lines. But will they get more? Ramses stands on the front lines. Now is Rage going to wear off with the Eclipse. They need to come in with the Starfall. Is it going to be enough damage? The Glaze bounce around. VP taking too much damage. They need to bail out of here. Ramses is down. You brought down the Alchemist too, but you lose Lil in the tree line. And IGV with a buyback coming out from the Alchemist. He actually TP'd into the creep wave. They're not all out home and hosed yet. No one caught. The Aegis the Immortal will trigger. His blink tag will be off cooldown as he comes back to life again. Can they control him? The BKB, the leap to Starfall. He needs more speed, he needs more distance. 2 seconds, 1 second, the urn charges on him. He can't blink into the tree lines. Even if the BTs are available for him, he's on the run, wasting the time of Virtus Pro. While they chase him, they're not taking racks. TP begins, but the losing beam will cancel it. No one is down. Bites back straight away. Here to defend the bottom lane. That's where the Alchemist is pressuring. The creep wave, however, is not inside the base. So the backdoor regeneration is stopping IGV from taking the objective they want dearly.
And only 25 seconds left on the lifesteal respawn. This might not be enough for IG Vitality to seal the deal.
They may just try and force the global silence off cooldown in 20 seconds time. They'll have that, but the smoke is over on Solo as well as Pasha. They want the opening. Fortification buys more time. No one. Blink into Starfall, leap straight back out again, try and slow down the creep wave, but now the Glaives, they really start having a big effect. Pasha doesn't actually get the stomp off, the BKB protects him, and Luna, the TP away, gets what he wants, away with murder. Burning will die, but it's an acceptable casualty, the arrow. Wow. Dodging at the last second. Thanks to the TP completion, IGV get out. Burning your only sacrifice.
Oh, that was what a pleasure to watch IG Vitality push high ground like that, and the BKB dodge from the Luna, all eyes on the melee Rex, and short stepped a little bit away just so she could TP out safely, making great use of that BKB. And they had such a small window to do that, and it's very similar to how VP pushed high ground and Alchemist bought back with 20 seconds left on his respawn timer, and maybe they should have done the same. Actually, they didn't have it in Lifestealer, but it was still just a tiny window for them to work with.
IGV, they're playing some of the smartest Dota we've seen of them this entire Boston Major. Finally, the Alchemist is going to 6-slot himself out. So while he might think about a Moonshard, he ends up selling off the Blade Mail, picks up the Shiva's Guard instead. Already gave one Aghanim Scepter over, so one for me, one for you.
And maybe that Batrider isn't the best idea because of the time lapse. He used a time lapse on the last target last fight. It didn't end up saving the Lifestealer, but it was still
VP's
nice
coming.
touch.
Only the Alchemist Illusions they run through. Oh no! No one initiated on the Alchemist Illusion. The one that went backwards. It didn't break anything, but it was the Moonlight Shadows, so they can't really know it like you do with smoke.
Yeah, and IG Vitality, they just need to weather the storm during the daytime, or just wait for Night Stalker ult to be up. It's so hard for VPs to take a fight. It's very hard to jump the Silencer. It's very hard to jump the Luna before she pops her BKB.
And she's going to complete a Skadi pretty soon as well, so then she's going to have even more sustain.
Yep. Yeah, she is. And Lifestealer, this is about the time where you don't really feel as effective as a Lifestealer just because everyone else has their items and scales so much better. Luna has +6 glaives, and what does Lifestealer have? Just a little bit of lifesteal from the feast. That's percentage based, but in terms of straight scaling, not that much, especially when he's forced to go much more defensive with the AC. No Basher, no Abyssal, no MKB.
So IGV, the ones in control, but well, we already felt like we had that position before. This is a very different scenario, however.
This is much safer for them because they have so much more wiggle room. They have much more wiggle room because they have a lot more farm, and also they don't have the amp damage to instantly kill people. The Weaver takes a lot more time to ramp up with the Swarm and double hit from Sakuchi. Like, all these take a lot more time, and he just doesn't have the right click damage.
Didn't even see a little bit really that effective. I thought with the Aghanim Scepter it was IGV who were going to be denied the kill, but never even felt the influence of that Ags in the last fight.
Yeah, it briefly broke the lasso, but it suffers in the fact that what if everyone on your team is taking damage? What if Luna is just cleaving everyone down? What if everyone's getting hit by Eclipse with no creeps around? She can only do so much. And if you do that, you can't actually time-lapse yourself, so you can't really go in as deep as you want to. The cooldown's very low, but not low enough to use it twice in that short of a span.
IGV's coming once more. Top lane's pushing out for them. It's not as far out as they would like.
It's nighttime though. This is where they just need to. It's very easy for VP to make a mistake, and it's very hard for IG Vitality to be caught off guard now. And then they can just wait it out until the Roche spawn if they really want to feel safe. But in the meantime, if they don't, they can just try and pressure with this superior vision and the gem up on the Night Stalker.
They can wait 50 gold now. In fact, now no gold, because Alchemist found a bounty rune. The secondary act is on its way. And we'll see who he chooses. Is it going to be the control of the Batrider? Is it the increase of the magical damage of the Luna, not to mention the increase of stats that come along with it?
I think the Luna. That Eclipse is ridiculous. Although, maybe you don't want to all-in on it because of the Centaur ultimate. He can just use it to somewhat counter the Eclipse.
July is hugging. He wants it. Him. It's the Batrider. So the Batrider is now just over 1900 in his life with the Ether Lens and the double lasso. VP could find both of their cores taken out by this, and that's what IGV are looking for.
And how do VP fend off this? First, they're trying to set up with an observer ward right outside their base. That's how oppressive the one right next to their T3 tower. That's how oppressive the Night Stalker vision is. Like, you just can't see anything.
But that's going to go down the second Night Stalker gets in close. VP saw the TP of the Alchemist again. It's been happening a lot from Sakata. He just keeps jumping back into the lane in perfect vision. And but VP come out, they look for a fight. They think there's an opportunity where the fight will be 4v5.
And no BKB on the Batrider, so maybe he can be bursted down by the Mirana. I think that's a hero that you actually want to kill very early on in the fight, or else the Napalm and the Flame Break is just very difficult to maneuver around in the fights.
But without counter push, no one's been having to be like expending his double Starfall just to get rid of a creep wave.
Yep.
And even that's not effective enough.
Let's see if Angelai can get a jump over here.
He was hoping for one.
Yeah, they need to deward that Observer Ward. I don't think that Night Stalker has caught glimpse of it. He hasn't been in gem range just yet.
Yeah, it's too far away. A little bit deceptive, where his night vision is actually bigger than the true side of the gem.
And Burning dropping some vision on the right side just in case VP wrap around, but with a Night Stalker vision and no smoke, it should be very clear as to where they are.
It's chip time. If VP can defend this, maybe they have a chance. Roshan's a minute away, but they'll need to win this fight pretty convincingly in order to do such a thing. And they're still having the issue of the other lanes, bottom and mid pushing in. Alchemist takes a lot of damage with the stuns. Global Silence being used to allow Alchemist to retreat away. Not to mention SD Illusion's actually working really well at copying the Luna, fighting against him. Now the lasso is out, but quickly again, Lil on the money. Able to get that time-lapse out thanks to the Aghanim Scepter. Useful for his allies. And IGV will back out. They're playing safe.
They cannot underestimate the Soul Catcher. The Soul Catcher almost killed Alchemist. 50% more damage from this heavy of a burst from Mirana can just drop you. And it's not like he has BKB. It's not like any of his teammates have Glimmer Capes. So if he takes burst, he's just going to straight up die.
Very problematic. IGV, they know what's at stake. There's no reason to risk the fight. They back out. They wait for the next Roshan, which now will be spawned up, so they can grab the Aegis Immortal. Let's give them a little bit more of a license to push, and a little bit more of a safety net with potentially the Luna. Is where your eyes can go for this. Maybe Burning. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure who you give it to. I think the cores are actually just too farmed.
Luna would like have to drop a Mana Star in order to pick it up herself.
Yeah, she dropped her Pike, but it's been pretty important for her.
Q will take the cheese. Or maybe they just wait for her to die. Burning is now the carrier of the Hurricane Pike.
And now they have to fend off one heavy lane seed from these two farm heroes, as well as Manta Illusions on both of the side lanes. Shadow Demon is actually pretty good against this. He can disrupt the Manta Illusions and have pretty strong ones himself, but their base is just in shambles right now.
It's like Sakata's actually building a different item. I think that's actually, is he going for a heart? Normally you think maybe he's just going to go for another Aghanim Scepter with another 5k gold sitting in his bank account.
It could be an Abyssal.
I think he's certainly, yeah, that would work.
It's more likely to be an Abyssal, because, or else you'd buy, yeah, I think it's Abyssal.
We're going off the Vid Booster, which is on the Dire Courier. That's what we're looking at the moment.
I don't think you want to get a
it
heart versus the Lifestealer.
It's a straight Abyssal Blade.
So this way they can keep the Lifestealer off of the Luna. Now that he has MKB, the Luna has to be slightly worried about getting bursted down. Not too worried though.
Luna's got to start worrying about being copied all the time. Her illusions are doing more work right now, and here it is again. Solo blinks in for the Batrider. The lasso, we caught two, combining over the Global Silence. Time-lapse can only save one. And well, Pasha was not that one, but Burning, the damage output again is the SD Illusion. They go back in again for the fight, maybe with the Rage Lifestealer and the Eclipse damage. He tanks through most of it. Pasha back in after the buyback, gets it on over on the Luna, and IGV are in retreat. They force off out. Sakata, is there enough damage? He only triggers the Lincoln Sphere with his concoction. So IGV, they lose 3. None of them have buyback. It's no one with a triple kill. But the lanes are in disarray. The mid and the bottom still pushing heavily.
And this is pretty tense. Like, even at the start of the fight, did you see how Shadow Demon just blinked in the middle of them, down the hill, and disrupted a Luna? Because he knows that if he gets that off, he's just doing so much damage at the fight. And they were able to kill the Luna. They tank the Eclipse very, very easily. The Stampede actually just makes them almost unkillable, so that Lifestealer can just straight run in on the Luna and have 100% uptime on her.
So this 5-man maneuver from IGV, we've seen it fail, and we know why it fails. What's the game plan? Is it split? Like, obviously, you got to survive this push to start with.
First, you force out a Luna buyback. Once you force out a Luna buyback, you try and kill her one more time, which I think can easily be done.
Well, VP, here they come in. They look at the range racks. Arrow flies in. Burning, don't play a game of catch. Manages to dodge it, but the bottom Rax completely mopped up. VP started this whole shebang about 25 minutes ago, and now they have to get more. 40 seconds until Alchemist is up. Luna still not going to buy back. IGV, they're going to accept the casualty of 2 lanes of Rax. Thanks to the tier 2 tower up on top lane, VP can't go for much more unless they are thinking about going for tier 4 towers. But no, they take the melee and they're going to retreat. This will balance out the lanes for them.
And I don't really know who has the lead right now. IG Vitality, like Alchemist has been capped for quite some time now, and their cores are dying to this very, very farm lifestealer. And they can still push out the lanes because of the Mirana, and they can tank in the team fight because of the Centaur. So that fight, there was a very good last up from the Batrider. But time lapse gets rid of one.
And the fact you actually had the instant buyback available for Pasha. Like, VP were ready. They knew what they had to sacrifice to win that fight.
And that was with the help of the Aegis. So I think they actually just need to straight kill the Shadow Demon at the start. Shadow Demon or Last Wing the Weaver would both be pretty good for them. If they can actually keep 2 heroes inside the lasso and burst them down with a BKB Eclipse, I think they can win the fight.
Well, right now they're looking for a kill. 4-man smoke maneuver. The Alchemist, the only one not invited to be involved, but he can BT into the lane. Maybe not so much when you got Mirana and Lifestealer illusions. Just, well, if you can't find an army of real people, send in the copies.
Well, now they use Moonlight Shadow, fully expecting a gank, and
is Q walking in? He's got the Gem of True Sight. Remember, this is nighttime, so Q has the better vision. Sees Lil jumping out. Okay, someone's going to have to get rid of that Observer Ward.
Yeah, no one has a quality pick this late.
Well, there's a jump in. Solo once again gets it. And to get the copies of the Luna. They're bailing out with the Purge over on the Luna. The BKB will protect it from everything they threw at him, but that's the BKB down for Luna. Can IGV force to disengage VP with a better start to the team fights?
He has to BKB then. If he doesn't, he might get arrowed and then just die. And that would just put IG Vitality in too much of a compromising position. But now they have 35 seconds without the BKB up on the Luna. But you just see how vulnerable it is and how crucial it is for the Shadow Demon to jump on the Luna and get that disruption off as soon as possible.
Solo almost feels like the modern day Venomancer. If I get my Nova off, life is great. If I get my disruption off, life is great.
Yeah, it just puts way too much pressure on the side of IG Vitality to really feel like they're ahead if that's the way the fight starts off.
All right, IGV, are you going to try and fight this? The tier 2 tower has already dropped. They're looping in around the side. VP does have all 5 arrows coming down as well as the bugs. Paparazzi able to find the gap between both of them. With the 4 staffs, double 4 staffs, pushing in July forward. Now remember, he doesn't actually have the detection. The Gem of True Sight's over the Night Stalker, and that's why Mirana E-Blade pops into July, losing so much life. But where is this initiation with the global silence? IGV won it. They Abyssa placed on the Lifestealer. Armlet is turned off, but now it's VP with the arrow. Find the Alchemist, push him away. He's got his stomp, but they're both raged up. He'll try and dodge with the Menacel. Won't be successful, but it's Luna. She must do lifting, and the lasso, still not enough work. No one's dropping down low. They make more copies. They can solo with this blink into disruption, making more Lunas. But the front line, where's the damage? Luna's down. The Alchemist still surviving. The Weaver bugs making life difficult, not to mention Randy's still on his tail. Abyssal Blade back up cooldown. Buyback is here. Mirana on the front lines with the Acid Spray, dodging off with the Manasol. Another stun. Finally Solo's down. Sakata has done it. Maybe he can bring down Randy's. Yes, he can. A triple kill. Serve it up with cheese. IGV wants to keep going. Look for the opening. They found another one. It's Mirana leaping away. But with all these deaths, no buyback available for the Centaur. It's there for the Lifestealer. Ramses will expend the pennies. They have to defend this top lane.
Oh my god, Sakata played so damn well that fight, just kiting at critical HP throughout the entirety and getting the Lifestealer kill at the end. But with no buybacks on the table, Mega creeps within grasp.
But Solo gets more copies. He gets the copies of the Alchemist. In July, hunting. He's got the lasso available. Jumps in. He found his target. It's the ST. The time lapse. They'll end up saving him from the initiation. They have to keep doing more damage. This Rax must fall. Where's the opening? With the stun. Ramses is out. The Glaze is doing work. ST is down. No buyback available. The Rax have fallen. It's not Megas. There's still range Rax left in the mid as well as the bottom. IGV looking to remove that back, but Alchemist Ramses trying to knock him down with the E-Blade pop, with the infestation. They find the kill, but Luna still up and fighting. They're focusing on Ramses with a glaze bouncing around. Lil waiting on the back lines. Buyback is here. Alchemist to the front lines. Paparazzi, hold it, take a picture. Will he get it? Lil, solo on life, running out. Q wants to finish him off. Almost bound under the tower. He'll bring him down, but the Night Stalker sacrificed himself. Lil has his buyback available. Now it's the Alchemist on the run. Paparazzi needs to make more space, but you've lost the Alchemist into the tree line with the BKB. Is there a TP? There isn't one. No life available. And no buybacks. IGV with only the Batrider as well as the Silencer alive. They're on the ropes for VP.
And it's not even Megas. That one range Rex on the bottom and 100 seconds on both the heavy cores on IG Vitality.
But look at in July. He pushes in through the top lane. He's trying to get VP to look behind him.
He can't mega them himself.
He can't, but maybe there can be some defense. No one jumps in. There's your E-Blade pop. A quick push away. BTs is available in July. He has to give up the Ghost. He looks down at Lil, who's already knocking on the IGV well. And are they going? Yeah, they are. They're going for the GG push. And there it is. IGV will call it. VP will eliminate the Chinese Vitality from the Boston Major in a 2-0. But huge props. They put up one hell of a fight, more than anyone would have thought they could do up against Virtus Pro, a team many picked to win this whole thing, the whole major.
They have to be very happy with their performance, IG Vitality, with the way they dragged that game number 2 on and almost claimed one win from them.
Amazing play, Virtus Pro. This is the start. It's risk central with this single elimination. One best of 3 goes wrong. It can all fall apart. They were so solid during the group stage. IGV.
They look happy.
Yeah, and they performed well. They had a terrific game and create wonderful memories from just the first series of day 1 of the main event of the Boston Major.
And a little bit of weakness perhaps in Virtus Pro's drafts when it gets that late and they can't take that much advantage in the early and mid game. I think IG Vitality just laid the blueprints perhaps for other teams and maybe forcing Virtus Pro to vary up their drafts going further on in this tournament.
Well, I'd love to see who they're going to face up against as they do progress themselves through. Of course, we're going to find out who they do face up against. There's 3 more series to come today. That's only just the start of the Boston Major.
And people thought that was going to be boring.
Yeah, I was one of those people, and I'm very, very happy to have myself proved completely wrong. Panel, were you wrong? Obviously, you're right for your predictions.
I mean, sure, but I think everybody is not complaining. The performance from IG, the fact that even IG are smiling, guys, that's just testament to how good that game was.
Yeah. They have to be very happy.
Toby, you need to get that smile off your face. You look like it's Christmas Day.
Man, casting good Dota. There's nothing like it. There really is nothing like it.
Mirana.
Omni-Knight.
Slark.
Crystal Maiden.
Prepare for battle.
He's in the bag!
Oh, this one's in the bag. Hook, line, and sinker. First blood.
First blood.
30 seconds.
It was
to
ours
battle.
all along.
The battle begins.
What
surge is this?
Or do a sign.
Murder spree. Double kill.
Denied.
Dominating.
Not so.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That's a change of plans.
Denied! No sorceries avail! Rock my grave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lovely!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Time to pull forward! First
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm burning up.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has been denied. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Fresh meat!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Regeneration!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dominating. Triple homicide.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structure. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No sorceries avail.
Nothing once.
Radiant's top
Nothing
tower
twice.
is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
Great teamwork reaches stars.
Shadows, take us.
Armor of omniscience.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is falling. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is falling.
All wands will break.
Double kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I know I can trust you guys.
That should help.
Haste!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No sorceries avail.
Dire's bottom tower is falling.
Fear not heresy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I can't see your breath anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom barracks. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Armor of omniscience.
More criminal. Great teamwork. Delicious stance.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All wands will rest.
Is under attack.
Double kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's ancient is under attack.
Justice.
Radiant's top tower. Radiant's tower. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Thank you so much.
Let's get
And it's up. Out of turret.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
give a hand job back. This spirit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The sacred grove awaits.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Warriors of the wood. It's our feast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Shadows, take us.
Do it with flair.
Fresh mate!
Dominating.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Thing.
Can be.
Yeah, you need someone, like I said, you need someone to tell you, don't do that. Come back. We need you to do this.
Yeah, you need that commanding voice.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I'd be scared of Puppy if he was my captain.
Okay.
I'd be scared of Puppy.
he'd keep you in line.
Yeah.
That's fair.
The Puppy Pyrian synergy.
We're back.
What a hat.
We're actually back to SD first pick, even
get
from this
it.
team.
Oh, it's Moose. Moose down.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see what you did there.
Yeah, look at that.
I see. Still, the draft is underway. To recap, bye-bye Bat
Oh.
and bye-bye Timber.
And
alongside
Drow
that,
and
Drow
Axe.
and
man.
Axe.
I was gonna say the Timber was mostly because of the SD pick. Like when you want to open with an illusion-based lineup, Timber's really good at that, dealing with that. And Wings responds with a Witch Doctor. How effective is the cask against the disruption illusions? Do you think they picked Witch Doctor because of that?
That's actually
Usually we see the Warlock pick. I think EG does
Yeah.
it a lot because of the
We've
Fatal
seen that.
Bonds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safe pick, right? It gives you like a bit extra sustain, more physical damage.
But you don't kill the illusions as
don't
quick
kill
as
the
a Warlock.
illusions.
Well, we'll see, but
Yeah.
like you said, it's really good in the lane. And they have some sort of like a massive heal combination.
Yeah,
here with-
Witch Doctor and Jug.
Yeah.
Yep.
They need an Omni Knight as well. Get some more heal in there. Come on.
Survivability.
Might hint into like maybe a push strat, like just early predictions, because just by looking at the first two heroes, it gives you a clear idea of what the team has already planned, against their opponent.
So do you think it would be good to do that kind of push strat into an Alk though? Like I kind of feel like
that's precisely why you want to push against Alk. You don't want a game to draw late, but
Yeah.
I see your point.
He's
because
going to get all that
pushing
moolah.
into acid spray is difficult,
Yeah.
but you do have like the healing ward for that.
Yep, true.
And then they've run the Juggernaut in like both positions. Like mid lane, obviously you can have easy kill potential on Alk. If he's in a bad position, you just spin on him and you can almost kill him with that.
Well, we did get a prime example of when Alk comes online in our previous game, right? We got a
Yes.
good demonstration of that, perhaps EG a little inspired, a little spurred on. I want to also highlight that we still haven't seen, like, it was the most commonplace was Magi throughout the entirety of the group stages, and we have yet to see it slip through the draft since.
In the second phase, usually teams, they have a lot of time to prepare against their opponents, and they want to do something that you don't expect. So that might be one of the few reasons behind not going for the usual picks.
The basics.
Yeah. But I would say mostly it's because they probably had something already in mind, like they already prepared something.
Is that an Ursa ban? I can't quite see it.
is.
Yes, versus the Alchemist, it just makes sense. It's a very good hero throughout most of the stages versus well, until like late game, obviously. But in the laning phase, you kind of just dominate him if you're matched up versus him.
What do you think about like if Wings goes for too much heal, then EG goes for like the Ancient Apparition, the Iceman pick?
With Shadow Demon though, right?
Yeah, it's a bit terrible.
It's a bit terrible,
but
yeah.
it would be really good against those kind of heal strats. And I think EG picked it like, was it like Summit? I think it was against Alk. They picked Ancient Apparition against Alk to stop the regen.
Yeah, that's very good against Alk, but yeah.
I think that was versus OG?
Oh, yeah, that was OG actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was OG.
Well, you think they take it themselves as like a block pick sort of thing?
Yeah, but like Fogg mentioned, it doesn't really work with SD. It's pretty bad with that dual support. Sometimes you don't only consider, oh, this hero is really good against the opponent, but you need to think about, oh, how does it work with our lanes. So Wings, they're banning out again offlaner. It's very difficult to deal with, like all those pesky pressure lanes, Ogre, Sanking, because you have a Juggernaut, you have a melee core, you don't want to deal with that kind of harass in the.
They're removing all of that abuse. Have Wings shown their hand yet, Winter, or is it still very close to their chest?
It still comes down to the second phase. What do they choose to go for in the third and fourth pick?
Morphling ban?
Yep, the count, like one of the better heroes against Alchemist. Was it Newbie that did mid morphling? Yeah, they did mid morphling against Alchemist. You have you stat morph, so you have a lot of armor, you have a lot of damage. So when he casts the acid in the lane, you deny the creeps.
I think they had a drow as well too.
Maybe, but still very open on that draft. Like it doesn't really seem anything. It's a very good offlaner. I think against Alchemist because you need to pressure him. You don't want an offlaner that farms too much. You want an offlaner. Oh great, guys! I have my level 6. I'm going to run into the jungle, contest the stacks, kill the Alch.
Gives you like a little bit of a pair with the Witch Doctor too. We used to see like the Skywrath combo and everything, like Death Ward with if somebody's inside of the cogs.
It's
a very easy way to isolate and just burst somebody down quickly.
Now, Clockwork was a bit of a polarizing pick in the group stage as well, didn't we? We saw some incredibly strong Clockworks and some.
There's something I want to talk about. I saw Crit playing a support Alchemist just a few days ago in a pub.
Okay.
And SD Alchemist, if you really want to do like support Alchemist, SD support to start with the disrupt and into the stun.
Into the stun?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And with Soul Catcher and everything.
I just saw him playing that in a. It wasn't a few days ago. Actually, it was before my flight to Boston.
Do you think it might be a bit of a?
I don't know. It's just like
bait them in here and then they give them a switcheroo.
When you open up a draft with Alchemist, it's like it's either you are trying to mislead the enemy into thinking you are trying to go for this ultra late game, and then you pick the Alchemist for a support position, which could be played really aggressively in the early game. So it might be a chance that will happen.
Interesting.
Definitely a possibility.
I like that.
Do you feel that EG against a team like Wings have to do drafting like that, where they're kind of next leveling it a bit?
Okay, maybe
Tree?
no. Tree is their
maybe not
secondary support right now. A defensive support, like I mentioned, when you pick Alchemist, you're going to expect a lot of pressure from the opponent. So having the living armor and the nature skies to run around to place wards and alleviate the pressure, especially the smoke. The Trian's job here is to make sure that he breaks the smoke because the enemy is going to smoke and try to contest the farm, and him standing around being invis to break the smoke, or even just to die for it is a good thing. Yeah,
it's a very like Wings-esque thing at like the 4 to 8 minute mark is their crucial time to make the movements with the supports toward the offlane usually.
And not only that, like Trian has a disable that goes through magic immunity, so he can actually stop the Juggernaut from spinning TPing. So all in all, it's a very very strategical pick for EG here, getting the Trian protector.
Gives them like disruption can be used in a defensive or aggressive manner. Tree can kind of be like that defensive or aggressive hero in kind of a way too.
Kind of mostly defensive.
Mostly defensive though, yeah.
So the Sunstrike with the Clockwork, pretty good combo there.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
So basically, I said that you will see their hand right now. Nothing too special. Like it's just like very straightforward. They have a very good combo with the Clockwork and very good kill lanes. Like Witch Doctor casts into Sunstrike, Clockwork trapping the supports if he catches out the support in the cogs. Good lanes, just good lanes right now.
Good lanes and Wing.
Very, very safe picks for sure. Nothing like too crazy.
Yeah, that's the thing with single limbs. Teams tend to be safe.
Yeah. Perhaps, surely though, if you are the team to take that risk, to take that gamble, you can find rewards.
Yeah, sometimes you say this team is actually playing not to lose. They're not playing to win because it's single limb.
That was like a poem.
Yeah,
that was nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh my God, just so much insight.
Iceman.
I love it. The Iceman. This is your new name, by the way. Screw Winter. It is now Channel It Bin Iceman.
feel like so EG, RTZ Lifestealer. I feel like that's, we saw it like 3 or more games or 4 games during the group stages for them.
I'm a little worried about the Lifestealer though. He has a pretty bad matchup against in the team fights Clockwork plus Witch Doctor because of the Death Ward.
The Death Ward.
You
Yeah.
can get trapped in the cogs
Yeah,
and
you
you
can.
die to the Death Ward.
They have a lot of ways to just kite him around too. Like if you could open wound Juggernaut, he just spins away. They have a lot of different
I'm not sure
heal
if I
too.
like this here too much for EG, but then again, because you have a mid alchemist, you need a carry that's more active.
Yeah.
He can get a 1 item or a small item or 2 and join his team to fight.
That's a happy fan. He has a Wings logo and a Juggernaut mask, and he's got the pick as well.
Yep.
Happy fans all around.
I mean, for EG right now, the last pick, they probably need a vehicle for the Lifestealer to gank. So like still Nyx? Oh, okay, no Nyx.
You could
No more
do
Nyx.
Invis Tree where he creeps up on
Yeah,
someone.
that is actually true. Something that teams don't, do a lot. But I know PPD uses it a lot when he was back on this team. So they ban out the Nyx, and for EG, they want to ban out a secondary support. Oh, there's a lot of good options here.
So Wings aren't going to be too hamstrung by any ban here.
I mean, they've got a really good, solid lineup. Like the Wings lineup is good. They've got.
They could still maybe do AA on
They
Wings.
could, yeah.
For the Alchemist.
Yeah, they actually could because they have Clockwork. And
They have Clock, good
AA
lineup.
plus the Sunstrike would mean that anyone gets hook-shotted is pretty much dead unless you have a Disrupt.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Also, the Cogs plus the AA, the
Yeah,
Cold Feet would work
it's
really,
really,
well
really
as
good.
well.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really roam. Oh, there goes the
So
AA.
they go for the
Slaughter.
Slaughter. That's just like kind of a Slaughter
Okay.
Lifestealer
Iceman,
vehicle.
maybe Iceman pick Winter Wyvern. Pretty good against Lifestealer and Slaughter combo.
And the Lifestealer, I mean, the Slaughter has been so big. I think already we've seen a lot of good Slaughters in the tournament. He's great for that reinitiation. They need something to jump, and I think Slaughter's what you need for that for sure.
Just one more left then.
Yep, the 4-0, like I mentioned, maybe the Wyvern would be, the Cold Embrace would be great against the Lifestealer, Slaughter. They
Wyvern
need,
seems interesting, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe an SB. Do you like an SB here so you can actually disable the Lifestealer through his. Whoa, they're going. That's the.
So they go for more
see
put.
that open up with push strat and then they waited till the last pick.
Right to the end.
Yeah.
So I said there was no curveballs, and now Shadow Shaman comes out.
The push strat.
The push strat.
I feel like we haven't seen him almost at all.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
think we
the
have.
last time I saw him.
Wards,
Hardly seen
they have a lot of physical damage. The wards and the death ward against the Lifestealer in team fights, that is actually
Yeah,
really, really
it's
good.
clever. Very
Yeah.
clever.
Look at this. There's just smiles across the desk as the last pick comes in from Wings. It's the first of a best of 3. One of these teams is going home. I have to keep reminding you, this $3 million Dota major, and one of EG and Wings is going home by the end of this series. The first of the series begins now, and it's your casters to guide you through all of the action. Millennium Capitalist, you better enjoy this one.
Oh, Alex, we certainly will. One team, TI5 champions, led by 2-time major winner Crit, facing up against the reigning TI champions. Both seemingly should be the most confident they should ever be, right, Ben? But haven't both of these teams been brought down to earth recently by the group stage? Both EG and Wings got that check.
Yeah, they're right in the middle there with the second and the third seed, so not falling too far, but not coming out on top. Did you wear blue today on purpose?
I did not, Ben. Did you wear blue on purpose?
No, I think it's maybe our subconscious.
All right, we'll
telling
see in
us.
the bias in the cast what happens, Ben. Wings and Evil Geniuses certainly no short of fans on either side, but declaring bias aside here, who won the draft, Ben?
Alchemist's first pick is a little bit risky, and it seems like Wings look to punish it with a well-disguised push with a decent amount of late game just in case it doesn't go all their way. They didn't all in for it, so I like that a lot. So I say Wings.
Just because of the fact that, I mean, there wasn't really any other, could you think of another support hero that give you the same kind of surprise push than Shadow Shaman, a hero that's been long out of the meta for quite some time?
I don't think so, but they could have gone the other route, which is jungling, playing greedy, and then hoping to outscale the Alchemist, because Alchemist plus Lifestealer isn't the most formidable late game. You just have to survive like the 20 to 40 minute period of the game.
So presumably we're going to see a game plan of Wings of playing very single target pick-off heavy, leading with initiation, being able to find that numbers advantage, and then being able to push from there with the Shadow Shaman. What's Evil Genius's game plan? Because they've got some fighting heroes of their own, right?
Stalwart Tree. Kind of very similar to what we saw IG Vitality do versus the Virtus Pro. Try and draw the game out until Alchemist gets really, really strong. But the problem is, I think the Shadow Shaman is a trump card to the to the Treant Protector. Treant Protector is good against slow and steady tower damage. You want to be able to heal up over minutes, but Shadow Shaman Ward is just really good single target, focus on tower. No chance of living armor heal if it's dead.
He's the epitome of an all-in push, right? A full committal. We're taking this tower right here, right now.
Yeah, just one hero though. Their whole lineup isn't really based around that though.
Yeah. The rest of Evil Geniuses, they do have some fighting heroes of their own. Lifestealer and StarLadder, you said try and delay as much as possible, right? But what about that Lifestealer, StarLadder? When do they really come online? When is their point going to be?
Generally, whenever the Lifestealer gets, Echo Saber, Armlet, or...
Echo Saber, Armlet.
More likely than not, StarLadder gets his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger is the most important thing here, right? So in that case, how do Evil Geniuses, how do they ensure we actually get a Blink Dagger from the StarLadder in time?
A tree makes all your lanes stronger.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're going to do all these things. Secure Alchemist farm, win their lanes, and don't lose towers. That seems like a pretty tall task. I guess you want to limit the Shadow Shaman's ability to get to level 6, but they don't have the strongest lanes. Like Shadow Demon plus Lifestealer is okay. StarLadder's not the best laner by himself, so it's going to be a very tough early game from EG. One thing that I didn't particularly like about EG's draft is that they already revealed with the Alchemist at the start, which makes me seem like they aren't confident in the way that they're going to win their drafts. And versus Complexity, I think they did lose a lot of their drafts. So instead of just trying to hide anything, just like, okay, this is what we have. This is our strategy. We play it well. We're going to pick it very early on.
Do you think that really plays into Evil Geniuses just recognizing what their own strengths are? Because I've long looked at Evil Geniuses as being one of the more efficient teams on the map. They like to be able to play a little bit greedier. I mean, after all, you look at their offlaner universe, he is one of the more stable offlaners out there, but he is not the most aggressive. He is not necessarily someone who will play super sacrificial. As we saw from the stats earlier, Faith Beyond is the one who will always play much more aggressive, is willing to die to create space or initiations or openings for his team. So do you think that plays into that mindset that EG are just like, we're just going to try and out-efficiency them, and no hero is better at it than Alchemist? So in a way, we put them on a timer, right?
I would agree. I think for the most part that's true. The only thing that I think is a little bit strange is that it's their mid player that's the Alchemist player. So Insume is widely regarded as the most aggressive by far on Evil Geniuses. So if he's not creating space, there's going to be not that many people creating space. StarLadder, played by Universe, isn't over aggressive, I would say. So I just worry that I not have enough people running around the map doing stuff.
What about laning fights wise? Because I want to go back to this StarLadder. Is his Blink Dagger so essential? Do they have to run a dual lane with the Treant Protector? Because Shadow Shaman, we haven't seen him much, but he is a terror against solo offlaners, right? With that Shackles.
They can do what IG again did, is sack the Treant Protector. He dies, not the biggest deal. He can still living armor tower up as long as it doesn't die, and have the StarLadder Iron Talon. But then again, that doesn't really seem like their style. They like contesting their lanes, and the Universe doesn't AFK jungle that often. Although I do see him get Iron Talon a fair amount.
All right, Ben, I wasn't going to do this on the main stage.
Predictions?
But, oh, yeah, predictions time. Yeah, we've solved enough. Let's go. Total number of player deaths at game end.
We can let the crowd choose.
You want to get on in this? 0? What is that? That's not an answer. Come on.
No, it's 41 to 55 or 56 plus.
I mean, you're all about stats, Ben. I know you're quite the efficiency man. You're quite the numbers man. What do the numbers tell us here?
I think 56 plus.
56 plus. You think this game is actually going to go late enough for that many kills?
Wings has the highest kill average in Wings has the highest kill average in this tournament, and EG has had the longest game of this tournament. These two factors combined, I'm down with it.
All right, we're right for a high amount of kills this game. Player with the most kills at 10 minutes, though.
You don't let the crowd choose, okay?
That's true. Crowd, what do we want to see? Is it Faith Beyond? Clockwork? Oh, well, all right, we're going into the game. Never mind. Starting things off with some early TPs. Arteezy's already going out to his lane, see if he can get himself a nice laning ward. Innocence doing something similar here as he approaches the mid lane, and the rest of Universe and his boys are all going to be following up in the bottom lane. Faith Beyond is already smoked up as well. Wings trying to set up where exactly they're going to be headed to be able to snipe away this Alchemist bounty rune. Of course, we know Evil Genius is already stationed up at the bottom lane, but Shadow's in a good place to be able to stop this smoke, potentially. And he's also a hero that is unlikely to die to this combination. If he gets disrupted, and they try and go for the stun, he can just spin, but Maybe they can still surround him enough. They can actually lay this trap down. Shadow's going to be caught and surrounded by 2 heroes on both sides. He's going to be forced into spin here, but Universe is going to hold off on the stun. They're going to be able to body block him. Die right in his face. They're going to be able to hit the stun, and that'll be the first blood. Evil geniuses indeed.
Universe didn't even stun there during the spin, knowing that he would spin.
Yep. They lay that trap out beautifully. They now have presumably the advantage to be able to pick up this bounty rune for the Alchemist. Doesn't look like Wings are going to try and rotate to that bottom lane. They'll give it up to the Alchemist. A 2-time win here for EG, certainly.
Just the start that they need. That was his positioning on Shadow was kind of, he thought it was really good because you're in the fog, so he would pop the smoke, but they went straight down and then straight left. They didn't go diagonally into the jungle, which is kind of what he expected, and it ended up costing him his life.
Universe actually picking up the Iron Talon here, hoping to be able to secure himself a bit better farm out of that off-lane position, as his Blink Dagger, as we've said multiple times, is all important. Meanwhile, there's double wards up here at the top lane. Wings actually blocking out that pull hard camp there to be able to deny most of EG's experience until, of course, Crit will quickly sniff that one out.
And on the flip side, we see the Witch Doctor actually get the Observer Ward
Universe
bottom lane.
is maybe done for here. They could try and follow that up. They're going to eat for the dive. Innocence going to be forced to back out after a couple of tower shots there. Seemed like Shadow. He gave up on that kill relatively early, went back to his lane. Continue to try and get that perfect CS. Meanwhile, Sumail is matched up against Invoker, Blink's Invoker, and Xtreme Invoker at that. How much pressure is Blink really going to be able to put on this Alchemist who's farming away?
With the Alacrity build, he can actually contest the CS a decent amount. Normally, you have a lot of trouble last hitting against a Quelling Blade Alchemist. But with Exor and Alacrity, I think he can contest fairly easily.
Yeah, quite this huge boost in damage, and he's actually going to be going for the very early Ring of Aquila as well, which will help maybe disrupt Sumail's CS, or at the very least make it so the lane isn't so easily pushed in. Having a last hit under tower right now, which is rather hard. Faith Beyond may be caught here at the top lane. They're going to be able to lead with the disruption, quickly surround him, and Faith Beyond throws Cogs out, but it doesn't matter.
Look at Y in the mid lane, though. He's eyeing that chicken, and it's coming straight down. It has the bottle.
This is big. Yeah, Courier's done for it. It tries to go up to the trees, but there's no path available. That is a bottle down, ladies and gentlemen. And Sumail is going to be missing that one.
On top of that, we see Wings already at both runes. No chance of a bounty for him, so Sumail's growth will certainly be stunted a little bit. And on the bottom lane, looks like Ice has invested another Sentry Ward, so he has de-warded EG's Sentry Ward. They had 2 wards blocking that spawn, and now they'll finally be able to pull that Hellbear Smasher camp.
Pulling doesn't seem to be too necessary, though. Universe is full-time Iron Talon jungling with StarLadder. That's a little bit of a rarity. StarLadder is not the best jungler out there. Most of the time, people try and make that StarLadder work in the off lane. But seeming as Evil Genius is not actually doing much of an aggro duel situation, they're facing up against a Shadow Shaman. It seems like he's just given up on the idea of laning in the beginning, at least.
The trade-off is you get Shadow Shaman's levels, which I think is one of the biggest things that you want to prevent this game, is prevent him from getting his wards down. So now they've finally swapped Train Protector down on bottom, and as you mentioned, StarLadder into the jungle, and it's up to Ice. How fast can he get level 6, or can they wrap around on this Train Protector and get a kill into a tower push? That would be ideal for them. And the Invoker pick also kind of works pretty nicely into their push strat too. The Force Spirit is very, very nice. Also, he's early BOT fire, so that also helps when you're trying to put pressure on all the lanes. So it's a standard pick for them, but it works very well into their strategy.
Covers a lot of potential gaps that Wings may have against his Evil Genius's lineup. Zai's trying to be as disruptive as possible. Barring that, at least pick up some early experience where he can get those higher levels of living armor. Sumail kind of needs it. Meanwhile, the top lane, they're going to go once again onto Faith Beyond. Oh, there goes the paralyzing cast. That was actually going to hurt quite a bit. Crit is in some serious trouble. They're going to be able to run him down quite easily, but Arteezy, he might be able to get Innocence on the other side. Faith Beyond bends the back with the Cogs, but unfortunately, our poor Witch Doctor is still stuck in the trees. Meanwhile, they also at bottom lane managed to get that Treant Protector. So 2 kills end up going the way of Wings with that surprise rotation and still shutting out that off lane.
Yeah, Y knows exactly what EG were trying to do in the top lane, and now that Lifesteal is out of mana and there is a Clarity Fairy over from Crit, and get some good XP out of this lane.
And because the Dream Protector is bottom and they see the Shadow Shaman, or excuse me, the Shadow Demon rather, up there at the top lane, it seems like Wings are going to go for a smoke. Now they hesitate, thinking about wrapping around behind the Dream Protector would certainly be the easier kill. Then they move towards left, think otherwise of it. The Alchemist still not level 6, but they opt for the easier one instead. Zai is going to be played at the mercy here of 2 Wing support to easily set up with the Sunstrike and a couple of Shadow right clicks. Zai is down for the count, 3-3, 5 minutes in.
They knew their game plan from the start, though. I think they figured that the Dream Protector was going to sack this lane, and he's just died twice already. And most of the times that we've seen Zai die in this tournament, I think we actually counted it up during the group stage. He died like 70 times or something absurd in the 9 games that he played. But most of the times it's there saving his teammates. This game's a little bit different. I guess he's just trying to pump up Alchemist farm by creating space on other sides of the map. But now Universe is back.
Faith Beyond, thinking that maybe he can get a kill somewhere here in the jungle. Crit is going to be kind of stuck inside these cogs. The Sunstrike is going to be coming in as well, and Alchemist doesn't even bother trying to help Crit. He's just going to try and do a little bit of ring around the rosy around the trees, but it doesn't work. Sumail, well, he bows his head in unbelievable grief that his support is down, but he says, Worth, I've got more space as the Alchemist. At least that seems to be the EG plan.
And Wing says Worth. They're ahead in net worth at the moment.
Yeah.
Despite the first blood and the bounty rune going Alchemist's way, and things are just starting to get more grim as they're find their place on the map when really there's any good for them to be.
An invisible tree. Ha! Taking away that tree, and the Tree Protector is forced away. It seems like we saw a lot of action in the side lane, so we didn't actually get to watch that mid matchup too much, but it seems like Blink around level 3, level 4 really picked it up in the CS. He just seemed to deny Sumail so much. Sumail started off with an early lead, but he very rapidly started stagnating out, and he's going to have to find the rest of his farm in the jungle, it seems.
And not only the farm too, with 20 denies, he was very slow on getting made that. They were considering going on the Alchemist in mid, and because of that, there's just added pressure from EG. Are they going to gank our Alchemist before he's level 6? And now that he's 6 is fine, but they still were kind of unsure whether or not the gank was going to happen on bottom or in the mid. And Isai's still getting his levels. He has arcane boots as Shadow Shaman. I've seen far too many Shadow Shamans just get boots and then just feed for the rest of the game, and looks like he's kind of set up for success here. And even the Shackles and the Sunstrike is a pretty potent combo versus weak supports, and there's just so many different ways that Wings can kill EG, but the Alchemist train is rolling as he just keeps on taking out these stacks over and over.
This really does seem like a lineup that is going to force Evil Geniuses to group up quite a bit. Oh, Innocence managed to snag yet another ward. Evil Geniuses beginning to look a bit blind on the map now, as their only ward is currently that one that is protecting Arteezy's farm up the top lane. But Wings have not gone for that rotation, not at all. Not really needed, right? That bottom lane, they're getting plenty of experience out of it. The Shadow Shaman is almost reaching that level 6 territory. They've already pushed out the off-lane tower. Everything seems to be going pretty well in this stagnant form for Wings in the laning phase.
And a lot of dewarding going all around, giving it to the Alchemist for some extra efficiency. And now Wings kind of unsure about how to tackle that jungle. They know that EG is pretty light on vision in that area, but they don't have any vision of their own. However, Faith Beyond does constantly throw out rocket flares. Why? In the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, he grabs the Illusion Rune, but he's quickly going to be gobbled up by a bunch of Evil Geniuses heroes. Living Armor will help protect Crit for now. There is a Sunstrike ready to go. Maybe we'll see Blink try and throw it out to catch him. Crit not going to be stumbling into that one. Will manage to sidestep that one away. So
Ice maybe going for a kill here. He is level 6, thinking about maybe a easy Fork Lightning.
Yeah, if he actually gets the wrap around, throws down the wards, gets a Shackles, that could be both a tower and a kill, but it seems like Evil Geniuses are just going to give up their mid tower. That's a pretty important tower that's already down by the minute mark.
That's tower number 2, mind you, and this is way earlier than EG would hope for. Like the Shadow Shaman getting level 6 at 8.5 minutes and already taking a tower down, and every 2 minutes it's going to be the same story for them. And EG, their space to farm is slowly getting crushed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their basic items that's kind of needed, right? Alchemist needs to be able to pick up his armlet, and then his Radiance. We need a Blink Dagger for the StarLadder. Lifestealer doesn't really come online too much until he has that vehicle to be able to find a quick initiation onto one hero. And that, again, comes back down to Universe's farm. It seems like Evil Geniuses will not be ready to fight for quite some time, and it seems like Wings will have free reign of the map to be able to take what objectives they want.
And looking at the top, looks like, well, I just tried to place a sentry ward. It's right next to the observer ward, but they don't actually have vision up that hill. Maybe a flare will scout it out, but they suspect that something's fishy in that area with the way that Y died last time.
You're kind of waiting for that flare. Okay, not going to be heading up to that area. Either way, Shadow's getting some free damage onto this tier 1, but Evil Geniuses are actually grouped up quite a bit here in the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to run 4 into this safe lane of Wings, try and catch Ice, make sure he doesn't get an early Blink Dagger or anything like that. Quid sets it up with the disruption. The TPs are actually going to come in here. Faith Beyond is going to be the leading TP, all ready to support us down, but he managed to catch Arteezy inside of the cogs. Now his TP in from Y completes, but he can't really stop this raged up Lifestealer, at least not yet anyway. Zai provides a free escape for Arteezy, who actually pops out of that invis to be able to slow down Shadow with the open wounds. Evil Geniuses covering their tracks as they get a support kill and force Wings rotations.
I like the makeshift Nature's guys onto the Shadow Demon. Kind of, not as good as a Blink, obviously, but still like pretty good in terms of their initiation potential.
Yeah.
And Ice was in a pretty good position. He was like right next to the T1 and not really that close to the fog or the trees, which would have been the angle of attack that EG came from, but that was desperately needed, and now it looks like they're perhaps trying to expand their territory, trying to farm those few camps on the Radiant side of the map so that Alchemist can get his Radiance up as soon as possible. And 11, 12 minutes and counting, and still won't be Relic in sight.
Well, smoke for smoke, it seems. Wings are going to be able to catch Zai, it looks like, or maybe not. He actually gets outside of range of Wings as Ice is unable to get that second disable of Shackles into play. And EG walk away for free. In fact, if they want, they can actually play aggressive now. They've seen 2 heroes at the top lane. Are they going to try and play aggressive towards bottom? Arteezy's got the Infest ready to go, even if they don't have the Blink Dagger.
They don't have Blink, nor do they have Nature's Guys. It's going to be a very difficult kill.
Nature's Guys, it kind of served as the pseudo Blink, right, to be able to give them those initiations, but...
And Ice might not have to commit his wards onto the top lane, depending on where EG thinks that the rest of the team is. But he will, for the safety. And now, with no one up there, they have to be worried about where exactly EG is. So Ice's backed off from the tower, so clearly he expects that they're somewhere in the fog roaming en route. But where exactly?
Shadow Shaman seems to work out in so many levels here. It gives them a lot of pushing power, but I think in some, more importantly, Wings, they have so much single target pickoff, right, that Evil Geniuses have to naturally group up quite a bit, and this leaves lanes exposed. One hero by himself can go to a lane, push it out with those wards and take a tower, and there's really very little risk there. It's just a support showing up. Even if you try and stop him, the wards may still go down. He may still take that tower, and you're committing considerable resources to stop a push that and kill a hero that is ultimately disposable for Wings. Their cores are still farming away.
I completely agree with that. And on top of that, they have a lot of tools that they really haven't used too much that they can kill EG with. So like even aside from the Shadow Shaman just showing us one, like the Clockwork, we haven't really seen a hook shot into Sunstrike. There haven't been any opportunities for it, but EG have to play around it and have to group up, as you mentioned, like maybe a defensive disruption to save some heroes. They want heroes in front of Sumail so that they can pop some smokes just in case they are smoking into their jungle. But Wings are very content with playing around the Mass Serpent Ward cooldown, and all 3 T1s have been knocked down, whereas EG have yet to get a tower of their own.
Yeah, maybe it's this Shadow Shaman that gives them this patience, but I see this and I see some reminiscences to our previous series where we had IG Vitality very much playing grouped up constantly, and VP made somewhat of a mistake trying to force initiation onto that dire secret shop area, and it turned it into a nasty fight. Here, Wings are just playing way more patient and saying, fine, if you're going to stay grouped up, we'll just play an economy game too. Even if you have an Alchemist, we're still getting all of our mid-game cores online. We're going to hit real hard starting about 18, 20 minutes.
Or now.
Or now. You see the smoke up? If they can actually get the right kind of pick, maybe we can see Roshan go their way.
And if nothing else, they will probably be able to get some wards down close to their ancients. And their cores have also built greedy, the Midas, which is very common in the Evoker, but a less common pickup is the Iron Talon on the Juggernaut, so he can see it out of his farm. If you're not going for a Battle Fury, and we know that Shadow likes to go Maelstrom a lot, will speed up your farm, and they need it to contest the Alchemist.
Yeah, sure enough, they get some really aggressive wards. I like that ward right behind the tier 2. That gives you a lot more information about incoming rotations than the normal secret shop wards would have given you. So they're going to be able to have perfect information to be able to take this Roshan no problem with the help of the Serpent wards.
And the information that they gleaned there was that there is no Blink Dagger on to the StarLadder, and they know that they're waiting for that. They need to get like 1 or 2 picks with the Infest Bomb so that they can, ideally on the Invoker, I would say, but he has the Aegis, the Immortal, Juggernaut, going to be very difficult if he spins in time, but any of the cores would be a sufficient target for the Infest Bomb, and that would just buy them precious minutes with the early game not going exactly the way they wanted it to, and all the objectives going the way of Wings. So 4 objectives down for Wings, and net worth is almost exactly at 0.
I would say even committing that initiation to the Shadow Shaman would be worth if you could stop him from laying down those Serpent wards if Wings go for another push. But we have Shadow Shaman about to pick up a Blink Dagger of his own if he wants one. He's sitting at 1900 gold.
Yeah, he's just stacking, farming peacefully, and knowing that EG is just not going to do anything. Who's actually going to jump him at this point in time?
Right now, Faith Beyond is covering Shadow's tracks here at the bottom lane as Shadow farms aggressively. Blink is going to be the one to push back that top lane that Evil Geniuses were kind of poking at. They finally have the Radiance here for Sumail. And Blink Dagger is just about to be picked up by Universe, but I'm sure this timing is going to be a bit recognized by Wings. 16 minutes into the game, you know that StarLadder had an Iron Talon from the get-go. Can't be anticipating a Blink Dagger too late in this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and with that Observer ward that you pointed out earlier, if they retreat up to T3, they definitely know it's a smoke. And that ward is pretty hard to de-ward. And they know that Faith is around there somewhere.
Re-up on the Nature Skies. But yeah, Faith Beyond with the very early Force Staff probably isn't going to be caught anytime soon. There's the Blink Dagger for Shadow Shaman, so now we can have that real quick jump onto a tower, lay down those Serpent wards, and there's really not much opportunity for EG to be able to put a stop to that. Their counter initiation may just come a bit too late. Zai is going to be able to spot out Faith Beyond if he comes into this area. Almost right clicks him, hold on to it. He's trying to set this trap. Faith Beyond realizes, uh-oh, hey, hold up, I'm stuck here. What's happening? Disruption's going to be laid out. He's going to try and force staff himself out of this one, but he's already been hit by the stun of Universe. Can't get the cogs down in time. He's trapped 2 heroes inside with him, so Evil Geniuses will be able to execute that gank onto the clockwork. Force staff or no, EG find the pick.
Close timing. The Radiant used scan right on top of him just to make sure that the Treant Protector was there. But at the end of the day, it's just a clockwork kill. And Alchemist didn't have to get involved, so that's pretty nice for them. And it should have been the StarLadder Blink reveal, although I'm not too sure Wings were able to see it in time. More likely than not, they did. However, two supports are sitting there. They have been scanned out.
Oh, and Universe is going to be able to run into both of them. They're going to be able to get Innocence real quickly. Ice is going to be next target. He got the Circle Wards down. The Overgrowth is going to be able to stop Faith Beyond from being too disruptive. They're trying to finish off Ice, but he gets so much done. He basically stole up our teasing by getting those disables off. Now Universe has to try and TP away. He will be successful. No disables coming out there. Faith Beyond looking for the +1. They already got the Lifestealer, big win, but unfortunately, he can't actually find anybody else. They have no counter vision. And so this Nature's Guys will allow everybody to be able to walk away. Zai just kind of chilling out on top of Wings.
They're looking for the Alchemist. He still had his Radiance on before he went Invis. And
oh, if Alchemist pops out
they know the creeps are burning.
Yeah, they know he's around here. They've pinged him out. But the disruption, and maybe trap going to be set by EG. They lay out the unstable concoction, but Faith Beyond is well out of danger. And Evil Geniuses not wanting to make a commitment without their Lifestealer.
No Serpent Wards up for this particular engagement, and this seems like somewhat of a risky push, but they do have the Aegis onto the Invoker. No Omni Slash either on the Juggernaut.
Tier 2 dropping fast. Evil Geniuses, if they want to be able to defend it, they're going to have to form something now. Looks like they're just going to give it up. Maybe not. Glyph and Living Armor will help it out. EG start posturing forward, testing whether or not Wings want to try and force this Tier 2 tower down before the Living Armor really gives it its heal.
ideally you want to kill Shadow. Shadow does not have the Aegis, and he's at half HP. If you can get a Blink Crush on him, that would be the perfect way to start off the fight. But Healing Ward's down, might back off and wait for that cooldown. The Observer Ward behind the T2 tower and on the Dire neutrals might be enough for them to set up a potential gank.
Back to farming it is for Wings, as they're going to go ahead and team clear.
Who stacked
through
that?
an Ancient stack?
I don't even know who stacked that.
It might have been Blink with his Fort Spirits.
Yeah, that's some efficient play right there.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really have a good hero to be able to do it, but if they could do it as a team, it works out pretty nicely during this little bit of a dull period. The Aegis is going to be reclaimed, and maybe Wings aren't ready to get aggressive just yet. They are keeping up pretty well in net worth. Despite facing up against an Alchemist, the net worth is exactly even. They've got 2 heroes above that 10k marker, both Blink as well as Shadow on their Juggernaut, and Invoker have quite amount of farm to be able to work with. Meanwhile, we have Sumail sitting almost at 14k, has the Radiance, has the boot to travel, and soon the big split push Alchemist will be online. So Wings need to be able to keep up the pressure. They're going to lay down the Serpent Wards here on the mid-tier 2. Evil Genius is already smoked up looking for their initiation, as they're going to try and wrap around perhaps from behind. Universe is carrying RTZ inside of him right now. Their tier 2 is about to be dropped by Serpent Wards. Nobody really wants to come forward, so instead they just deny. But actually, they get the jump. They already managed to get Blink. The Voice Staff comes down from Faith Beyond, but it's not going to be enough. Crit is going to be dropped on by a Meteor. Just almost saves himself with a disruption. Not quite there. Still, though, as support goes down in exchange for the 2 cores of Wings, Wings get the tier 2 tower and will manage to get everyone else out to safety.
They didn't have sentries on that north side, so they were all just under Nature's guys. And that was a good 30 seconds after the H expired, and this is part of Tree. Like, if Tree weren't there, they would have just been in and out within 5-10 seconds. But because the Tree was there, they had to stay around way longer just to make sure that the tower was going to go down. And finally, a big fight going EEG's way.
You've seen the way that the Serpent Wards worked. It seemed like Wings would be able to get a pretty decent positioning for any initiation just because they can sit back and let the wards do the work. But as you said, no counter ward being placed on that left side.
And now Zai has a gem on him.
All right. Well, that's definitely a great pickup because at this point in time, you need to stop as much of the aggressive vision of Wings. Make it so that your Alchemist still feels comfortable farming away. Who happens to have an Arcane Rune in his bottle, so that'll speed things along for his Chemical Rages. And if he gets the Manta, we'll see the beginning of that Naga-esque split push that Alchemist is so famed for at this point.
With the Arcane Rune on top, it's going to be especially dirty.
Yeah.
And another thing that Gem does is it allows his teammates to move forward with the Nature's Guides, because that's been the most key spell, I would say, for them to start off these engagements. Both the one on the bottom lane where they ganked Ice, and then the middle T2 where they started off on the Invoker. So Wings have to consider about how to deal with this Nature's Guides. They have Sentry Wards on 3 heroes right now: Clock, Ice, and Innocence.
Somewhere on the 2nd floor here at this beautiful theater, PBD is looking down on Zai and smiling. 6 to 10, 22 minutes in right now, a 2,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses, but that's not much by Alchemist stakes. He's about to really get out of control, though. The Manta is up. We're soon going to see, the progression into Octarine, and then the constant TPs, the constant illusion spammed out with Radiance. So Wings got to start picking up the pace a little bit. They've already taken the tier 2 at the top lane, but they committed the Serpent Wards for it. And that means they won't be able to threaten high ground as easily, so Evil Geniuses feel comfortable taking a tier 2 at bottom in exchange.
Or they could turn on their farm game, which probably seems like this seems more likely at this point, judging by the way they played it up until now, just being very patient, waiting for each Mass Serpent Ward cooldown and matching Alchemist farm 1-for-1, hopefully with a Juggernaut. Juggernaut is, not that far behind the Alchemist, but still a decent amount. He just picked up his Maelstrom though, so he's probably hoping that will help him catch up in net worth. And I guess it's probably at that point too we need to start talking about the potential ags for Alchemist. It doesn't look like either team's going to break out anytime soon. I guess one is the Trinium Protector. I think he's probably, I don't know. Shadow Demon is also pretty important. So either one of those two would be pretty good. Shadow Demon if they think they need more team fight potential, and Treant Protector if they just feel the need to be more elusive around the map.
I mean, considering the initiation is all important for Wings, right? Because they have this clockwork to be able to set up a Sunstrike and just in general be able to find the numbers advantage. Baby Vision is the most important thing here for Evil Geniuses, especially with this gem out. They've already controlled a decent amount. This relatively fresh ward is going to be able to see some of these rotations of EG. Wings are beginning to try and set up around this ancient area, making sure they don't get jumped on at any point in time without recourse.
And I think Wings have to be considering getting a gem right now, but they know if they get a gem right now and they lose it, they just will get crushed in that ward.
Yeah.
It's already swinging EG's way with 4,000, and a gem would just make their lives absolutely miserable if they lost it. But at the same time, they are kind of getting the life choked out of them as EG take control of the Radiant jungle. They set up 4 observer wards around the map. Roshan is up. They have StarLadder on their team, so a lot of potential opportunities for EG.
Smoke straight into the heroes. They're going to be able to find crit immediately. That's going to be first one, but at the same time, they've already taken a support in a return. Universe and RTZ find their initiation onto the Witchstalker. Now Samael's going to be coming in full out, unstable concoction, but Universe is going to be caught. Omni Slash, long range from Shadow is going to be able to rip him apart, and now it's going to be left with just the 3-man of Evil Geniuses. And Samael, he gets snatched up. Eyesight is going to be able to grab him with the shackles, lock him inside with the cog, deafening blast over the top. Clockwork disappears, and now Wings not feeling as comfortable as Samael and RTZ turn and man fight. Maybe Faith Beyond not catching with the cogs the way he intended to.
Yeah, he also doesn't have a blade mail, so he can't really just stand there and tank like you would normally see a Clockwork. And Clockwork's actually perhaps going back for a Midas himself. I see a Gloves of Haste in his inventory, so going for the late game, it seems. That was a really nice tornado by the Invoker. He tornadoed the Alchemist while he was concocting, and then as soon as he dropped, he exploded upon himself. And Wings thought they could take that fight with the superior positioning and the shackles from the fog onto the Alchemist, but just not enough damage at this point to take him down.
Man, that was nasty. You talked about, hey, they don't want to get a gem. Like, there was so much potentially Wings could have gotten out of that smoke, right? Take away the enemy gem, get Roshan themselves, prep for a high ground push. But instead, Evil Geniuses, they keep their gem, they get Roshan for themselves, that Aegis and hold, and Wings are going to have to decide whether or not they want to give more space to an Alchemist who already has so much with the Radiance Manta Octarine all up and good map control on top of that, or do they want to fight into an Aegis?
Mm-hmm. And they're not getting the kills that they want. Like half of Wings' kills are on crit, and it was no different with that last smoke. They don't want crit. They want Sumail ideally, RTZ I guess second most, and third most probably the Treant Protector with the gem.
This is Crit's happy space right here. When you've got a full out Alchemist and you can create yourself some illusions of your own. This is where a support finally starts getting gold. Still though, it seems are going to try and match far.
Yeah,
they're trying to pick up the hand of Midas. They're trying to keep up with Jug and Invoker.
Their early game did not go like quite as well as they expected. I guess their mid game rather. After conceding the Roche, you have to accept that it's going to go much later than you want. You're not going to be able to knock on the T3s or the range racks anytime soon because of the stalling potential of the Octarine Alchemist and the Shadow Demon illusions to match. So you pretty much have an unending supply of Alchemist illusions coming out. They do have the Mjolnir on Juggernaut. Pretty good.
So we've got to talk about it. I mean, at this point in time, they didn't manage to get second Roshan. It doesn't seem like Wings is going to be able to go for the end game scenario anytime soon. So we're beginning to see a full top-down Alchemist. We're beginning to see a pretty farmed Lifestealer who kind of, you could say, reaches a peak in the mid-game, later mid-game as well. Do you think Wings could actually stall out and potentially take late game against an Alchemist, a Lifestealer, and a StarLadder with a Nature's Prophet? A Treant Protector on top of everything else?
Right now, I don't think they have a choice. Like, what's their better option? Shove up high ground, potentially lose 5, and then just lose the game. I think that's that's a much higher probability happening rather than taking it late. So they might not be the most comfortable in their late game, but it's definitely the best option that they have, and they definitely are gearing up for it. So they want Clockwork to get more items with the Hand of Midas, you know, maybe like a Scythe looking, you know, 50 plus minutes in the game, maybe a Ghost Scepter in the meantime, maybe some armor to help his team out. Vlad would even be pretty useful for them. Juggernaut, he has his farming item too. They have the Midas on the Invoker, and Shadow Shaman can do a decent amount of work on his own. I'm not sure what Shadow Shaman want to get, maybe like Scepter, I suppose, would be pretty good for him. And it also depends on whether or not EG can actually split up their farm, because you mentioned Alchemist like getting very, very fat, but he only has really 2 good Scepter carriers. StarLadder doesn't have an Axe upgrade. Lifestealer, his upgrade is probably amongst the worst in the game, at least in this scenario. So
You say that now, Ben.
What's he gonna do?
Just you wait.
Have the Alchemist inside of him. Free Radiance.
Could be. We have no idea. Maybe we'll see a farmed up Alchemist inside a Lifestealer, inside of a Black Dragon. I don't know. It's 30 minutes. They're going to push down one of the last remaining, or in fact, the last remaining Tier 1 tower that's at the top lane. Looks like they're just going to keep on going. Wings, they're going to formulate a defense here. It seems like it. They're beginning to rotate Shadow from the mid lane. Across here, a pushback of the Tornado from Blink will manage to keep some of that damage at bay.
And Alchemist Illusions are scouting out to see where the supports are. Alchemist, there's just illusions running everywhere. And it will stop Blink Daggers, it could potentially stop a hookshot, it will at least scout out the Clockwork so that they'll which angle he's coming from, and if nothing else, whittle them down so that they're easier to kill in a later team fight. And they aren't even fighting heroes right now, just illusions constantly, and there's just no great way for them to kill them.
So in which case, if Wings, they're not down to fight, what are we thinking? What is the remaining items for Evil Geniuses to pick up before they want to go high ground? Because they just kind of topped out on the Alchemist. He's got the Shivas.
It's about the picks.
Yeah?
It's about they need kills on heroes, because Alchemist is like pretty decent at pushing up high ground, but I think with a Clockwork in the game, it makes it infinitely harder, because you can get isolated from the team, you can get like hookshot and then cog backwards into the team. You can also isolate him from the rest of his team. So like you can't just siege with the Alchemist as his hero, and then the Alchemist illusions, they don't do that much damage to towers. So if you do that, it's just going to be a very, very slow siege, and then the BOT Invoker as well as the Shadow Shaman can apply pressure to the side lanes so that you won't be able to keep that up forever. So they need to wait for Wings to make a mistake, and Wings need to wait for later and later game so that Alchemist is kind of topped out, and after he gives 2 Ags, then what's going to happen for him? BOT2s, Moonshard, those are all marginal upgrades, and then maybe switching out for like a refresher here and there, but he is kind of 6-slotted, can replace his armlet for something else that's also just a side grade for him. So the net worth looks really nasty if you're looking at it from Wings' point of view, 11,000 in favor of the Alchemist, but as of this point, it's going to be...
There's the initiation. Lincoln's is up on Blink. That's going to be able to slow down some of this. They managed to get the cogs separating Arteezy from Blink, and he's going to be able to get some stuns outside. He's immediately blown up thanks to the help of the Shadow Shaman as he tried to come across for the overgrowth. Sumail's going to be able to come forward, slow down these heroes. Nice 2-man crush out from Universe. That slows down Shadow's retreat, but they can't quite keep up with him. Maybe it's going to be Innocence who dies instead. Arteezy's rage not going to be wearing out too quickly. He goes in fist. Finishes off the kill, and it looks like Ice is also going to be caught here. The amplified damage, he gets ripped apart by Evil Geniuses, and there is only one buyback here on the Clockwork, so Wings may just have to give up a lane of Brax, if not more.
And maybe the Alchemist or the Invoker can stall them out with a barrage of tornadoes and EMPs and ice walls, and they will actually not be able to take a lane of Rax off the back of 3 kills, and that Lincoln's really saving the Invoker as well as the 4 stabs from his teammates.
Yeah, great item choice, and he just picked it up a minute earlier too. So it cost them a buyback out of Faith Beyond, but he's kind of playing off that Hand of Midas anyway. It's not like Clockwork is a hero that is desperate in need for items. He's still going to be an effective hero with just that 4 staff.
And I think this period in the game is where EG is the strongest. They need to get some structural damage done, and T3 I don't think is enough. Maybe with the next Aegis they can actually break some Brax, but I think like every point of gold for Alchemist from here on out is probably like 0.3, 0.4 of 1 gold in terms of how effective it is for him.
All right, well, first giveaway here. Prit patiently waiting along. But
yeah, they could have killed the Juggernaut last fight, let's say if they had a Shadow Demon Ags. So I think he's definitely a worthy candidate, if not the most worthy candidate for the Ags.
All right, so the beginning of Eyes in the Forest. Get that aggressive vision down. I mean, they already have some good wards they're going to be able to see thanks to some of these laning wards. Well, one of them's probably about to die here, but they are seeing the rotations of Wings just with wards. Now it's going to be so much harder for Wings to be able to push out into EG without being already seen and spotted out, and defenses set up by EG with these Eyes of the Forest just permeating the whole entire map.
Yeah, and anytime any hero is alone, Lifestealer, Infest Bomb, that hero's dead. I guess maybe Invoker can survive a Juggernaut if he has really fast fingers, but anyone else I think is just going to be dead.
I think the really important thing is that you routinely pointed out, hey, the Alchemist, he's going to start topping out what, you know, all that extra gold, like what's it really going to do for you? It's so important that the Lifestealer gets progression in his farm. And despite having to sit inside Universe half the time with these Infest ganks and everything, he still managed to get to a pretty decent peak here. He's got an AC, a Desolator, an Armlet, and he has the Vanguard now, which is going to be going for that Abyssal Blade, which will give him some serious lockdown power and just be able to eat one hero on the onset of a fight. Now he's got an Aegis as well. Seems like Evil Geniuses, their real big peak is about to be now. The Overgrowth goes down, but
I don't know if Wings have enough to stop this impending fight. The Lifestealer is closing in on Abyssal Blade. There is Ags number 2 on the Shadow Demon to deal with the Juggernaut. So Juggernaut's kind of useless in the next fight. You can get off your Omni Slash, but aside from that, you are not moving at all. It's also another tool for them to break the Invoker's Lincolns. Like, who cares if you expand a charge of the Demonic Purge? No big deal. And they also do not have enough side lane presence to stop this push from coming. So this fight is brewing on the bottom lane. They have one Observer ward up, but I don't think their net worth is going to be enough to stop this. They need to be able to kite as long as possible, or
they have to get
kill
creative, right?
Yeah.
They have to get a little bit creative with how they're going to be able to take this fight and how they're going to be able to split push and force Evil Geniuses back, which is why Ice has been sitting on the trees here for so long, waiting for Blink to push out the lane so they can get some pressure on that top lane. They're going to have to start taking back already. Blink is going to be coming back. He starts leading things off with the Tornado, trying to push EG back, but already on to the actual Raxes. Without Wings doing anything in return. Ice is about to go uphill with his wards, so if Evil Genius is going to be able to finish off this lane of Rax, they need to do it now and start getting back. Cass goes out, trying to slow down Samael. Wings are looking to be able to try and make sure that Evil Geniuses can't actually back out and defend their top lane. Hoping to make a trade of Rax. RT is going to be forced back.
Invoker's
Evil
so good at this. In between the Ice Wall and then Tornado and then a Deafening Blast, they actually could not, and he catches out.
He's going to be grabbed up here. There goes an Overgrowth. That's going to be able to stall up some of Wings, and they did manage to keep their ranged Rax alive at the same time. Top lane.
Cap, we should switch mics.
We might. Hello. What's up?
AC seems to be the item of choice for the Alchemist, so now he's sitting at 39 armor as EG go for round number 2. There are no Mass Serpent wards up, nor is the top lane in position, and it looks like Wings will either have to fight or concede this lane of Rax. They still have the Cliff up, however, but EG are rolling down the lane. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis. They should be very happy about this opportunity that they've been granted.
There goes the farther right. He's going to be going on the Universe, but there's nothing going to be happening. Tabletop back lane, already on the base beyond. And then Evil Genius is still in the middle of this fight. Pop out from our base beyond. He's looking for the Death Lord, but the Death Lord is playing in the crit right now. Juggernaut going hand right there with little HP. Finally, Universe finished him off, protecting the tree protector, but Samael is going to be forced back as he's like he's full HP, as is RTD. They both turn for the Juggernaut, trying to take him out, but they can't actually do it. Thank God. And Crux puts him out of it. Keeping their Rax somehow alive. Evil Team starts staying back. Melee Rax still at 1,000 HP.
And with that round, Wings just really don't have that much left. Juggernaut already used his buyback, and they did get rid of the Aegis, but Alchemist seems to be unstoppable at this point, unless he gets Ward Trap at this moment, but Force Staff will push him to safety. Juggernaut kind of left out on his lonesome.
Oh, double thumbs up. Meanwhile, the Alchemist is inside the Conch, managed to get forced out of the Conch. They're going to be slowing down, passing onto him. 2 damage dealers are onto him right now. There just seems to be too damn tanky. Evil Geniuses are forced back once again.
So we're in the process of switching mics. Hopefully it comes up before this next fight, but I don't think it will. Sumail still at the front lines, and the Mass Serpent Wards are about to expire. EG still have not gotten this prized melee rack despite several minutes of sieging. How's it going, Cap?
It's going all right, man. All right, new headset, everybody. We're back. I'm sorry. I don't know if I went out on stream. But hello, theater. I love you guys. Jump in, Universe. Infested up. RTZ pops out. They actually latch onto nothing there. They're going to try and get Ice instead, but he's ghost sceptered up. There's no physical damage coming out. Evil Geniuses, they've been caught. RTZ, he gets the disruption, a temporary reprieve. He's going to be force stabbed out of the cogs, but Sumail, he's trying to create something. Universe goes in big time with a crush. Sumail turns, but it's just not enough. The Omni Slash, it finishes up Universe and EG. They're lacking an offlaner now as they go for it for this push. So many heroes of Wings are low, but RTZ, he's trying to dare Wings to go onto him, and without the rage, they might just oblige. They're moving forward. Ice turns, sees Sumail instead, but they've been taken out by the shit. Everybody's so low from Wings. The damage over time from EG is too much to handle. RTZ dies. He gets zapped out by the shock. The mail is still good, and he's going to be able to regen up, particularly with that living armor. They are good, but Wings inevitably will be holding onto this melee racks. EG are trying to force it so badly, but Wings, they stand strong for now against the boys in blue.
What amazing usage of Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters, everything that they had just to hold that Rex, and alive it stands at the end of the day. 750 HP, but that was their toughest test, I would say, this game. I mean, it could get a lot rougher, but that's the one that you're most scared of. The push with the Aegis, the 2 Scepters recently come out, all of this net worth on Alchemist, and the buyback on the Jug, that was the most crucial one. And Shadow played it very, very well to stay alive through that fight because Crit was just eyeing him with the demonic purges constantly waiting for him. But they got too much damage on the Lifestealer, and without the Lifestealer, they can't actually kill the Juggernaut during the spin.
Sumail had so much gold. Did you see him? He was rocking like 9k gold. He's like, Abyssal Blade? Yeah, sure, that's not a problem. I can go ahead and pick that one up, full up, still have buyback gold to be able to work around with.
But now they just have an AC in the bank. I think he had AC before, and now Lifestealer has it, so they just, you know, kind of have to sack the gold.
Didn't he trade out the armlet? I think that was the replacement.
He had armlet, then he traded out for AC, and then now he traded out for Abyssal Blade.
All right.
So that's a lot of, you know, you never really want to sell anything more than like 2,000 gold. But when you're an Alchemist, you have no choice. You gotta beef it up.
I mean, RTZ still needs an Abyssal Blade of his own.
Smoke coming in, Crit.
Ice looking to make that initiation, but he can't quite get it. The rage is too fast, and now Ice in some serious trouble, and a mid-poke shot. RTZ pops out. Hello, gonna be able to take out that support, but unfortunately the cold snap, oh no, of course snap, it actually saves it and puts him right on top of the support, gobbles him down and backs away. The rest of Evil Geniuses start surging forward. I say surge, but it's a snail's pace, as that ice wall keeps them from being able to come forward. Faith Beyond's gonna be the hero caught, it seems. Blink doesn't even blink, he just keeps on running. He knows his supports are all gone, as is his offlaner. No buyback there for 2 of them. The Witch Doctor can buy back if he wants to, but it's just for a melee racks at bottom lane. Are EG gonna force 2?
Such a botched initiation from Wings, and they just all felt like pins as soon as the Lifestealer got his rage off. And now melee racks under siege, and no buybacks on the Clockwork or the Shadow Shaman. The Shadow Shaman is up in just a few seconds. Can Alchemist stall this out?
My goodness, Sumail is attacking so slow. But he's hitting relatively hard enough to take down this melee racks in all due time. Base Beyond still down for 30 seconds. The question is, are EG feeling lucky? Are they gonna go for the second high ground? Take that second lane of racks with only 20 seconds left in the clock.
Invoker still doesn't have his full toolkit to deal all the damage in the team fight with the Refresher Orb. And Clockwork is gonna be in for 14, but they're not gonna wait for that to happen.
Tornado EMP. RTZ gonna be forced to rage here. And they get some irreparable damage onto the range racks, but they do call it a day. As Faith Beyond is coming back up, Evil Geniuses resetting their positioning. They're actually gonna full out back as RTZ is gonna head on back to, I believe, get his Abyssal Blade.
They have to kill this Invoker. Invoker is the only thing keeping them from touching these buildings. And Shadow can easily be dealt with in between Roots and Demonic Purge. He should easily die, spin or no spin. He'll get his Omni Slash off, but aside from that, he should be dead to rights. But this Invoker is just buying so much time for him. And with the Aug's Ring, their problems are compounding.
I mean, as you said, he doesn't even have not just a refresher, but also that big AoE Deafening Blast. We're still waiting on that as well. And maybe a Blink Dagger, so this Invoker can still scale so much, but Evil Geniuses seeming will keep up the pressure. They're going to be able to get both an Aegis and Cheese into their hands. I'm not sure who's going to be holding this, though. Lifestealer will go ahead and pick up the Aegis. Cheese going to be grabbed by Crit for now, ready to pass it off when needed.
This next fight could be another big one, and Alchemist might throw his life and try and buy back, because that's a pretty good use of gold that they have, so maybe save one of your Midases for that. I think that could actually be a pretty big play in the team fight if they can stop him from TPing in. I guess he could just buy BOT2s, but I'm not sure if he has enough for that and dying and buyback at the same time. But looks like they'll just be spreading around the map. I see a lot of red leaves on the map. And a lot of Alchemist illusions heading towards the Radiant base.
Go ahead, take a look at that EG vision. You're going to be feeling real comfortable if you're Evil Geniuses, knowing that Wings are just never likely to be able to push out, not only with this constant pressure at mid lane revealing heroes, but all this vision based around various jungle spots where those eyes are laid out. Fresh BKB for Universe means he's going to have likely a much higher impact in these lanes. Oh, bunch of tomes.
He needs level 22. He skilled max Exor, so he actually does not have it at level 21. And I don't think he's going to get 22 before this next fight, even with the 8 of a Midas. Yeah, I don't think that's enough to make up that almost 1,000 experience gap.
We'll see if maybe Wings can get the right kind of initiation. Maybe they can actually get the first pick. 900 experience needed for Blink at this point, a little bit less now. EG starts setting up. They know they've got this this big old tier 3 tower. They can go ahead and start chipping it away with these illusions. They don't necessarily need to make any huge commitment. They're actually looking towards that range racks as well. Anytime they try and defend the range racks, get some damage on the tier 3, but now the jump forward comes forward. They're actually going to push him out of the wards. Unfortunately, as there is Juggernaut, he just gets exploded, and all of a sudden EG is just going to be able to come forward and take out so many of these heroes. Both the boards going to be caught easily with the crush. All of their hopes lay on the Invoker now, but there's nothing he can do without the damage. Evil Geniuses, Swift comes through and takes this game 1. Wings with nothing they can do, but watch their rags. Exactly, they're ancient.
Universe, as steady as always, getting that crush on the end onto Shadow. Shadow, he went full tanky with this build, but just not enough. There was so much minus armor on the side of EG that if he just makes one mistake like he did right then, he's just gonna die.
Wait.
Selfish.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Murder spree.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They'll never bow.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
almost trust you.
Out of my way!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Then
Dire's middle tower is under attack. has fallen.
Teamwork, you vicious thugs.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Shadows, take us. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Wings Gaming's turn to
Oh, I like that a lot.
Tinker would be another option to
Tinker,
deal with
sure.
the illusions, the agonyms. You have the bouncing lasers and the rocket.
Are they banning around Universe at the moment? I mean, obviously the Drow ban, but Axe and Void they're getting rid of. Do you think they're doing that to kind of take his heroes
Team
out?
fight, because when you're doing a lot of single target heroes, you don't want to give the enemy too much of a team fight advantage. Then you're all single target and they have all AoE, so it'll be hard for you to take the fights. And it's also a good hero to, you know, deal with the Weaver.
Deal with Weaver.
If Weaver is a carry role, then he might have a lot of problems with that.
Wasn't there an initial discussion about Weaver without Drow? Isn't there that a combination that people like?
It is ridiculously good. Like I mean, that's what when VP run it, they tend to have the Drow with and then they have Lil running around.
They call it a support Weaver, but
it's a 3.5.
It's the core support.
It's like a 3.5.
Core support. I like that combo.
Yeah, I like that word. Words. They're 2 words.
Plural.
I mean, Alliance used to do that, right? EGM would be more of a core support, and then they'd have like Aki as a 6 almost. But it's great. If you have a player willing to do that, then take advantage of it. Like, I don't mind. I'll buy wards.
I'm so glad that we are getting some camera shots of this theater. It is beautiful.
It is stunning.
Yeah.
What I don't think you can see, sadly, is the up. If you look up from those front seats, it is stunning. It's such a ceiling.
High ceiling as well. I advise all of you in the crowd now to just look up and appreciate that ceiling.
They banned out the Chen. That's rather strange. They're worried about a push threat from EG because they don't have wave clear with their heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, did EG run any Chen recently, Yanis? I don't think I remember.
I don't believe so. I don't think so. It could be like, it could be like the group up factor with it.
Maybe a scrim thing.
Maybe a scrim. Yeah. It's also a hero that builds natural like mech armor, like auras and stuff too to prevent the StarLadder.
Luna Chen and Dragon Knight strat. I don't know. I don't think I've seen them run it. Like I know VP runs
VP,
that.
Yeah, VP do that a lot.
I was about to say, Magi's actually made it through, and then there it goes.
Bam.
Still.
Are you a fan of that hero secretly?
I like Blue Fat.
Blue Fat, yeah.
That's the Chinese nickname for anyone that's wondering why I'm just talking about fat blue people. It is Diogo Magi.
So they do need something to deal with the illusions, like you mentioned.
There's not many good heroes that can deal with that. Disruptor is like, well, okay, you use one glimpse. This is kind of like a VP lineup. They run at you, and then if you don't win the fight, you can't even run away because of Disruptor.
Yeah,
This is very VP.
He's a very front foot kind of hero. You want to be chasing, you don't want to be running away.
Like if EG's going for like a push or something and they don't get the tower right away, and then Disruptor comes in, he'll pretty much always catch it. They also have the multiple different forms of like vision for the Disruptor so far with the Weaver bugs, with the amplified damage, so easier setups for the glimpse.
Yeah, this pick for EG is very, very crucial. It's going to set the tone, what kind of strategy that you're going into, because right now it's very clear that Wings is going to run at you, they're going to try and kill you, and don't let you run away with the glimpse. It's going to be very aggressive, a lot of pressure.
So what are they looking for?
Do they go for like an early hero, like some sort of like kind of early hero, or do they go for like more team fight to deal with it? If you go for the team fight, you might go for a weaker laning phase, but try to compensate that. You're banking on your team fight. When the team fight comes, you're going to be able to get something out of it.
So are they looking for a way out now, Winter? They're looking for something to disengage, or not so much?
Not kind of like a way out, but a way to approach the game, like how they're going to deal with the aggression. There's a few ways to go about it. It's very open-ended what EG can go for right now. Or you go for more greed, with the Alchemist Luna.
Is it going to happen again?
I don't know, man.
They might be debating it. You never know. It would be brave.
But like Yanis mentioned, like StarLadder, Weaver, minus armor, that's pretty good against the Alchemist core.
Okay.
Clock?
Yeah, least greedy. Don't need too many items. Just good at making space, in general for the team. But not that great against Disruptor because of the glimpse.
Very disruptive though in the laning phase at least. Just to deal, Disruptor needs levels
Yeah,
if you're
just
just
like
running at him.
a solid pick of, a solid pick here for EG. Going for offlaner that doesn't require too much resource, so it keeps your options open. You can still go for a greedy mid because your offlaner doesn't require much resource on the offlane. He's not going to take anything. He's just going to need levels, and he's good to go. EG might still go for a very greedy pick here because of the clock. That pick actually allows them to do that.
I love that Winter's got a smile on his face because it's still coming. It's still on its way.
It's like you need to think about it. If you're Wings, you see the clock working, and you're like, okay, they might still go for greedy. Can we actually deal with the greed? Can we punish them? It's always at the back of your mind when you see that pick.
Boggs, to pick your brain for a moment then, with Wings waiting for still 2 to be locked in. Is there anything that sort of spring to mind? What's still on their shopping list?
They've got, minus armor, they've got good, pretty decent team fight out. Disruptor maybe emphasizing a little more on it, but
Who they are gonna use as a core to hit them with the M damage? They have M damage.
Okay, well, I think this reveals a decent amount. This is more minus armor on top of everything too. Now they have an additional save too.
And they have heal to push at least. They have a lot of sustain with the weave plus the shadow, the heal. So good lanes as well. Like Dazzle plus Disruptor. If your Clockwork is all alone in the lane, he's gonna have a tough time.
I think they still need something else they can kind of scale into later stages. They can't bank on a single core Weaver.
They're gonna need someone to hit with the M damage apart from the Weaver.
Would TA be a decent shout here?
That's an insane amount of minus armor.
Shadowfiend, TA, pretty good with their lineup. Shadowfiend will give them more team fight, so if they're expecting EG to come out with more team fight, then they can go for a mid that provides more team fight / physical damage. The Mirana pick is just like pretty much they're not going to go so greedy. They're just going to go for like a very, very good early game, very good team fight. They have a lot of AoE, the Luna plus Mirana. It's going to have to force the enemy carry to get a BKB. But then when you get a BKB against EG's lineup, there's Clockwork Hookshot, there's the Purge from SD. So it's pretty difficult to itemize as a carry if you're up against those EG heroes. And they ban out the Enigma. Wow, that's actually super strange. They ban out 2 junglers. So Wings are really, really afraid of a jungling hero to disrupt. So it might actually hint that they might want to do very, very aggressive things in the lane because they ban out the junglers that can actually help the other lanes.
It's been very diverse so far. If you compare the first draft to the second, there is only one similar hero. That's just, of course, the Shadow Demon.
And the Clock.
And the StarLadder.
But on the side,
different teams.
Sorry, I should specify. Yeah, EG I picked Shadow Demon again. That's the only repeat.
I see.
Gotcha.
I see.
Just to clarify. Well, we expected this from Wings, and it looks like EG are kind of following suit.
They can still do like Mirana support right now, SD Mirana, and then go for like I don't know, like go for greedy mid right now.
Still leaves it open-ended for sure.
Yeah, it's very open-ended. Really depends on what they feel they can get away with. And like I said again, they're on dire side, so it always keeps the option open that you want to go for a greedier late game draft.
I just get a feeling that Wings' 5th pick is going to be something we hadn't anticipated. I just get that feeling.
Well, it happened once. It'll happen again.
It's a mid hero though. Like,
Could they take Huskar even?
That is actually a very, very good question. Huskar, Dazzle, and StarLadder Weaver. It's a pretty good.
Pretty scary.
Pretty good combination, of course. That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Don't sound too surprised, Winter. I'm joking. Huskar.
Have you seen a Huskar in the group stage?
We haven't seen it, no.
I don't think what can they pair well with the Weaver. Because it has to be it has to be like
physical hero.
Yeah, it has to be a physical
but
hero.
But it also depends on what EG goes for, because they get the luxury to have the last pick.
Yeah.
Well, they banned out. EG did.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for the push.
Taking a leaf
Borrowing
out
it from complexity.
Is this a support or a mid hero? Wait. Is Lash a support? Oh.
I would assume it's a support, yeah.
I mean, they've got good setup for stun with SD and with Clockwork.
That same goes for the Mirana. If you do Mirana support, you have it's like similar. I don't know. Maybe
Lash suffers like with armor for sure though, and then versus all this as a core, that could really be painful for him.
I might actually lean towards more of a Mirana core. I think probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very, very hard to decide. And for Wings, the surprise pick. What will be the surprise pick?
I reckon. I think Huskar is pretty good.
Yeah, Lash is like spell damage. Look at their cores; they are all spell damage, right?
Right.
That's the surprise pick. They're gonna have a lot of minus armor and physical damage from Lycan to push towers.
That is a lot of physical on their side.
Yeah. So you do seem to be rather impressed or intrigued by Wings' draft. We three of us did predict it, just Mr. EG on the end. Are we seeing a third here, Fogged?
I don't think we will.
Doubting it. Okay.
I am actually doubting it.
That last pick is like an exclamation mark plus question mark. Very dubious. Not sure. Unsure.
Dubious.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant word. All right. That's a nice way to frame it. You're still feeling. Look at that little
I'm a little.
confidence
Maybe I'm a little pleased myself. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. But I'm confident. Yeah.
Well, after their shortcomings in the group stage, EG have already slammed down the gauntlet for Wings Gaming. They have to bounce back now, or will the TI6 champions be eliminated, the second team eliminated at the Boston Major? We'll find out with your casters, Marlene and Capitalist.
5 seconds.
Game 2, a slight curveball coming out of Evil Geniuses in their last pick. They deliver a Leshrac, but it's a support Leshrac, so it's not too far from the curve. But the one that's really out of left field here is that last pick, Lycan, Ben. That is a hero that has not been picked a whole lot in really, really long time.
With the rise of Clockwork, I think Lycan has more and more added value. It's a very good way for them to scout. The Beastmaster hasn't been picked as much, so you always feel like you're lacking vision a lot. And then also, I think just naturally very, very good for Clockwork. You can just kill him if he's locked in with you.
And our analyst said we won a lot of physical damage, and some pushing power is also preferred. Lycan delivers both in spades here. Evil Geniuses all smoked up, actually tried to do something with this rotation in through mid over to the Radiant side of jungle, but well-positioned Blink is going to be able to stop that smoke. Evil Geniuses will not catch Wings out of guards this way. Yeah,
notice how Shadow is positioned this game. He's positioned in a much different place to pop the smoke. But rounding out the lineup, I was checking out Arteezy's Golden Immortal.
Oh, nice. Always a fan of the hats, Ben. Well, blocks, they already have one ward that's going to be scattered out. That one's going to just be a 300 gold for Wings, that aggressive river ward laid out by Evil Geniuses. Wings obviously had their own ward in spot. What they may not be able to catch is this counter ward blocking out the hard camp pull, making sure that Universe may have a better time in his lane. Blocking out pull is really important for an offlane Clockwork, right?
However, it's the exact same place where they warded last game.
Yeah.
So it's, maybe a little bit expected from Wings, especially because they did deward it last game.
One difference we will have is that there's a StarLadder, this time on the opposite side. Faith Beyond's going to be playing this StarLadder, and he is going to try and make the lane work, despite the fact that he is arguably facing up against a Trine lane that is just as strong. May not be having a Shadow Shaman, but a Shadow Demon Disruption into a Leshrac Split Earth with a Luna there as well, and that increased right-click damage thanks to Lunar Blessing. That's going to be real threatening and hard for Faith Beyond to work with.
Yeah, I don't really think he can survive versus that lane really at all.
And maybe that's where Ice is going to step in. He's making the long trek up the top lane, see if he can help Faith Beyond combat this duo of Crit and Zai. They are going to try and already lay out a counter ward. Unfortunately, their hard camp is still blocked as that observer ward is laid on the far right-hand side. So that is one small victory for Wings. We'll see if they can pull some more between the duo of Ice and Faith Beyond here at the top lane. Blink matched up against a mid-to-male Mirana. It's got to be, oh, stun comes out, disruption. They are going to be able to get a decent amount of damage already onto Ice. He's already leveled the heal, so he's in serious trouble. Crit will be able to pick up the first blood, and Faith Beyond can do nothing to stop it.
Leshrac Shadow Demon is no joke. This support duo was kind of the reign of terror for quite some time in competitive Dota, and Leshrac got nerfed a little bit. I suppose Shadow Demon did too, but it's still very potent, especially with one of the strongest tri-lane carries in the game in Luna.
Yeah, and it's only going to get stronger as they hit level 2 and 3, as we've seen. The current meta is that Shadow Demons are preferring Soul Catcher to be leveled up, which would obviously be nicely combined with the Leshrac's heavy magic damage. Blink should be able to do all right as our mid lane, though, right? He shouldn't be necessarily dying to the Mirana and should be able to pick up some okay CS.
He should.
So,
and he can help the other lanes out with Howl too, which is also kind of important, especially when you combine it with Weaver, who double attacks. But one thing that Wings really needs to try to do is stop this top camp from being spawned. Crit. He's in deep.
Yeah, he really is. Ice. Crit is actually hasted up here, but he's going to be, oh, Faith Beyond not quite there. The arrow's going to land on Ice, and unfortunately, Faith Beyond, he's stuck behind his own dying ally. A second kill being picked up by Evil Geniuses with the assist from Samael from long range and mid.
Ice thought that he had trapped the Shadow Demon in, but little did he know that Sumail was just shooting an arrow from mid and smoked up, looking for an easy kill perhaps on Blink, but he will Quelling Blade his way into the jungle.
Maybe we'll see Zion Crit do a full wraparound here. Right now, because Faith Beyond is inside the jungle, he's not giving a whole lot of information on these supports. Blink is still playing really passive here. One of the big ups of having a Lycan, especially on the Radiant side. We've seen this a time or two. He can go ahead and neutral. Still, though, the supports are going to be able to find him. Will they have enough to be able to bring him down? With the Diabolic Edict, might be possible. The arrow barely going to miss. Not quite fast enough, but he might still be able to run Blink down. With the extra couple of right clicks, they will be able to deliver. 3-3. 3 kills in 3 minutes for Evil Geniuses. They are keeping up the heat here in this second game against Wings.
And they're getting tons of farm on their cores. Luna, 14 denies, 19 last hits, and Sumail doing very well in his own right with second most CS on the board. And Wings can get involved pretty early on, but this is a pretty terrible start for them. And they can only farm the jungle for so long before they have to worry about the SD Luna combination beating on their towers.
Even Universe is getting a decent amount out of his offlane thanks to the fact that Ice was forced up to top early on. So he was just dealing with a Disruptor's harassment. Universe is actually going to be leveling up Rocket Flare, getting some early CS off of that as well. 9-3 for him as an offlane by 4 minutes is a very acceptable score.
And unusual build from the Weaver, going for the bottle very early on. Normally if you want the region in lane, he'll go for the Ring of Health into the Lincoln Spear, but this game maybe thinking that he needs to be involved a lot earlier and can't just farm up the Lincolns. But this puts him, it gives him much more pressure to check that rune, which is very dangerous versus the SD Luna. Even a hero like Weaver isn't safe.
Blink is going to be delivering himself boots pretty soon here, and he'll also have level 6, which is a potential kill opportunity if his supports can set something up. But they're trying to go on bottom right now. Universe is going to be glimpsed back outside of his cogs. The Fairy Fire and the Disruption will be the save, but Shadow actually comes forward, goes for the Shukuchi, and the last right click will be able to finish him off. But Shadow, he just sacrifices life unless the Shallow Grave can save him. Shukuchi up in a second here. The Diabolic Edict is delivering. Can he just get a little bit more damage? He couldn't get it. The healing salve will be there, and Shadow will heal up the full, and he's still got another healing salve sitting in the bank too. Wings finally strike back with their first kill of the game.
Some amazing individual play on both sides. Crit at the right place at the right time, almost saved Universe's life, and Universe right back down to the bottom lane, and Crit will get an observer ward behind enemy lines, but immediately dewarded by Y.
Evil Genius is just going to keep on going. They're going to get the disruption off into the Shukuchi. This is perfect. They actually hit the stun or the cogs. They miss both though. Shadow is now able to get some distance away. Another Shukuchi coming up, and he will be able to get a little bit away, but there's a counter ward there. He didn't expect that one, and Ice could not possibly save his core, nor can he save himself here, as he is just going to be downed by the 3-man of EG. They bring their forces.
Greedy.
Yeah.
He just wanted a little bit of extra damage from Sakuchi. He thought he was going to get away, but no lack of sentry wards on the side of Evil Geniuses, making the score 5-1. Arteezy still free farming top in the meanwhile.
I mean, these early kills lead into the supports being able to have a lot of gold to be able to work with. And, well, there's the ultimate finally used out by Blink. It looks like Crit's going to be run down. He's actually trying to go for a quick TP. Maybe Blink can finish him off still. No, he gets away. If only Blink had another half a second, or he got lucky on a crit, he could have gotten that second kill for Wings, but it just doesn't happen here. Evil Geniuses with a tight control in the laning phase.
Yeah, 40% chance to crit, and he didn't get any of them. On 2 units and his hero.
Yeah.
Unlucky for him.
And Faith Beyond is, we haven't talked about this offlaner, but he's kind of calmly farming away with the Iron Talon that he picked up after the laning phase. He is going to lose his tower because of this, but at least he's not giving away any extra gold to the Arteezy carry and Luna.
They're seeing the ways of the Leshrac.
We certainly are. Zai showing a remarkable ability from a support. Diabolic Edict. One of the few supports that is able to give you a large amount of pushing power. Saw the power of that last game with the Shadow Shaman facing up against Tree Protector and that dedicated push. Look at that. No crits from the Wolves, no crits from his hero. Wings got to be a little bit irritated about that one.
Yeah, they're really struggling to get some kills. I think their lanes are like pretty decently strong, maybe aside from the Lycan mid, but he does give the other lanes Howl in the meantime, so it shouldn't be that bad for them. And Sumail's getting a lot of damage in on this mid tower. It's already at half HP with the aid of a siege creep. And top lane, why in no man's land?
He certainly is. An easy cleanup kill for EG. They've already taken that off-lane tower too, so this is just the icing on the cake. Wings are, in many ways, abandoning their lanes between Faith Beyond and Blink, and Evil Geniuses are punishing Wings heavily for the lack of presence in lanes, chipping away at these towers and taking map control.
Their vision's also much better. They saw the support come all the way up to lane and drop into their ward, so they got the D-ward and a free kill because of their excellently placed obs. And now comes time for Arteezy to join the team with his Eclipse at the ready.
Alongside Ice, they're going to try and put a stop to this aggression near the mid lane. I think they know that Evil Geniuses are wanting to be able to take this tower in the next minute or so. They may not be expecting this full wrap from top lane behind the tier 1 towers. They're going to be able to lead off with a disruption. Arrow is going to be able to land. Ice doesn't stand a chance in hell. Where he heads to for 15 seconds.
Universe in the meantime.
Yeah, Universe is backing himself up. Looks like he's not going to be caught. He's going to let his EG boys put some pressure on mid, and they're going to start wrapping now into the jungle, and they're going to try and sandwich someone, it looks like. Clockwork can start poking his head out a little bit soon, but the successful scan comes out from Wings, I believe. And they are now in a position to be able to have a brawl here inside the jungle. The question is, who's going to be able to find the initiation? Shikuchi goes out. They're going to be able to send poor Crit all the way back deeper inside the jungle. They're going to try and run him down, but he actually has a ward. They'll be able to just TP out. And Blink gets nailed by the arrow in the meantime. So completely wasted movement there by Wings. Evil Geniuses force something out of the opposing team and will walk away pretty happy. It looks like actually they're not going to walk away. They're going to keep up the pressure. They're going to leave Arteezy here and see if they can threaten that last outer remaining tier 1 tower of Wings.
And they got a good observer ward deep inside the Radiant jungle. So they're just getting so much out of this early game and using the Luna's early game ability to take down all these towers. Combined with the Leshrac, these towers are all gone.
We certainly are. 10 minutes already. Top 2 net worth on the board for our Luna and our Mirana by a large margin, thanks to all these outer towers being gone. And we really haven't seen the pushing power of Wings come up yet. Lycan, of course, having used his shapeshift twice now to try and get kills and failed to get either. Has actually not been able to pressure any towers of his own. He starts getting a little bit of damage on the tier 1, but you could already see Evil Geniuses not going to give that up so easily, not even chip damage. Quickly move both Universe and Sumail to look to punish.
They're also lacking a lot of damage. No weave up on the Dazzle yet, and no medallion up on others. Like Crit,
that's not where you want to be. Ooh. He ran into a smoke though, so Evil Geniuses, the rest of them will not be caught by that heavy rotation that was coming out from Wings. Wings are just looking to try and clear out their jungle at this point, but there is still remnants of Evil Geniuses remaining with these deep, deep wards.
And let's see what Luna's gonna build. I see just a Lance at the moment. It's typically mass stats, but I was curious whether or not he was going to go for an HOD early. But realizing that Wings lineup and their bans kind of suggested that they wanted to fight constantly, we'll go for a more team-oriented build.
But guess what? Universe, he sees you too. He's not opting to go for the hook shot, though. A little bit scared. He'll just give you a glimpse back anyway, even if there isn't heroes behind that disruptor. So he holds off for now. Another ward going to be countered, though. Evil Geniuses will take away the defensive position of Wings. Looks like they're trying to give Y, I mean, which they desperately need, the disruptor level 6. Trying to give them a lot of solo. And so it's really the only way they can contest Evil Geniuses, it seems like, at this point. EG have a full firepower at this point.
He also might be able to stop TPs if they TP back to defend against the Lycan. Lycan already did take down that T1 tower in the mid lane, so something going the way of Wings, and Y looks like he's just going to be able to leech almost a half-level experience from that.
Wings continue to secede as much towers as possible in exchange for farm. They're dividing their map up into the hard left-hand side and letting Evil Geniuses have the right hand, but EG gonna make yet another deep incursion. 4-man smoke up, passing near that tier 2, and it looks like they're gonna wrap through into that ancient area. See if they can grab someone in the off-lane camp, or maybe run into Shadow here. They actually have already the counter ward laid out. The hookshot misses, but it doesn't seem to matter. They can blow up these squishy agility heroes so damn quickly. Glimpse back, but Arteezy still in a perfectly fine position, and it's not like he's an easy hero to kill at this point. He's got the Dragon Lance, Ring of Aquila, and Strength Treads if he's really feeling threatened. And now they just found a big old Ancient stack they can take advantage of if they can just give themselves space.
They have the doggy scouting it out, so I don't really think they can take it along with the Amp. Amp has expired. They'd have to use Disruption, and Weaver's about to respawn, so it doesn't look like the fight that they want to take.
They will have a Vlad soon on Lycan, so hopefully these little doggies will upgrade to Wolves and actually output some real damage for Wings. You're seeing the difference right now between some of these cores. Blink, as our mid, is kind of operating as sort of the one position, as he's kind of been the most AFK farming, but Sumail is still able to keep tempo, getting kills, keeping up his farm, and a lot of that net worth comes in play with all these towers they've managed to take. 4 towers already gone from Wings. Little remaining map control for them, which means they have to do a lot more grouping up, awaiting Evil Genius's aggression.
And surprisingly, Faith Beyond has not yet died this game, and he's actually pretty close to his blink deck as a result. 1,500 gold, so maybe a couple minutes left of farming for him, and EG still waiting for some items of their own. Scepter over halfway completed for the Mirana, and looks like Luna going for that Yasha and Demanta style, but they are way stronger than Wings at the moment, unless Crit gets caught out.
Oh, but the disruption goes down first, and now the arrow is going to nail Y. No opportunity for a Static Storm. +1 going to be caught. Universe manages to snatch up Ice, tries to get off the shallow grave, going to be blown up too quick. Evil Geniuses take 2 right in front of a tier 2 tower. Where are they going to go from here? Right now their top lane's being threatened, so they're not going to immediately opt for trying to take that tier 2. Instead, they're going to go for Ancients and let Sumail try and deal with Blink at the top lane. But that split push is coming too fast. They are going to be able to get the disruption. Zai follows up the splitter. Nope, actually, the ultimate goes down too quickly. The Weaver, that is still an important ability used. And Wings not feeling comfortable fighting here, may not be able to contest this big old Ancient stack. But then again, at the same time, it seems like Arteezy still does it a bit too slow.
Their vision game is way too strong. Look at these 2 Observer Wards right outside the T2 tower. Wings even have a Sentry Ward, but it's just outside of range, and they just know every angle that Wings is coming from and can easily hookshot or just pick off the supports as they wish. And on top of that, they keep dewarding Wings' obs, and now they're forced to 5-man the Ancients just because of how confined they feel.
I mean, that's really the first mover's advantage, right? You're the first team to be able to make the aggressive smokes into the enemy side of the map. You lay down the vision first. It's harder to be able to counter ward, and you get to be able to see the rotations of the supports, get a better idea of where their wards are being placed.
First mover's advantage. You sound like a businessman, Cap.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you picked up on that one, Ben. I knew you would appreciate more than any other. Aghanim's almost finished up by
are they going to smoke under the ward? They're grouped up for a smoke, but...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think it's right under the ward.
Man, they have that counter ward too! Oh, God, they were literally standing right on top of it. Evil Geniuses. Now, this is an interesting part, because you know the Wings smoke is going to fail. but it is near Roshan. How are Evil Geniuses exactly going to respond? Well, they do have this nifty ability called Rocket Flare. Universe can spot out a Roshan attempt, and they're just about to do it too. So it's not even like there's going to be a race here for Wings. They can't exactly blow up Roshan, or maybe they can. This amplified damage is allowing them to beat down Roche so quickly with the help of the Swarm as well. It's already so low, but the arrow's about to come in and already nailed Shadow. Now the follow-up's going to start coming in. Rocket, hook shot, ready to go for Universe. Static Storm laid out, but it's a little bit off the mark. They are going to be able to jump into Cogs, but the stage has already been taken, and Y is on the retreat, but he's been taken out by EG. EG members just swarming into the Roshan pit. They're going to be able to grab all their Wings heroes inside. And that's going to be a Metamorphosis used by the Lycan. He has no shapeshift to be able to get out of here. So that's going to be a third hero down for Wings. Evil Geniuses, even if they lose Roshan, they clean up on Wings heroes.
Wow, that was really close to just being an utter disaster for Wings. And after that, that was not so bad considering the catastrophe it could have become if they had actually stolen the Aegis. But they went for a risky play and didn't get punished too badly for it. And the arrow on Shadow really slowed down their Roshan, and the Clockwork Cogs kind of trapped Sumail in, but he still dies.
Yeah, why not being able to get a real solid hit on that Static Storm Kinetic Field combination just kind of kept EG at bay, but ultimately getting the Aegis will not win you a team fight, especially with all that AoE of Evil Geniuses, and they've got great team fight as well.
He committed the Static Storm Kinetic Field like outside the pit, rather than waiting for them to engage. But with the leap inside it and the Clockwork hook shotting in, it was only the supports that were kind of kept at bay.
And that will mean Evil Geniuses will take a very large net worth lead. They're already hovering about 6 to 7K, but you can see the difference between our Luna and our Lycan at this point. 2,000 net worth lead for RTZ, and it's only going to grow as this Luna really starts coming online with the ability to Moonglaive, and we can also build greedier on Luna when she feels ahead as well. Manta into Butterfly, leaving the BKB for later. Wings station up really nicely here with the counter ward in place. They're going to be able to immediately jump onto Sumail. The Static Storm is laid out, so the disruption will not be able to save Sumail immediately. They need to be able to get a little bit better, and that's where the stun comes in. Nice play from the left track, and they just run over all of Wings with the help of Arteezy's ultimate. The Eclipse just rips them apart, and the arrows next. Why? No retreat for Wings. Evil Geniuses cut off the head, 3 to 17, 18 minutes in. Wings on the back foot in a series that they cannot afford to lose a single game in.
And even the farm that's coming in for them, it's not really going to help them out too much. We see the Necro book up on Lycan, but versus a farm Luna, those are just going to die very, very quickly. He might not even take the damage from it because of all the illusions. And now EG is just able to farm everywhere. The risky play for the Roche failed for them, so Wings have to rely on EG mistakes at this point for heroes to kind of constantly be caught out, get picked off by the StarLadder, for maybe Shadow Demon to be slightly out of position so he doesn't get a clutch disruption like he just did for the fights. And it's becoming increasingly difficult to mount this XP and gold disadvantage that they're at.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing about this farm distribution, right? Is that you have both a Luna and a Mirana on your team. Two heroes that are able to wave clear very quickly, who both want to be able to eat up a lot of farm, but Universe is playing this is rather sacrificial Clockwork, who's just been looking for engagements, and he's got two really powerhouse supports behind him, so they can actually confidently take any kind of initiation the Universe finds simply because of the way he sets up the Leshrac for these engagements, and potentially some of the cores as well. And Universe has obviously had great success at that. He's only died once, he's got Blade Mail, and will soon have a Force Staff, so it's not even like Universe is falling behind by any means. This is a wealthy Clockwork by regular Clockwork standards.
Shadow dodges a hook shot, but runs right into Arteezy. They kind of know where he is.
You're going to be able to see him for a second there. Unfortunately, the arrow and the cogs and the split earth, all just centimeters away or half second away.
Using the TP Shikuchi trick.
Nicely played, and Evil Geniuses, I'm sure they're not going to be too put out by that one. They still have really good map control. They have to be a big concern about the initiation from Faith Beyond, as that is really the only way that Wings can actually win team fights at this point. But for the most part, Evil Geniuses can feel confident pushing forward, trying to force fights, and take objectives if they want to. Though I'm not sure if they're down to try and push tier 2s just yet.
Yeah, perhaps not. But I like EG's how they've changed from the group stage until now. I think two of their weakest strengths were, or two of their biggest weaknesses rather, were one, their support duo weren't always working together. They always had an Ogre +1, and Ogre just did his own thing, and the other support just babysat.
Right.
This game is pretty much a complete opposite. Shadow Demon, Leshrac constantly running around together, getting kills together, so they're actually involved. Teamwork is the essence of the game at the moment. And then a second thing is utilizing drafts. I think a lot of the drafts before were more EG drafts, going for like the Sven Medusa and other things that we've seen them run a lot, but now they're incorporating a lot of elements from teams that have had a lot better performance in them. The Shadow Demon Luna in particular, the Leshrac from Complexity, which they lost to twice, and now they're actually showing signs of being able to adapt and take some elements from other teams and use it to their own strength.
Fabian, you feeling it right now? He'd have to get real lucky, I think. He's actually just going to sprint himself towards the rest of his team. Now, this is interesting. They have this Leshrac pushing out. What they may not expect is that Wings are going to make this invasion into their jungle, but fortunately, our StarLadder did get spotted as he rotated out. They have two really good wards up here in the top lane. The Evil Geniuses, with the way they're playing, right, they're controlling so much of the right hand and bottom half of the map that they know they need the vision on the other side. They're actually going to be able to pounce here with the Moonlight Shadow. Their counterward's just not there in time. Now Disruptor's going to be caught. He managed to get off the Static Storm, but it's a bit too late. Arteezy's Eclipse will keep here at bay. He's jumped in from Faith Beyond, but a Disruption will manage to buy Arteezy some time. Now he turns, fights with a beautiful Split Earth. He lines up those glaze, managed to bring down two. A TP out from Shadow will allow him to escape, but it's still 3 dead from Wings, and Evil Geniuses look to be able to secure more.
Almost every single move that Wings has made this game has just utterly failed. And I would say the least disastrous one is the Roshan, if that gives you any perspective. But at this point, EG, they're just rolling together as a ball. The disruptions have been completely on point so that no one's really at risk of dying. And the Luna is just far too far for any of the Wings heroes to stand up with. The Eclipse alone is already enough to keep them from attacking. And then just a Glaive bouncing kills all the wolves, kills all the Necros, and kind of kills the supports as well.
I mean, this is really looking like the big downside of being the reigning TI champs, right? Wings were able to establish something, figure something out about the meta that none of the other teams were quite on the same level, but post-TI, everyone's been looking at Wings, studying them. They definitely have a target on their back, and it just seems like Evil Geniuses have made enough of a good study of Wings that they are counting every single aggressive move they attempt.
I think one of the things that they learned was that they don't abandon the offlane. They don't Iron Talon very, very often on their offlaners. They always go through from the start, and with a very, very strong lane like the Leshrac SD Luna, the offlaner, even if he dies, he's going to TP right back and just die again and again and again. And sometimes they'll even bring more heroes, like they brought the Dazzle in this particular case, and just dies even more often. So they just completely their two support and the Luna as a result of perhaps a lot of intense studying of how Wings plays.
And Evil Geniuses now seem to be very well set up. They've got these constant Manta illusions as well as Disruption illusions coming out from Crit on top of that. The Luna's able to, with very little risk, push out these lanes. Wings are constantly having to push them back. Otherwise, they're just giving up free information. And it just becomes a game that is freely EG's to set the tempo, right? They can go ahead and decide when they want to farm up until they get, say, this BKB now on Luna. Maybe they choose to actually be aggressive, take Roshan #2 and go high ground for this one. It's all entirely up to EG as they're the ones controlling the map, and Wings just have to wait for their opportunity to take the game back.
And with that, the opportunities are just becoming less and less with all these items coming out. You mentioned the BKB up on the Luna, but everyone else has a defensive item as well. Clockwork, he has the armor from the Blade Mail. Leshrac has a Yules and a Force Staff to boot. There's a Ghost Scepter on the Mirana, so all those physical damage is either mitigated by physical immunity or armor or Yules. Just all these items that, how are Wings going to be able to break that, break those items on top of the defensive disruption? They don't have any AoE control, I guess. Maybe the Disruptor.
Disruption and Manta Illusions will push out mid. Evil Geniuses will follow those illusions in and cross into the enemy jungle, see if they can wrap around behind Wings, who they currently see Shadow pushing out this bottom lane. They're going to go in pretty deep to make sure there isn't an easy escape for Wings as they start backing themselves away. Fortunately, Shadow does have the Spidey senses. He'll get out, but with Ice, he won't be as lucky. He's going to be hook-shotted up, bounced back by the Cogs. He attempts something here with the Shallow Grave, buys his team 5 more seconds of time. But in the end, he will fall 3-21 now as Evil Geniuses just handle Wings. Wings just trying to buy themselves time to farm up, but it is entirely in EG's hands at this point.
And Zai has not yet died once this game. 5-0 and 10 on his very involved left track, and I have to praise the support play from Evil Genius. Not only are they getting a lot of kills, but the ward system that they've laid out from minute 0 have just been completely conducive to EG dominating the entire map. And as you mentioned, they've always been a step ahead of Wings, just a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes ahead of whenever Wings places wards, and just always getting the intel on the supports before they're actually able to do anything.
And this is what happens when you have a powerhouse support. Clockwork can go ahead and by himself set up a potential TP. He tries to hit hook shot, force stabs over the side, almost nails Faith Beyond, but can't quite get him. In fact, he's dying to these necro books. Zai tries to help him out, but in the process, he's putting himself in danger. He just gets ripped apart by Blink. Blink turns towards the tier 2, but sees Samael's TP, so he backs himself away. Still, even just a support kill is good for Wings at this point, even if it comes at a cost of Aegis. Any little bit of gold they can get is happy.
He's worth 700.
Yeah,
so
he's actually worth a lot.
They almost got the jump on Clockwork. He was at around 150 HP, close enough to make EG fret a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And that would have been a big loss, right? Because the way EG are setting all this control is by initially having those aggressive wards and then keeping up that network, as you were pointing out. And a gem on Wings can easily dismantle that whole entire network of wards and leave EG a bit more in the dark. Oh man, full out Ethereal Blade. Samael's not even level 16 yet, and he's already got Ethereal Blade behind that Aghanim Scepter, so heavy amount of magic damage is going to be coming on the Wings players. They do not have BKBs to be able to deal with this yet.
Nor do they have great high ground defense. What is their high ground defense? Kinetic field stall? Like, how do they get rid of all these illusions? There's no Lion, there's no Timber Stall, just no way to clear this army of Manta and Disruption illusions as they approach up their high ground. And their stalling tactics of having an Invoker constantly throw out spells is not going to work this game.
Yeah, the best Lycan can do at this point is just split push. He does have a double damage as well as the Necron books up. We'll see if he chooses to TP back and try and defend, or if he's relying on the rest of Wings to try and push back Evil Geniuses for him to get space. Already tier 2 tower is down. Evil Geniuses are hesitating. But what they don't realize is that Wings is actually setting up. They're going to keep on going, and Faith Beyond is going to sit behind Shadow. Or Blink, rather, as he goes into the high ground.
He was scouted out, though, with the rocket.
The rocket flare. So now Evil Geniuses know there's 2 heroes on the top lane. Nothing to stop them from full-out pushing. Clockwork is going to TP back and see if he can actually defend these Raxes. The glyph goes down. And Wings, they need to try and stop some of these TP back from Evil Geniuses. They're going to be able to pull for one back. That's going to be RTZ, but RTZ has both Aegis as well as BKB. Meanwhile, our Lycan is going to be chased away from his push at the top lane. RTZ disrupted up, is going to be losing his Aegis, it looks like. He's going to be crushed up. Actually pops the BKB, turns with a clip, but he instantly dies. Now he's going to come back with no BKB, and maybe Wings can take round 2. Moonlight Shadow goes down, but they already have the Amplify armor onto RTZ. Double Force Snaps gives him some space. They're also going to be able to pull back Zai, it seems like. Will still manage to be able to go on RTZ. Disruption really won't slow this one down. Chris just goes for the TP out, but Zai, he also gets a TP out himself. Wings pick up pretty big. They lose their bottom lane of Rax, yes, but they managed to take down both the Aegis as well as the Luna. That was worth around 2,500 gold right there. They took the tier 2 and tier 3 tower. Considering the dire circumstances that Wings were in just moments before, that seemed like best case scenario you could get.
That's huge for them. I agree. That's pretty much the best case that you can hope for. And if the Clockwork hookshot had hit on the top lane, that might have been a different story. They might not have had enough damage to kill the Luna twice. And Crit is doing his best with constant disruption saves and the force stabs, but it's just not enough to help with the Luna. Maybe when she gets Butterfly, she'll be impervious to that sort of play.
And now we're going to see a whole new Wings. This time around, when Evil Geniuses feel confident enough to push high ground, Wings can contest with their 5-man, because after that fight, they have BKB on both the Weaver as well as their Lycan. Reinvigorated by these items, Wings may feel comfortable with a 5-on-5.
And almost one on the StarLadder as well. And so there's another double damage. Lycan had a double damage for that top push, which pretty much made all this possible for Wings.
Maybe they can snag another one. Upset Fate once again, as it's 5-21, 30 minutes in. EG once held a 15,000 net worth lead and a 14,000 experience lead. That since has been slightly chipped away. Evil Geniuses were kind of looking for an opening here. Clockwork was setting up with a hook shot, but blocked out by the Wolves. He doesn't attempt it just yet.
They're kind of all in at this point. If they lose a fight, it's game over. They bought a gem, they have multiple BKBs, and if they can't win a fight with this, the lead's only going to get way, way worse. So it looks like Faith Beyond will scatter that DD could be a potential changer for one of the next fights, but not if it's on StarLadder. And Blink on top.
They have hookshot to be able to stop this BKB TP out, so Blink may be in some serious trouble. He's going to have to try and get some sort of play here to eat through the cogs and still get out. He doesn't even pop the BKB. He realizes that he is very dead, and Evil Geniuses, with that pick on the carry, start marching down that top lane.
And with that, I think there might be even some level of like, oh, I have buyback. I can buy back and use BKB. If he uses BKB, it'd pretty much be up by the time he bought back. But I don't know if he just wanted to save his 10-second charge or maybe wanted to fool them into thinking that he potentially had a buyback.
EG keep on doing this. Instead of going for straight up the objective, they try and get that extra kill. Not able to get it just yet. They're going to go back for that tier 2 tower. Moonlight Shadow down now. And Lycan will be up in time if EG try and go for the high ground push.
And Shadow eyeing that T1 tower on the bottom, as well as maybe a TP scroll to round out his inventory. And EG, are they going to push? They don't have the Aegis this time, but they are together as 5, as no one has to defend against a split push.
Shadow still feeling confident. This is another thing the BKB does for him, right? Because at this point, Evil Geniuses only have the hook shot to be able to stop a BKB TP out. So if Shadow plays it correctly, and they have to hook shot to initiate, he can still BKB TP out. It gives his split pushing a lot more power, a lot more confidence in that.
Yeah, they definitely need way more items and way more split pushing to overcome the amount of armor that they have on EG. Even Leshrac is closing in on a Shiva's guard. Just 800 gold away from his staff, and then Luna has Butterfly. Somebody's probably going to pick up an AC fairly soon. Even the Ethereal Blade on the Mirana gives her a fair amount of armor.
Have Wings managed to shuffle Evil Geniuses players around the map enough that there's an opening for initiation here? We'll see. A 4-man smoke, and they start leading towards Zai.
The Lotus Orb is also going to be very problematic because that dispels the amplifiers, and it's as good as like 15 armor.
Clockwork. His position actually kills the smoke there on the Disruptor, and the smoke will fade on these rest of the heroes as well.
Straight 5-on-5. I think they have very little chance of winning. They still need to push out the lanes constantly. But the problem is that Luna's doing the same thing too.
Now Evil Geniuses have managed to spot out a few members. Rocket Flare there on the Disruptor. Not leading out with a hookshot just yet. Another Moonlight Shadow going to be used here. Hookshot actually going to miss out. Universe missing the mark once again and maybe caught because of it. Perch goes down. They actually manage to see the Luna, and they initiate onto him already down to half HP, but it pops BKB and turns. Eclipse goes out, and he starts chasing down heroes. They will manage to get a Yules onto the StarLadder setting up, but he actually BKBs. Now he turns for the crush. Arteezy's BKB is down. He Disruptions goes down, but they're just going to be able to surround Arteezy. He heads himself into the trees, trying to block off the path as best as possible. Turns and fights. Maybe he can actually fight through this one. Blink. No, it's just going to be too much damage. Arteezy falls, but he dished out a hell of a beating onto Wings, and they are going to be forced back as the rest of Evil Geniuses. They still have Samael. Zai is looking real low. Shadow's actually feeling confident. He's going to be able to jump forward. Faith Beyond nails Samael and doesn't actually die. They kill Samael. They got him dead right Universe. He pops forward with the blade mill. He sees all these low heroes, and he just wants at least one of them. Ice Ice will be the kill. Faith Beyond doesn't get hit by the shots. Battery Assault not lucky enough, and they'll be able to get a full wipe onto Evil Geniuses. And what the hell did Wings lose out of that? A Disruptor and a Dazzle.
These BKBs just caught EG off guard. They thought they had the stun lock onto the StarLadder. He popped BKB and just ran at them. They got Luna to half health before she even popped her BKB, and she actually does not have that much in her defensive toolkit to deal with this Amplify after she BKBs. And the Shadow Demon Disruption actually kind of put him in a very bad position where all of Wings were just able to get right on top of him. He did play in the trees, though. That was a nifty little trick, running down to the south, because there are a lot of units. The Wolves, the Necrobooks, the Lycan himself, and the Sora are all trying to attack the Luna. But at the end of the day, she dies, and that's a huge net worth for Wings.
Yeah, I mean, he almost dealt enough damage that Wings were all looking so low that I think other teams might have actually broke and just said, okay, we killed Arteezy, let's back out. But Wings so comfortable at being able to play around each other even at 100 HP. They managed to combine their teamwork to wipe out the rest of Evil Geniuses, only losing supports.
I dismissed their chances of winning a team fight, but there's some other factors too, like the weave, which I think is a very big deal in this sort of a game. And they still don't have an AC, nor do they have a Vlad on the Dire side. So that weave, especially with the amp, really starts to stack up. And the swarm.
And we should really, I mean, that initiation is all important, right? If they do not have that StarLadder jumping on the Luna like that, getting him to half HP and basically forcing BKB and Eclipse out of him, then that one initiation forces Evil Genius to lose so much of their power, because then Wings just kind of kite him around, right? They pop BKBs of their own, they bounce back, they wait for the BKB to wear out on Arteezy, and then they just go back in. It's all about the initiation for Wings, and Faith Beyond, he had that beautifully set up with his position deep inside the trees here.
And BKB Wars should go the way of Wings because they have so much more physical damage. Their lineup is almost entirely based around physical damage aside from the Disruptor. But they're at a huge net worth advantage, so EG thought that they could take that fight. But superior fighting, superior positioning, and superior kiting all led to that victory from Wings, and now they will be able to take a prize T1 tower. There is a Lycan Wolf scouted inside Roche, and EG are headed down mid.
They certainly are. Evil Geniuses were sending illusions out there. They actually paused momentarily. They're not sure how many heroes are inside the base and how many heroes are actually behind the Weaver. Shadow will manage to get that tier 1 tower. Evil Geniuses committing nothing but illusions to chip away at that tier 3.
They can't send heroes or else the Glimpse will be used and then someone will have to use their BKB. So they don't want to, they don't like that trade at all.
That really is the big high ground defense mechanism for Wings, right? They don't have many, but they do have that one. Glimpse being either an ability that forces out the BKB or forces out Evil Geniuses to fight around that tier 3 when they try and retreat. There's a little bit of extra pushing power for you. Shadow picks up the Maelstrom.
Very good at clearing the illusions. Their AoE is just very, very poor. Pretty much all out on the single target physical damage, but Maelstrom will diversify their assets a little bit.
If he gets the Mjolnir, we'll have Static Charge on the field as well, which will have a lot of opportunities to proc off of all these glaives that are bouncing around.
Yep, it's very important when you put it on a BKB hero and combine that with the Dazzle, potentially even a Grave from Dazzle. They should be looking pretty good. And now the Roche scouting begins. No HOD creeps this game, so it'll just have to be Lycan Wolves and or Luna Illusions that will look inside and stare down the big bad Roche.
Aghanims on Universe, though, that's a very big pickup. Now he can go ahead and bounce in and out of these fights with that big initiation. 12 seconds cooldown on the hook shot now.
They have to kill this Dazzle early on in the fight. Even like the shallow grave on a Shadow so that he could time lapse last fight. It's like made a very big difference. And now they're sweeping around, but there is an Observer Ward placed. It will not catch wind of the Moonlight Shadow as it's half duration.
Hasted Samael Marana. Invisible thanks to the Moonlight Shadow, surges forward, but is not finding any of the members as Wings, as they're sitting deep inside the trees right now. Arteezy's smoke did pop. He turns back around for a moment. But either way, Wings seem to have gotten out very cleanly. They're going to leave Shadow here for now, it seems.
And there's an Observer Ward to the south that Faith Beyond has not yet scouted out, and that will give EG a very good idea of where they are, which will give them enough information to take Roche out on their own. And with the backup of the Aegis and Cheese, their chance of losing a team fight should get much slimmer. But after their last fight, they still have to be very concerned about how it's going to go. Are they going to be able to kite the BKBs? Do they think they have enough physical damage to break through the BKBs, even with Weave? I think it's safer to kite and just constantly send illusions and try and get them to blow cooldowns.
Right.
Or split push, so they're split up. That's the two ways that they want to fight. BKB rush with mass armor from the Weave, or split push so they're not fighting S5.
Well, you want to talk about low committal pushes? Wings are doing a bit of that of their own. While Roshan was going down, they sent both Wolves as well as the Necrobook minions through to mid lane. Unfortunately, it didn't quite last long enough for them to take that tier 2 tower, but they do chip it down to 369. Looking to take that a bit later and get that bounty into their coffers. But a Yule Scepter now for our StarLadder.
An additional tool for him to save himself and not get owned by the Eclipse without having to use his BKB. They need as many kiting abilities as possible. And their lanes are just barely past the river on the top lane at least, and that's not going to be enough for EG to back off. And with one lane already down and this T3 pretty much already dead, I don't think they can avoid this.
They may be getting stronger, but once that tier 3 tower is down, it becomes so much harder to deal with Luna pushes. Once they start getting some attacks out, they start bouncing around between the Raxes, these little buildings, start hitting the heroes. And it sets the stage for a team fight that you don't want to take, even though it's based around your base.
So in theory, this Luna should not die. She has Satanic BKB Butterfly. They don't have any MKBs yet, and they have Defensive Disruption, and an Aegis. Like, she should feel very, very safe pushing up this hill, but things can always go awry, and EG kind of sensed that foreboding possibility that they could lose this fight.
They've still got plenty of time on the Aegis, so if they want to chip away until they take that range Rex, wait until the Aegis is a little bit lower cooldown, then maybe then they're forced into a high ground. But for now, you're right. They're definitely posturing themselves a lot more defensively than I guess would be expected.
And on the flip side, you have Shadow, who doesn't even go for a Hurricane Pike versus the Clockwork. Normally, you'll see like 4 steps on his first item. Maybe not on Weaver, but on a lot of heroes. But he's not scared. He just went all-out damage, and which is very significant considering his net worth. He's only a little bit behind the Luna, and that may be enough for them to win a team fight.
Arrow comes out. Not going to catch any of the Wings members for free.
And double damage pinged out. Arteezy headed towards it.
Oh no.
So he's going to be hitting for, it looks like, a measly 480.
I mean, if you were waiting for an opportunity to push, that double damage is like Ice Frog urging you to go high ground.
And there's still a lot of time left on that double damage, and they will see it right now, although kind of hard to see against Luna's blue hero.
TI champions. 1 game down in this single elimination, best of 3. The hardest fight ahead is already, you can see the Moonglights, and now the hook shot to the back line. Shadow's been caught, bounced out. He can't even use his ultimate as he'll still stick around the same HP, so they're going to lose a full lane of Rax there. And no real committal whatsoever, almost taking down Faith Beyond. Evil Geniuses quickly start setting up for the next push. They may not have that double damage anymore, but they still have that Aegis intact. 1 lane of Rax is all that separates them from being able to get Mega Creeps in what should be an inevitable win for Evil Genius in this series. Scouting Arrow goes out, Disruption laid down, but Faith Beyond is going to be able to hit the stun. Immediately afterwards, they can get a lot of damage onto Arteezy because of this, but he pops the Manta, just keeps on going, knowing that if he can kill this tier 3 tower, look at the damage bouncing around to the back line. Now the hook shot, it does not too. Universe locks him inside the cogs and lets Arteezy go straight for the Raxes. He knows he do not have to win this team fight. All they have to do is get the Raxes down, and they'll be able to have Megas. Sumail distracting some of the heroes, the Wings, but the Raxes are down, and now the real fight begins. Wings have to fight for their lives. The BKB goes off, but Blink doesn't have Shapeshift yet, and he can't actually beat out Arteezy. He still has that Aegis intact, and now Wings are going to have to fight against Mega Creeps and against a very, very big Evil Geniuses underneath the ground of their tier 4 towers.
T4 is arguably easier to push with Luna as the Claves keep bouncing back and forth, and they might be too low before the fight even starts. Arteezy still backed up by his entire support crew.
The weave starts building up as Faith Beyond gets his initiation on his side. The back line, but the Eclipse goes down, and Wings do not have the BKBs to be able to defend against this. They have to go straight back to their throne, the fountain, but meanwhile the throne's actually being targeted. The arrow tanked up by Faith Beyond. They go straight for Arteezy and take down that big carry, but the Aegis is about to be finished up, and the throne's already at half health. Static Throne goes down, but Arteezy's going to be gifted a Disruption. Just more damage to lay into Throne. Wings desperately trying to take out these big damage dealers, but they just can't do it in time. They call the D, and Wings, we will say goodbye to them here at the Boston Major as Evil Geniuses bring down the TI champs 2-0.
The Bane, that is SD Luna, reigns supreme yet again. And its strengths well showcased in this lineup as EG find themselves out of their drafting rut and onto a 2-0 sweep.
They may have been favored by the analysts, but here on their home turf, the crowd is certainly enjoying a blue win on stage.
Arteezy looked real happy. He waved at us.
I mean, he said right in that interview, I want to be able to face up against VP because I feel like I play better if my opponents are some of the best. And Wings, there's no argument. They are definitely one of the best teams here.
And I guess the TI curse continues. First at TI,
Indeed.
9th through 16th at Major.
You think that's just all about the fact they've just got that target on their back, that everyone looks towards Wings and says, hey, they're the champs. We need to figure out a way to beat them first to really figure the meta out.
I think Shadow said it himself, that they weren't playing at the best, and I think it's very evident from their play that their draft and their play isn't as good compared to other teams as it was at TI.
Yeah, so Evil Geniuses stepping it up on stage here will manage to make it through this dangerous gauntlet that is their current bracket. That's already 2 teams that advance. Our analysts, I mean, they voted all out on Wings, but was it Evil Geniuses just really looking that much more dominant? Is there weakness in Wings? I want to know what they think about this. Is it EG just stepping it up?
There's a lot of questions to be answered, Cap. One person, though, is shaking his head when you said the whole desk said Wings. Ted.
EG, baby!
I'm sorry. I should have said all the real analysts said Wings.
Okay, pot kettle black from Cap.
Ted's coming for you, dude.
He's actually going. No, okay. Oh, a 2-0. I'm not going to lie. The desk started to feel Wings vibes. Did you start seeing that, Malini? You saw what was happening after that Luna kill?
Yeah, it was. It was getting exciting at that point. But there's been a lot of SD Luna. It's really hard to come back from that. It's just like a rock solid strat.
Rock solid seems to be the words we'll be using for EG today here in the playoffs. Thank you very much. Wings eliminated. What on earth? 2 teams already eliminated from the Boston Major, and the second one is the T.
Photo spree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is fortified. Shadows take us. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
bottom. I'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under
You think you fooled me? Fish out of water.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Missing top.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll take that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Missing middle. Missing middle.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage!
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
take that.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Opponent team ban. Complexity's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
हो गई गेम शुरू.
Oh, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and this is your host KingCharlie of this side, and joining me tonight, my brother from another mother, Mr. Big, all the way from Patiala. Hi, what's up?
Hello, Charlie.
So Big, we are back after a long time, and it's like an exciting time. Boston Major around the corner, and we already see Wings losing to EG 2-0. That was a defining win over, and nobody expected that. And all of my draft has gone completely wrong. And now we have Complexity Gaming versus Warrior Gaming Unity, and we have casted this team all the way from the Southeast Asia qualifiers. So what do you have in your mind? 5 times tier 8 Battle Cup winners.
WG.Unity ऑफ कोर्स काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग इनकी परफॉर्मेंस थी. विंग्स को भी इन्होंने एक बार हरा दिया था. ग्रुप स्टेजेस की बात करें तो 2-1 से इन्होंने काफी अच्छा खेली थी. जो इनके प्लेयर्स है, की प्लेयर्स हैं, आजिट और कैंगरो और नाना काफी अच्छा खेले थे. तो लेट्स सी, क्योंकि कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ने भी ईजी को 2 बार हरा रखा है, तो ये गेम काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है. काफी अच्छा मुकाबला होगा इन दोनों टीम्स के बीच में.
मुकाबला तो मेरे को लग रहा है काफ़ी टक्कर का होने वाला है. मुकाबला अच्छा होना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि मुकाबला है, जब तक होएगा नहीं तो तब तक पता नहीं लगेगा. बट एक सबसे बड़ी अच्छी चीज़ यहाँ पे, जैसी वॉरियर गेमिंग यूनिटी जो अपने ड्राफ्ट को मैं देख कहूँगा, जो उसकी क्षमता है, उसको कैसे उन्होंने रोटेट आउट करना है और कैसे उसको दिखा रहे हैं बार बार. वही जो इनको पता है कि गो टू इनकी जो पिक्स हैं, देखिए पहले शैडो डीमन पिक किया, फिर लूना, एंड मूविंग अलॉन्ग विद द ड्राफ्ट एंड हैविंग दैट सेम ओल्ड वॉम्बो कॉम्बो, कि जहाँ पर आपको पता है कि हाँ जी हम illusions बना सकते हैं. with the help of that disruption you increase that illusions, and then you have a Manta style on Luna, then you have those 4 illusions with the glaives. You can just push down every time any lane. तो यहाँ पर टिम्बर सॉ का भी पुश फैक्टर है. तो इतना सारा पुश के अगेंस्ट अगर हम बात करें, कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग होली सोली मिराना की स्टारफॉल पे रिलाई कर रही है. डू यू थिंक इट्स वर्थ इट राइट नाउ?
मिराना की स्टारफॉल नो डाउट अच्छा वेव क्लियर है. ऊपर से विंटर वाइवन का आइस ब्लास्ट भी थोड़ी बहुत हद तक वेव क्लियर आउट कर देता है. बट यहाँ पे मैं ड्राफ्ट जैसे देख रहा हूँ कि लूना शैडो डीमन पिक हो चुके हैं, तो वो एक आपको अर्ली एग्रेशन जो मिलता है लेन में वो देखने को मिलेगा. ऊपर से टिम्बर सॉ पिक हो चुके हैं. अभी टिम्बर सॉ मेरे ख्याल से मिड जाएंगे, तो मिड पे इनको मतलब इन पे प्रेशर बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, क्योंकि लूना और शैडो डीमन जो एक एग्रेशन आती है, उनकी एग्रेसिव लेन होती है, उसको शट डाउन करने के लिए कम से कम 2 सपोर्ट ऑलवेज लेन में रहते हैं. तो मेरे ख्याल से टिम्बर सॉ के लिए काफी अच्छी गेम होने वाली है.
काफ़ी अच्छी गेम हो सकती, काफ़ी अच्छी मैं कहूँगा एक ड्राफ्ट को ओरिएंटेड कर सकते हैं. मगर ये सबसे बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग ड्राफ्ट जो मैं सबसे बड़ी चीज़ कहूँगा, ना वॉरलॉक बैन हुए अभी तक, ना वॉरलॉक पिक हुए हैं. एंड ये काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है, क्योंकि ड्रॉ रेंजर को मैं देखता हूँ हमेशा बैन होते हैं. एल्डर टाइटन ऑल्सो गुड, बैड राइडर मोस्ट बैन हीरो अभी तक, जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट लैसो. और यहाँ पे लेशरैक पिक किया कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग, कुछ ज़्यादा ही दिमाग में, और काफ़ी अच्छा कॉम्बो है. मेरे को लग रहा है लेशरैक मिड लेन में है एंड सेंडिंग
नहीं. स्विंडल्स कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग का काफी गो टू हीरो है लेशरैक. स्विंडल जो है इनके जो सपोर्ट खेलते हैं लेशरैक से काफी ज्यादा पिक कर रहे हैं. ईजी के अगेंस्ट भी 2 या 3 बार पिक हुआ था, और अभी हमने लास्ट गेम देखा विंग्स के अगेंस्ट ईजी ने भी लेशरैक सपोर्ट पिक किया था. काफी अच्छी सिनर्जी होती है लेशरैक के साथ. आप एरो के बाद अपना स्टन कनेक्ट कर सकते हो, आप स्पिरिट ब्रेकर के चार्ज के बाद अपना स्टन कनेक्ट कर सकते हो. तो काफी एक पुशिंग पावर भी देता है. जो एडिक्ट है आपका, काफी अच्छा पुशिंग पावर भी देता है लेशरैक के साथ. तो ये स्विंडल्स मेरे ख्याल से खेल रहे हैं. मिड मिराना है, और अभी इनका कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग का कैरी अभी पिक होना बाकी है.
बट मेरे को एक चीज़ जो मेरे दिमाग में भी आ रही है कि अगर लेशरैक को मिड लेन पे भी रन किया जाता है, स्पिरिट ब्रेकर जब आते हैं चार्ज इन करके, चार्ज ऑफ द डार्कनेस, और फिर वहाँ पर आके जब कनेक्ट करते हैं, थोड़ा सा पीछे आके जो स्टन का फैक्टर बनता है, वहाँ पर लेशरैक अपना स्टन कॉम्बो करके फिर लाइटनिंग स्टॉर्म के साथ काफ़ी ज़्यादा उसको डायबॉलिक के साथ काफ़ी ज़्यादा डैमेज आउट कर सकते हैं. देखना है कि मेरे को मिराना मिड लेन भी हो सकती है, बट कम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग काफी ज्यादा ग्रीडी ड्राफ्ट के अगेंस्ट जा रही है. लाइक अगर हम फिर टॉकिंग अबाउट द लेट गेम स्टैट्स राइट नाउ, लूना इज रियली गुड इन लेट गेम, टिम्बरसॉ गेट्स रोलिंग इन द अर्ली गेम, मिड गेम काफी ज्यादा टैंकी होते हैं, कुनका कैन आल्सो ट्रांजिशन वेल इनटू द लेट गेम. बट इफ यू टॉकिंग अबाउट लेट गेम ऑन टू साइड ऑफ कम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग, लेशरैक एक ऐसे हीरो है जिनके ऊपर काफी ज्यादा आइटम ट्रांजिट भी करते हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से इट टेक्स हिम अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू गेट दैट टैंकीनेस, टू गेट दैट ड्यूरेबिलिटी एंड टू गेट दैट थिंग्स रोलिंग अप हिज स्लीव्स. तो मिराना ऊपर से काफी ज्यादा स्क्विशी हीरो है, उनका एक्स मार्क द स्पॉट के साथ चेस कर सकते हैं, लूना की बीम है, टिम्बरसॉ कैन चेस डाउन विद टिम्बर चेन, और शैडो डीमन की डिसरप्शन उसको कभी भी नजरअंदाज नहीं किया जा सकता. तो व्हाट डू यू थिंक, लाइक मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा सा एक जो विंटर कर्स के ऊपर जो फाइट को रोटेट करना चाहते हैं, वो कितना बड़ा विंटर वायलेंट की अल्टी रोल प्ले करेगी, लाइक लेवल 6 आना. और
विंटर वाइवन की अल्टी की जैसे आप बात कर रहे हैं, तो अभी वॉरियर्स गेमिंग यूनिटी के पास एकमात्र जो फिजिकल डैमेज जो देने वाली जो राइट क्लिकर है वो लूना है. टिम्बरसॉ का राइट क्लिक इतना ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं करता, और लूना का भी डैमेज लेट गेम या मिड गेम तक ही बढ़ पाता है. तो विंटर वाइवन ठीक है, ओके पिक लग रहा है मेरे को, लेकिन जो इतना बर्स्ट डाउन डैमेज मेरे को वॉरियर गेमिंग यूनिटी की तरफ से दिख रहा है, टिम्बरसॉ है, आप उसको कनेक्ट कर सकते हो शैडो डीमन के डिसरप्शन के साथ. आपने कुनका और ले लिया है जिसकी सिनर्जी इतनी ज्यादा अच्छी है शैडो डीमन के साथ. अगर ये एग्रेसिव जाते हैं, ट्राई जाते हैं, तो काफी अच्छा किलिंग पोटेंशियल लग रहा है मेरे को लूना, शैडो डीमन और कुनका का.
लूना, शैडो डीमन और कुनका का, और लूना का जो एक्लिप्स हम जानते हैं कि काफी ज्यादा बहुत बड़ा कूल डाउन रहता है. बट व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट लूनर एक्लिप्स? मतलब थोड़ा सा आपको एक्स्ट्रा डैमेज मिलता है, आपको नाइट टाइम विजन मिलती है, वो 1000 का AoE जो मिलता है, वो कितना बड़ा एक रोल प्ले फैक्टर लेकर आएगा मतलब गेम के अंदर. व्हाट डू यू हैव?
बिल्कुल, लूना की अगर हम एक्लिप्स की बात करें तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम फाइट एबिलिटी. और मैं देख रहा हूँ कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग के जो हीरोज हैं, लेशरक है, विंटर वाइवन है, मिराना है, काफी स्क्विशी रहते हैं मैजिक अगेंस्ट की तरफ. और विंटर वाइवन भी आपको मैजिक डैमेज से नहीं बचाता होगा. यहाँ पे ओमनी नाइट आखिरी पिक के ओमनी नाइट जो है ऑफ लेनर के रूप में वॉरियर्स गेमिंग यूनिटी की तरफ से आप साबित हो सकता है, क्योंकि आपको एक रिपेल मिल रही है, आपको ऊपर से हील मिल रहा है, प्लस वो जो गार्डियन एंजल जब किक इन करती है टीम फाइट में, तो अब जो कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग जो सोच रही थी इनका मैजिक डैमेज का भी इनके पास इलाज था. लेकिन अब मेरे को लग रहा है कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग को कोई हार्ड कैरी चाहिए. जैसे हार्ड कैरी की बात कर रहा था, वीवर काफी अच्छा पिक, डिफ्यूजल कैरियर भी है, डिफ्यूजल भी उठाते हैं वीवर, और फिजिकल डैमेज भी काफी ज्यादा अच्छा है. इनको पकड़ना काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि वॉरियर गेमिंग के पास डिसेबल्स की जो है बहुत ज्यादा कमी है.
बहुत ज़्यादा कमी है. कमी को अब कैसे पूरा किया जाएगा वो तो वक्त बताएगा. बट एक ड्राफ्ट के अंदर जो मेरे को सबसे अच्छी चीज़ देखने को मिली, ये जो ओमनी नाइट की जो फाइनल पिक आई है, अब इससे कैसे कॉम्बो अप करके जो फाइट के अंदर लूना को एक स्पेल प्रोटेक्शन मिलेगी. आपके पास रिपेल है, टिम्बरसॉ ज़्यादा देर तक सस्टेन थ्रू कर सकते हो, वो टिम्बर चेन करके गए अंदर एनिमी लाइन के अंदर, वहाँ पे आपने प्यूरिफिकेशन यूज़ करी, उसका AoE डैमेज, और उसके AoE डैमेज से आप और ज़्यादा डैमेज डिश आउट करते हो. पीछे से कुनका फॉलो अप कर सकते हैं, एक्स मार्क द स्पॉट. शैडो डीमन के पास शैडो पॉइजन है, तो काफी लॉन्ग रेंज बात करूं. और अगर कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी गेमिंग की अगर बात करें तो सारी की सारी फाइट है वो वन स्पॉट गैदर अराउंड स्पॉट है, कि मतलब अगर स्पिरिट ब्रेकर के चार्जेस आते हैं तो हम यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा पहले प्रेडिक्शंस के ऊपर फॉलो अप करते हैं. टोटल नंबर ऑफ ब्लिंक डैगर्स परचेज बाय 25 मिनट्स. तो ये हम यहाँ पे देखते हैं ब्लिंक डैगर वाले हमारे पास कौन कौन है.
एक मिराना उठा सकते हैं ब्लिंक डैगर, और तो मुझे किसी के पास ब्लिंक डैगर आता हुआ